welcome rule, character. Yan. Good morning. Good morning sa inyo, sa mga representatives ng ASA Philippines. Next course is the Center for Agriculture and Rural Development Incorporated, a microfinance NGO. Together with us this morning is their chairperson, Dr. Dolores M. Torres. Their president is Aristeo Neguito, and executive director, Mr. Vicente P. Briones Jr. Good morning. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. Palakpakan po natin sila. Alright. And kasunod ay ang Sinbag sa Pag-asenso Incorporated, a microfinance NGO. Kasama po sa pagtitipon na ito ay ang honorary chairman, Most Reverend Joel C. Bailon, ED, and ang kanilang chairman, Monsignor Crispin Bernarte Jr., DG, President, ang kanilang president, si Father Jose Victor E. Locbrito. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Next, our Microfinance Council of the Philippines, or MCPI. Their chairman, Mr. Eduardo C. Jimenez. Kasama po natin siya. And of course, ang kanilang executive director, Mr. Alan Robert I. Sica. Good morning. Good morning po sa inyo lahat. Huwag kayong mapagod pumalakpak. Thank you. And next, our Micro Insurance MDA Association of the Philippines, or short for RIMANSI. With us is their Chairman Emeritus, Dr. Jaime Aristotel B. Alip, and also their President, Ms. Emeteria P. Quijano, their Executive Director, Mr. Jun J. E. Perez. Good morning, good morning. Palakpakan po natin sila. Next, of course, last but not the least is our Holistic Transformation Resource Center Foundation Incorporated, or WTRC. As mentioned earlier, we will be able to see their president, Mr. David Buso, tomorrow during an interview. And of course, their executive director, Attorney Rowena F. Mendoza. Good morning sa inyo. Palakpakan po natin sila. Alright, isang masigabong palakpakan naman dyan para sa lahat ng ating partners. Alright. And of course, with us today and tomorrow are government agencies and other sponsors. We also have other MFIs, networks and sponsors that we will acknowledge as we go along our program. Okay, so once again, welcome to the 29th Append Leadership Conference. Are you ready? Are you ready to listen to the various talks that will be given to us this morning and tomorrow? Can you imagine 29th Append Leadership Conference na pala, no? And as I was interviewing the organizing team, dapat pala 31st na or 31 Append Leadership Conferences na dapat. But because of two instances, we have Yolanda, and of course, itong pandemic na ito, and therefore, naudot ang ating celebration, ang ating Append Leadership Conference sa mga nakaraang dalawang pagkakataon. No? However, despite the pandemic, we are still able to gather today and tomorrow. Di ba? And can you imagine that? No? Wala tayo sa isang malaking conference room. Mas malaki yung conference room natin. We're all over the Philippines. Virtually nga lang, di ba? And we attribute that to God's goodness to all of us. Meron pa rin tayong pagkakataon to see each other, to gather, and to have our 29th Append Leadership Conference. So kung kayo ay ready na, di ba? Can you imagine, we have about almost 772 participants dito sa dito sa ano na to, sa virtual conference na to. Napakalaki, napakarami natin. So kung kayo ang inyong camera ay nakasarado, buksan po ninyo at tayo ay kumaway sa isa't isa. Pakita naman natin lahat ang inyong mga pagkaway, ang inyong mga ngiti. Diba? O marami akong nakikita, hindi ko makakaway. Ngiti naman dyan, mga kasama. No? Magkakahiwalay na nga tayo, hindi pa tayo kilos, hindi pa tayo kakaway. So, naku, ang dami, 31 screens ang aking computer. Tuloy-tuloy lang ang kaway, tuloy-tuloy lang. Ayan, dami. Meron pa dalawa ang pagbati. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Kung kayo ay merong nakikita, nakakilala ninyo sa ibang microfinance industry, pwede kayong mag-chat, pwede silang kamustahin. Diba? Alright, so, kasama sa pagsisimula ng ating conference today ay of course yung pagpapakita ng pasasalamat sa Panginoon Diyos. Let us all express our gratitude to God by giving Him back our praise and worship. And without further ado, our praise and worship teams are ready. Let us listen to TSPI, KMDI, no? At saka ang to lead us in our praise and worship this morning.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to Append Leadership Conference 2021. And ating pong theme for this year is Let Brotherly Love Continue from Hebrews chapter 13, verse 1. At para ma-achieve po natin yan, sama-sama po tayo at magkaisa po tayo sa pagpupuri at pagsamba sa ating nag-iisang Panginoon, Panginoong Jesus. Taas natin ang kanyang pangalan. Ngayong araw na ito, awitan natin siya ng papuri at pagsamba. Palapakan natin ang Panginoon. Amen.
name. Blessed be your name. When I'm found in the desert place, to walk through the wilderness, blessed be your name.
Every blessing we sing,
Every blessing you pour out, I'll turn back to praise. When the darkness closes in, Lord, still I will sing. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. Blessed be your name. The sun shining down on me. The world's all as it should be. Blessed be your name. Blessed be your name. On the road marked with suffering, with a singing offering. Blessed be your name.
every blessing.
Every blessing you pour out, I'll turn back to praise. When the darkness closes in, Lord, still I will sing. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. You give and take away. You give and take away. My heart will choose to say, Lord, blessed be your name. You give and take away. You give and take away. My heart will choose to sing. Lord, blessed be your name.
Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. We sing. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. We praise you, God. Thank you, Jesus.
Praises rising, hearts are turning to you. Return to you. Hope is stirring, hearts are yearning to you.
Oh, belong.
We long for you. 'Cause when we see you, we find strength to face the day. In your presence, all our fears are washed away, washed away. Hosanna, Hosanna. You are the God who saves us. Worthy of all our praises. Hosanna, Hosanna. Come on and reign among us. We welcome you here. washed away, washed away. Hosanna, Hosanna, you are the God who saves us. Worthy of all our praises. Hosanna, Hosanna, come on and live among us. Welcome you here, Lord Jesus.
Thank you, Lord. Praise Jesus. Yes, Lord God.
Cause when we see you, we find strength to face today. In your presence, all our fears are washed away. Cause when we see you, we sing. Cause when we see you, we find strength to face the day. In your presence, all our fears are washed away, washed away. Hosanna, Hosanna, you are the God who saves us. Worthy of all our praises. Hosanna, Hosanna, come on and live among us. We welcome you here, Lord Jesus.
Why don't we continue singing this song to the Lord with full confidence? Come on, let's sing this to the Lord. Cause when we see you, we find strength to face the day. Yes, Lord. And in your presence, all our fears are washed away. Cause when we see you, we find strength to face the day. Yes, Lord. And in your presence, all our fears are washed away, washed away. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the I see the King of Glory coming on the clouds with fire. The whole earth shakes. The whole earth shakes. I see His love and mercy washing over all our sins. The people sing. The people sing. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest. Oh, hallelujah, Jesus. I see a generation Hosanna, Hosanna in the highest.
Continue to worship you, O God. You are great, Lord. You are a great God. Continue to worship you in this place, Lord Jesus. Hallelujah. Oh, we worship you. The splendor of the King, clothed in majesty. Let all the earth rejoice, all the earth rejoice. He wraps himself in light, and darkness tries to hide. Trembles at his voice, trembles at his voice. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. Age to age He stands, in time is in His hand, beginning and the end, beginning and the end. The Godhead three in one, Father, Spirit, and Son, the Lion and the Lamb, the Lion and the Lamb. How great is our God. Sing with me, how great is our God. And all will see how great is our God. Name above all names. Name above all names. Sing with me, how worthy is our God. And all will sing, my heart will sing, how great is our God. Once again. Come on, lift up your hands to the Lord. How great thou art. Yes, Lord. How great thou art. How great you are, Lord. Then sings my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How worship you.
Wala kang katulad, Panginoon. Tunay nga, Panginoon, there is no one like you, O God. Kaya nga ba, Append, bakit hindi natin awitin ang panghuli nating awit sa Panginoon? Because every tribe will see His glory. Amen?
Amen.
Amen. Sing, Eyo, 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 wa! 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 Every tribe will see your glory. Every nation bow before you. All our treasure turn to ashes in the light of you.
Every tribe will see your glory. Every nation's bow before you. All our treasure turn to ashes in the light of you.
As we're singing, holy is the Lord Almighty. Only you are worthy, worthy of it all. Praises, glory, honor, and strength unto our God, unto our God, matchless, endless, love unrestrained. This is our God. This is our God.
Praise and glory, honor and strength unto our God, unto our God. Your matchless, endless love unrestrained. This is our God. Ever we try to sing, Ayo, 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 ah. Ayo, 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 ah. Ayo, 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 ah. Ayo, Ayo,
Taga-Visayas!
Ayo, 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 ah. Ayo, ang mga taga-Mindanao naman! Ayo, 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 ah. Ayo, Ayo, ang mga taga-Append! Wala kang katulad! Wala kang katulad, O Diyos! 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 There is no one like our God. There is no one like our God. There is no one like our God. There is no one like our God.
Hallelujah!
There is no one like you, Lord. Hallelujah. We worship you, Father God. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Lord.
All right. All right. There is no one like our God. Wala kang katulad, O Diyos. Thank you. Thank you very much, TSPI and KMBI brethren. Salamat sa punong-puno ng sigla ng inyong paglilid ng ating praise and worship this morning. All right. Okay. So to give you a glimpse of what's going to happen for the rest of the day, we will have two prominent leaders welcoming us, and we will also have two inspirational messages, and we will have three topics for our plenary session 1. We will talk about brotherly love continue, bringing food security and sustainability to agricultural households, and we will hear yung kwentong tagumpay. Yan, so excited na ba kayo? Marami kong nakikita mga nakasara ang kanilang mga camera. pag nag-scroll ka papunta dun sa dulo, kasi we are 32 pages, 32 frames sa ating laptop. Makikita nyo maraming nakasara. Gising na, gising na. Bukas na ng inyong camera. Ayan, nagbubukasan na. O sige, magro-roll call ako. Magro-roll call ako. 4 yung tatawagin natin. Lahat ng mga taga Central and North Luzon, pwede ba bigyan nyo ako ng heart sa reaction button? Heart sa reaction button. Central and Northern Luzon. Yan. Heart sa reaction button. Lahat ng galing ng Central and Northern Luzon. Yun, naglalabas na ang kanilang mga heart. Meron na. Okay. Thank you, thank you. At least yung mga nakapatay iba, na camera, nag-heart na sila. Reaction button. Okay, so from Central and North Luzon, baba tayo sa NCR at saka Southern Luzon. Bigyan nyo ako ng confetti. Confetti na sa reaction button. Confetti. Confetti. Alright. Wala pa ako nakikita yun. Meron na. Dumadami na. Confetti button. Okay, nadagdagan. Alright. Okay. So, baba tayo sa Visayas area. Lahat ng mga taga-Visayas, padalan nyo ako ng raised hand na reaction button. Raised hand. Yun, ang dami galing ng mga Visayas area. Wow, napupuno. Thank you very much. Thank you. And syempre, para sa ating mga kasama na galing ng Mindanao, bigyan nyo ako ng smiling face na reaction button. Smiling face. Yung mga taga Visayas, pwede na ninyo ibaba ang inyong raised hand. Magangawit kayo dyan. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Ang dami pa naka-raise hand. Baba na ninyo. Baka matanong kayo ng speaker mamaya. Yan. Alright, ayan. Nababawasan na ang mga raised hand na galing ng Visayas. Alright, very good. Thank you very much. Now, to give us their welcome and opening messages, let us all first listen to our President and TSPI coming from Mr. si Kuya Rene E. Cristobal. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. This is a great day because we are meeting and honoring and praising a great God. And every day is a great day. So we rejoice. Maliwanag ho ba ang dating ko sa inyo?
Yes po. Maliwanag po.
Una sa lahat, napakaganda ng ating tema ng Leadership Conference ng Append. Ang tema natin ay Let Brotherly Love Continue. Brotherly. Ang nakakatuwa po dito ay sa wikang Tagalog ay ang translation ng brotherly ay magkakapatid. Sa English, walang magkakapatid, either brother or sister. Kaya po itong brotherly love natin, kung tatagalogin natin ay magkakapatid tayo pong lahat. Babae, lalaki, matanda, bata, mahirap o hindi mahirap, lahat ho tayo ay nagkakaisa. Tayo ay may pagkakapatiran. Ang importante po sa atin ay relationship, not position. Kaya maganda po na tawagin ko kayong kapatid. Kapatid, yung katabi ninyo, yung mga nakikinig, kapatid. We are brothers and sisters in Christ. In Christ. Kailangan po alam natin bakit tayo magkakapatid. Dahil meron tayong Panginoong Diyos na tayo ay iniligtas at pinatawad ng ating kasalanan at tayo ay binibigyan ng pag-asa ng buhay na walang hanggan na kasama siya dahil siya ay Diyos na buhay. Kaya po napakaganda na itong atin tawagan ngayon ay kapatiran, brotherly love, and includes both women and men. Sa akin pong presentation ay tutulungan ako ng aming head ng programs and alliances and partners, si Lynn Onesa, na ito pong aking mismong sasabihin na opening ay naka point na mababasa ninyo. Una sa lahat po, tayong lahat ay nagkakatipon at naniniwala tayo at nagtitiwala na ang Diyos si Kristo ang ating sentro ng ating buhay. Hindi lang sentro ng Append, sentro ng ating buhay. Nasa Append man o labas, hindi tayo nagbabago sapagkat ang Diyos natin ay hindi nagbabago. Nakaraan, ngayon, at kailan paman. Kaya po, aking gusto ring sabihin na ang paglilingkod sa kapwa, lalo na sa mga mahihirap at sa mga nahihirapan, ang paglilingkod po ay walang kompetensya. Lahat ho tayo ay nagkakasundo na ang pagtulong sa kapwa ay hindi kompetensya. Ito ay pagsunod sa utos ng Diyos sa atin according to His book, the Bible. Sige po, si Lynn Onesa ay i-screen itong ating unang greatest commandment. Jesus replied, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And the second is, love your neighbor as yourself." Ito po ang batayan ng ating sambayanihan na akin pong tinawag na sambayanihan. Sa tawikan Tagalog, sumagot si Jesus, "Ibigin mo ang Panginoon mong Diyos ng buong puso mo, buong kaluluwa mo, at buong pag-iisip mo." At ang pinakamahalagang utos, ito naman ang pangalawa, ibigin mo ang iyong kapwa gaya ng pag-ibig mo sa iyong sarili. Kaya po itong sambayanihan, ang unang sam ay sama-sama tayong sumamba sa ating Panginoon. Pangalawa, sama-sama. We serve together and as one body. For just as each of us has one body with many members, and these members do not all have the same function, so in Christ, ito po, so in Christ, in Append, we, though many, form one body. Tayo po ay magkakaisa, magkakapatid, and each member belongs to all the others. Tayo po ay hindi lamang para sa Append, kundi para sa lahat ng nangangailangan ng tulong, ang sabi ng Panginoon. Samba, we worship God in all we do. So whether you eat or drink, or whatever you do it all for the glory of God. 1 Corinthians 10:31. Samba. So ano po man ang ating ginagawa, ay gawin natin ito para sa kalwalhatian ng Diyos. Pwede kumain tayo, umiinom, natutulog, naglilingkod, nangongolekta, nagpapatulong ng magpahiram. Lahat ho tayo ay gawin natin ito for the glory of God, hindi para sa ating sarili, kundi para sa ating mahal na Diyos. Samba. Ang kasunod po ng samba ay bayan. Bayan. We are chosen and called to God's kingdom. Bayan. Tayo po ay isang bayan. Sabi ng 1 Peter 2:9, but you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of Him who called you out of darkness into His wonderful light. Tayo po ay pinili at ako po ay naniniwala na tayong lahat na nasa Append ay tinawag ng Diyos. Binigyan tayo ng responsibilidad sa kanyang kaharian, in His kingdom, not in the world's kingdom. Although we are on this earth, we should not be conformed to worldly things. We are chosen. Tinawag po tayo. We are ministers and witnesses to God's kingdom of greatness and goodness all the time. Bayani. Kaya tayo po ay nasa bayan ng Diyos. Kaya tayo ay bayani. We obey and serve God as His heroes. Tayo po, lahat tayo ay mga bayani ng Diyos. Bayani sa kanyang bayan, sa kanyang kaharian. Ang sabi sa Psalm 16:3, the godly people in the land are my true heroes. Yan po ang talagang heroes. I take pleasure in them. Ang Diyos, ang ating Diyos ay natutuwa. He takes pleasure in calling us heroes. Bagong bayani. Ako po ay membro at chairman for almost 30 years na ng Bagong Bayani Foundation. At kami po every 2 years ay namimili ng outstanding Filipinos overseas. At lahat po sila ay nagsasabi na sila ay pinagpala ng Diyos. Saan man sila naroroon. Kaya sila po ay kayo, tayo na nasa Append ay bayani dahil tayo ay nabibilang sa kaharian ng Diyos. Susunod po sa sambay, yani ay bayanihan. Sa Galatians 6:2 ang sabi, carry each other's burden, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. Yes, bayanihan tayo. nakita po niya yung drawing na bayanihan na ito ay sculpture ni Ed Castillo, ang bayanihan. We carry each other's burden and unite for the glory of God. Kaya po tayo ay bayanihan. Tulong-tulong tayo dahil ang sabi ng Panginoon, dalhin niyo sa akin ang inyong burden at ito'y pagagaanin ko. Ako ay hindi iiwan sa iyo, hindi ko kayo bibitawan kung kayo ay patuloy na maglilingkod sa akin. Bayanihan. At ang next slide po ay anihan. Anihan. Harvest time. We will harvest with songs of joy. Kagaya ng mga kinanta na sa atin, praise and worship, tayo po ay nagsasaya at kumakanta ng joy dahil ang sabi nga sa Psalm 126:5, those who sow with tears will reap with sings of joy. Sa Matthew 9:36-38, when he saw the crowds, he had compassion for them because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without shepherd. Then he said to his disciples, tayo po, mga disciples, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Therefore, pray earnestly to the Lord of the harvest to send out believers into his harvest. Importante po na tayo ay may pagpapatuloy. Kaya tayo ay patuloy na mag-transform. Baguhin natin ang ating sarili para sa kabutihan ng karamihan. At ihanda din natin ang mga susunod na lahi natin na sila man ay tumulong din sa Panginoong na atin pinaglilingkuran at minamahal. Kaya po, as a welcome message, tayo pong lahat ay mga bayani. Sambayanihan tayo. Tayo pong lahat ay naglilingkod sa Diyos at wala nang iba. Kaya kung ano ang ating itinanim, yun din ang ating ahanihin. Meron tayong mga nagtanim before na may luha. Subalit sila ay inihanda tayo para magtagumpay. Kung tayo man ay matagumpay ngayon, inihahanda rin natin ito para susunod na mga lahi natin na sila naman ay magkaroon din ng mas mabuting buhay. Kaya sambayanihan po tayo, lahat tayo ay sumamba sa iisang Diyos at sa Kanya ay maglingkod. Na kung paano niya tayo minahal, na tayo ay pinatawad ng ating mga kasalanan, na ang lahat ng ating mga pagkukulang ay Kanyang pinatawad na at tayo ay ginawang sa Kanya ay nagtitiwala at sumasamba, ay tayo ay pagpapalain all the ways of our life. Ito po ang ating pag-asa, hindi lamang sa ngayon, kundi sa kinabukasan, dahil tayo ay may Diyos na buhay at tayo ay binubuhay. Welcome po to everyone sa sambayanihan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kuya Rene. Napakaganda po ng inyong mensahe para sa aming lahat. And I'd like to invite everyone to give our Kuya Rene a round of applause. Lahat po sana ay magbigay ng round of applause. Lahat ng mga nakapatay ang camera, kahit na virtual clap, na reaction button, pakita po natin na we appreciate yung mensahe sa atin ni Kuya Rene. All right. Thank you very much po sa inyo lahat. And of course,
Kuya Roland,
yes po.
gusto ko
Yes
lang
po.
sabihin, ikaw ang arrogante na napaka mababang loob. You are an arrogant for Christ, but when you deal with others, you are humble. Kaya iyan po ang maganda. Magtawagan tayo ng ka. Ka. Hindi kailangan ng presidente o chairman, kundi Karene, Ka-Anghel, Ka-Ed.
Okay.
Kad. Mas maganda ho yan kaysa sa posisyon, hindi posisyon. Ang importante natin ay relationship. Relationship ang importante.
Salamat po, Karen. Maraming salamat sa inyong binanggit tungkol sa aking pagka-arrogante. Thank you. So, ang susunod po sa ating magbibigay ng ating welcome remarks, ano po, ay siyempre, iba na. Mga kapatid, let us welcome our Ka-Angel De Leon from PSKI.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Indeed, this is a beautiful morning. And even to all the 800 participants, indeed, we give glory and praise to God for this opportunity that we are once again gathered together. Likewise, to our host organization, PSPI, for facilitating this event, and together with our network office. On behalf of the Append network, I hereby declare this 29th Append Leadership Camp open. Let our brotherly love continue. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much. How about a round of applause for our Ka-Angel De Leon Jr. Good morning sa inyong lahat. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And brothers and sisters, mga kapatid, at this point, let us now be inspired by listening to two inspirational messages. One from the microfinance industry and another one later on from an honorable senator. Okay? So, ipakikilala ko po sa inyo, ang magbibigay sa atin ng ating inspirational message ay si Dr. Jaime Aristotel B. Alip. Tawagin natin siyang si Ka Aris, Chairman and Founder ng CARD MRI and also a partner of Append Incorporated. Ayan, andyan na si Dr. Jaime Aristotel. Gusto ko pong basahin ang maikling mga bagay tungkol sa ating guest speaker. Ayan, si Dr. Jaime Aristotel B. Alip is a poverty eradication advocate with more than 35 years of experience in microfinance and social development. He is the founder of the Center for Agriculture and Rural Development Mutually Reinforcing Institutions, no? Shortened for CARD MRI, a group of 23 organizations that provide social development services to 7.8 million economically disadvantaged Filipinos. Ang dami, dami. And insure more than 25.8 million nationwide. Wow. CARD's innovative financial and enterprise development services targeting the poor has won many accolades, including the Ramon Magsaysay Award for Public Service in 2008 and Dr. Alip, the prestigious Ramon V. Del Rosario Award for Nation Building in 2019. Dr. Alip Ka-Aris is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, the Southeast Asian Interdisciplinary Development Institute, and the University of the Philippines. Mga kapatid, mga kasama, let us all welcome Dr. Aris.
Magandang maga sa inyong lahat. Can I request my PowerPoint presentation? Thank you. Unang-una sa lahat, thank you Roland dun sa iyong pagganyak na pananalita tungkol sa akin, sa ating kasama kay Angel, ang chairman ng Append, si Jeng, presidente ng Append, at si Karine, sa nagbigay ng magandang inspirasyon para sa atin, ang nagli-lead ng host na ito, ang TSPI, mga Append members as well as MCPI members, Rimansi members and other partners who are present here, mga nanay, mga leaders, mga staff ng microfinance movement. Isang mapagpalayang umaga sa inyong lahat. I thought that I should just give you not mirror and inspiration, but give you the status of our economy today and what can be the important role of microfinance institution in our country. So this is what I'd like to present for you today. Next slide, please. Una sa lahat, gusto kong ipakita yung current state of the Philippine economy today. Yung GDP growth natin, sang-ayon doon sa ating statistics sa NEDA, noong 2020 quarter 2, ang ating GDP, yung ating growth rate ay negative 17% because this was the start of the recession, yung ating pandemic. And then itong quarter 2 2021 ay nag-positive na 11.8%. Parang napakagandang tingnan, pero among the economists, ang sinasabi nila ay pag titingnan mo on a quarter to quarter GDP growth rate, actually hindi siya positive. It is negative 1.3%. Malaking bagay ito when you talk about the seasonally adjusted growth rate. So medyo talagang kinakailangan tingnan at medyo talagang yung economy natin ay negative pa yung growth rate, no? Tingnan natin ang OFW that has been repatriated since May 2020 due to pandemic. Humigit kumulang nasa 600,000 na. Itong mga bumabalik na dahil wala na ring mga trabaho, bumabalik sa Pilipinas. At yan ay nadadagdagan pa. Tingnan natin ang unemployment rate. Nung kasagsagan ng pandemic last year for year 2020, ang ating unemployment rate ay it's whooping to 10.7%. Ngayon naman quarter 2 2021, medyo bumaba ng bagya, 7 to 8%, pero marami pa rin. Pero hindi yan ang storya. Tingnan natin yung joblessness, yung unemployed at saka underemployed pag pinagsama natin, no? 27.6%. Dumang napakataas nito. Talagang medyo marami ang nahihirapan. Tingnan natin yung foreign direct investment kasi meron itong kinalaman sa tinatawag nating employment. Since 2017, ang ating FDI o yung direct investment na pumapasok from other countries, no, ay umaabot sa 10.3 billion. Remember, that is 2017. Pero yan ay pababa ng pababa on a yearly arrangement. At pagdating ng 2020, ay bumaba na to 6.5 billion pesos. So napakalaki ng implication yan pagdating sa ating tinatawag na employment at saka yung direct investment. Pumupunta yan, yung mga investment na yan, saan napunta? Napunta yan sa iba't ibang countries. Pumupunta yan sa Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. Next slide, please. Tingnan natin yung education. Nakababahala ang ating education ngayon kasi because of this pandemic, bumababa yung enrollment natin, especially for among the poor children, yung mga poor families who cannot afford gadgets, and those residing in remote areas where there is no or very weak internet connectivity. Yan naman ay alam natin dahil tayo ay nasa laylayan, alam natin marami na ang hindi nakakapasok at dahil sa pangangailangan sa gadget, even modular approach ay hindi pa rin nangyayari. No? Tingnan natin ang poverty rate. No? Yung poverty rate natin noong year 2020 ay 21%. Nagmula yan sa 2018. Maganda na, no? Dahil napababa na natin ang ating poverty rate, 16.7%. Pero itong pandemic na ito ay umakyat. Nadagdagan ang ating poverty rate, naging 21% itong 2020. Translation, 2 million more Filipinos became poor in 2020 due to pandemic. Nakakabahala ito dahil marami naghihirap. Kanya malaking bagay talaga ang magiging role natin sa microfinance to restart and revive our economy. Tingnan natin yung total hunger. SWS survey, June 2021, recently lang, 13.6%. Mga nagugutom yan. Malnutrition. Ito nakababahala kasi yung stunting na tinatawag ay sa FNRI since 2019 data ay 28%. Ano ang kwento rito? Ang kwento rito ay pag ang ating mga bata from 0 to 5 years old ay hindi nabigyan ng proper nutrition o hindi nabigyan ng tamang mga bitamina, tamang pagkain, you lose that capital, human capital asset forever. Yan ay nalaman ko dahil nung ako'y nagtatrabaho sa DSWD, nalaman ko na iyan ay kinakailangan talagang tingnan natin yung 0 to 5% kasi oras na hindi tama ang kinakain o kulang ang kinakain, hindi na di-develop yung kanilang full potential and you lose that human capital forever. Anong implication nito pag hindi natin gagampanan yan? There is a next generation na magkakaproblema na naman tayo. We had problems in the past because of this, poverty. Ngayon ay maaaring madagdagan. So this is again a wake-up call for all of us. Next slide, please. Tingnan natin ang pandemic. Isang pandemic, siyempre problema yan, pandemic. There will always be winners and losers in the economy. Who are the winners? Agriculture and agribusiness. Yan ang mga nananalo ngayon. Kasi ang storya ngayon yan, even the urban areas, even in the NCR, in the rural areas, nagsasama-sama yan. Nagkakameron na ng agrikultura, no? Kasi agriculture and agribusiness is here to stay. Kailangan nating kumain. So these are the winners and many of our clients are in this sector. About 60 to 70% are in the countryside doing agriculture and agri-related activities. Now, tingnan natin yung manufacturing of health-related products. These are also the winners. So, syempre, with this pandemic, kailangan ng ang medisina, kailangan ng mga iba't ibang mga gamot, kailangan ng ng alcohol, kailangan ng disinfectant, face mask at marami pang iba. Medical services, alam natin yan. Ang hospital ngayon napupuno na, mga klinika napupuno na. So these are the winners, no? Marami tayong kailangang mga hospital beds, rooms at saka mga facility para talagang sila ay yung mga nagkakasakit, pandemic man, related o hindi, ay kinakailangan yan. So these are again winners in this economy. E-commerce, pangitang-pangita yung e-commerce because of this lockdown, mahirap yung ating mga pamilya o yung ating mga miyembro hindi na makapunta sa ating mga opisina sa microfinance institution, even in the banking. So, yung e-commerce napakalakas ngayon. At mamaya, tingnan natin, ano dapat na i-push natin sa e-commerce? Kasi ang storya nito, yung sa e-commerce, many of them are foreign-owned system. No? Yun ang ginagamit natin. Walang multiplier effect ito kasi yung kinikita niya nare-repatriate do sa may-ari. And these normally are coming from outside of the country. Yan ang although these are winners, medyo kailangan pag-isipan natin. How do we win as a multiplier effect? Logistics, delivery. These are winners. Marami dyan. Merong mga Shopee, may Lazada, Grab. These are winners. No? At iyan ay talagang nakikinabang yung nasa logistics company. Again, we have to think, sino ang may-ari? may-ari nito mostly are foreign investors. So yung multiplier effect, although there is employment at masaya tayo dahil nadi-deliver, hindi tayo na-expose. Pero ang problema diyan kanino pumupunta yung ating kinikitang 'yan. Now, retail and food-based small business, diyan tayo, marami tayong mga membro diyan. Maganda 'yan dahil buhay na buhay 'yan. Kasi lalo na yung mga sari-sari store, lalo na yung mga kakainan, karinderya, tama tayo diyan. Gadgets, computers, cellphones, and tablets. So kailangan yan, especially sa mga eskwelahan. Okay, now, let's see the next slide. If there are winners in a pandemic, in an economy, there are problems, there are also potential losers. Alam natin yan, yung transportation system natin, transport natin, losers dahil siyempre, because of the social distancing, marami pagka nagkakameron ng lockdown, yung mga jeepney, buses, at saka yung mga pangtawid na doon sa ating mga shipping, yan ang mga natatalo. And this has an effect also in our microfinance kasi most of our clients are also tricycle driver, jeepney drivers, bus drivers. So, yan ang mga naaapektuhan. Entertainment, siyempre, wala na halos nanonood ng sine kasi sarado naman talaga ang sinihan ngayon. So, ang nangyayari dyan, although in the entertainment, sino nananalo? Netflix, HBO, sino may-ari? That's again a question, but that's an opportunity that these are ang losers niyan, yung mga ating mga movie industry, wala na yung mga wala na rin yung mga sinihan, hotels, alam natin yan, restaurant, malls, bihira na ang pumupunta diyan lalo na pagka nag-lockdown. Tourism is also affected. Schools, marami ang nagsarang schools. Card MRI owns a school and we know for a fact kasi nasa mga meetings kami sa iba't ibang private sector association, marami ang mga nagsara, lalo na yung maliliit at hindi maka-adjust sa tinatawag nating digital transformation. So these are potential losers at ito talagang mga nahihirapan ngayon. Now, what about the microfinance industry? Tayo to, no? How do we promote economic recovery? Ika nga sabi nga ni Governor at marami nagsasabi dito na we are the last mile conduit between big banks and the micro-entrepreneurs. So talagang napakahalaga ng ating role. Let's look at what we can do. Looking at the microfinance industry, ito tayo. Yung accredited ng MNRC, 33 microfinance NGO, 154 banks engaged in microfinance, which is regulated by BSP. Total branches, 5,000 from Hulo hanggang Tawi-Tawi, hanggang Batanes, present ang microfinance institution dyan. In fact, pag sinabi mo yung cooperative, napakadami natin yan, no? And then we have about 9 to 10 million. I think the figure is not yet adjusted, pero ang narinig ko sa kay Alan sa MCPI, baka ito yung mga nasa 10, 11 million na, no? Active clients. And even our microfinance employees, it's a force to reckon with. We're about 49,000 command, full-time, nado doon. So our presence is really very dominant pagdating sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas. We're actually present in 96% of the entire villages of this country. 96% of the municipalities and cities, barangays in the Philippines, and 100% present in the provinces. So we are really there to deliver and really ensure na makarating yung ating microfinance loans dun sa mga clients. And our total loan is about 60 billion loan outstanding. That exclude the interest rate, no? And surprisingly, although in 2020, admittedly, tinamaan tayong lahat, mababa yung ating repayment rate. Some ay 60%, some are naka-recover. By the end of the year of 2020, marami ang nag-recover. Umakyat na ulit to 90%, no? And above. And today, ganun din, pataas, even though with this lockdown. This shows the resilience of our microfinance client. And seemingly, yung ating effect to them on the training, yung ating credit discipline are really showing. No? At saka yung mga microfinance client natin talaga nagpapakita ng disiplina pagka nagbabayad and ginagampanan nila yung kanilang responsibility. So this is the industry. Now, this is what we need to do, and we are really doing this. We continue the provision of financial products, loans, savings, insurance, remittance, and other financial services. Kasi nga, ito yung ating mandatos at tulungan talaga. And our big mandate is poverty eradication. So we just continue that, no? Tuloy-tuloy tayo dyan. However, may mga naririnig ako nagsiship sa sa ibang manufacturing, loans, etc. etc. Never forget agriculture. Now, here's the story of agriculture. Actually, in our GDP sa growth rate, pagka inisa-isa mo siya sector by sector, agriculture is posing a lot of very good potential as winners. So, sugarcane, palay, corn, vegetable, fruit trees, even livestock and poultry. Kung tinamaan sila ng African swine flu, pero it also posts positive growth, no? The other thing is that let us not forget, that's why I'm encouraging everybody, microfinance, do not forget agriculture kasi kakain at kakain tayo. Isa pa, there is now a trend among millennials because digital na ang marami sa ating agricultural industry, namo-monitor na yung rainfall, namo-monitor na yung mga pagkain ng mga poultry, piggery. So millennials are becoming excited with this. So nung una nagiging problema, walang pumupunta sa agriculture, but because of this smart agriculture, digital, marami na ang pumupunta. So these are opportunity areas that we should really invest in the field of microfinance, and let's push forward, especially on the agribusiness value chain. Yung investing on health products and medical services, I think this is badly needed. I understand some of our MFIs like ASA is producing their own alcohol, disinfectant. CARD is also doing that through the boutique card and also another group. I'm sure Append also has a network of this. Let us make sure that we patronize them. Kasi ito, mga produktong ito, pagka galing sa ating mga microfinance client and ating MFIs, mas malaki ang multiplier effect because yung reflows niyan ay nakakapag-improve ng ating economy. Yung support and develop logistic delivery companies, ideal ito pero I think this can be done. Of course, we like Shopee, we like Lazada, we like itong Grab. But I think the challenge is kung magsama-sama tayong mga microfinance, Append and MCPI and other networks, nasa atin kasi yung mga tricycle drivers, jeepney drivers, sari-sari store. But we can work together and I'm sure meron tayong mga IT expert. If we can work together, we can have that economy that tinatawag nating ecosystem, and we develop our own logistic delivery companies. Append delivery company. I think that is something that we need to push to. Kasi pagka yung ginagamit natin yung iba, remember these are foreign owned. At ang multiplier effect nito hindi naman bumabalik sa atin when profit are gained, repatriation yan, hindi yan pumupunta rito. So hindi na yung ating economy. Kulang ang multiplier effect. Next slide please. Next slide. Shifting to digitization, no. This is very good news for all of us kasi yung Append is already doing the Append Pay, no. I'm pushing for that. We need to promote that kasi this is our own. Talagang yung mga loan disbursement, repayment, and card is also having already the connect to card. ASI is also on its way doing the online disbursement. So we can all integrate this in our ecosystem as a microfinance industry. I think this will do well because this is good in protecting our clients because yung health protocols hindi na sila na-expose. Now, yung mga client natin when they want to pay, when they want the loan releases, everything is digital. And they just use connect to card agents, Append pay agents. So these are very good, no? For our clients kasi may multiplier effect 'yan. Moving towards digital economy but patronize local providers. I think I have mentioned that already. Use of online platform, continue the provision of health services, and WTF is very good on this. Append also on working on this. Card also has an e-doctor. ASA also has like doing like this. And continued connection with the members through online kumustahan. I know that this is something very challenging yung online, but may mga ginagawa diyan. KMBI is doing very well in terms of online kumustahan. Yung grupo nila Ed, they're very, and we're following suit kasi kailangan talaga yung yung communication, constant communication with our clients. Although we are high contact institution because this is what microfinance is all about. It's very relationship. But pagka may pandemic, may lockdown, we should continue communicating with them. And the provision of training through online media. Next slide, please. Creation of new business opportunities. Okay, marketing support. Again, this is part of maybe Append and MCPI and other MFIs can work together and build an online buy and sell community. Kasi alam ko naman matatalino yung ating mga IT dito sa ating mga MFI. So I think we have to push for that idea na hindi lamang Lazada, hindi lamang Shopee, hindi lamang sa Grab, Alip. Meron din tayong kakayanan. Pwede nating gagawin. The other thing is push for vaccination of staff to achieve herd immunity. Alam nyo, ito napaka-importante. I really laud and I really appreciate the leadership of Append, the leadership of MCPI kasi nagsasama-sama talaga para i-encourage lahat ang mga MFIs na workers and staff na talagang mabakunahan. At a special mention lang, yung grupo ni Mayan Kasagana ka, talagang she's pushing na makipag-coordinate tayo sa LGU. And a lot of these things are really happening now. Kaya marami na tayong nabakunahang mga staff. So about 70, some have 70%, some have 90%, pero kulang pa. We will need to encourage others na hindi pa nagpapabakuna o walang tiwala sa bakuna kasi kailangan nating ma-achieve yung herd immunity at ma-educate sila doon sa tinatawag nating mga hindi marami kasing fake news. So marami ang natatakot. So kinakailangan nating i-push pa rin at i-motivate yung mga staff natin dito. Awareness building of clients for vaccination. Ito naman ay ginagawa na natin. Just a few more slides. The other thing I'd like to push also with the leadership of MCPI and Append is continue policy advocacy in terms of taxation and insurance. No? What about taxation? Yung taxation, pag-usapan natin, no? Nakuha natin yung NGO Microfinance Act. Pinagtulong-tulungan natin yan. Ngayon, baka mayroong mga ibang efforts na gustong baguhin yan at instead na 2%, medyo itaas na ulit. So, kinakailangan we have to be very firm and advocate na talagang hindi yan dapat buwagin yung NGO Microfinance Act. Napakalaki ng ating hirap dyan. No? I think Append and MCPI is leading the way. So we're fully supporting to retain this. Dapat pa nga mag-improve pa nga yung yung 2%, dapat nga maging 0%. Because they have recognized, government has recognized, we are the last mile conduit between the big bank and the microfinance client. And we are doing our work in restarting our economy. Yung isa pa rin nilalabi ko dyan, together with MCPI, Remansi, yung MBA, dapat yung taxation ng MBA talagang mawala na yun kasi tax exempted by law. Kaya lang, inaano pa rin ang BIR, sinisingil. Pero ever since MBA has been, it's a mutual fund, it's a cooperative, like, talagang by law, it is not taxable. So we need to lobby for that kasi yan ay pag-aari ng mga members. And yung isa pa ring kwento dyan, yung tinatawag nating property insurance at saka yung mga disaster insurance and non-life insurance, housing insurance. Alam nyo ba na ang life insurance, the premium tax is only 2%, which means for every 100 pesos, 2 piso lang yung tax. Pagdating sa non-life insurance, crop insurance, agricultural insurance, disaster insurance, health insurance, it is 27%. Meaning, for every 100 pesos na binayad mong premium, 27% kaagad yung may tax. Kaya napakamahal ng ating mga non-life insurance. Kaya kung yan ay ma-level natin pababa, 2% din, kagaya ng life, o kahit na 5%, bababa yung ating mga agricultural insurance, bababa yung health insurance, bababa yung iba't ibang disaster insurance, at saka yung tinatawag nating other kinds property insurance. Malaki yung bababa. Pag bumaba yan, mas maraming makaka-access na mga mahihirap para makabili niyan. Yung ating MBA, yung ating microinsurance MBA, kaya marami nakaka-access kasi napakababa ng taxation. Okay. Now, foster processing FDA permit, food and likes. Ito, kinakailangan din pagtulong-tulungan. Marami tayong mga products na available na at pwede nang ilagay sa merkado. Pwede nang pang-export. Pwede nang ilagay sa supermarket. But what is the challenge? Ano yung compelling reason bakit hindi mailagay doon? Kasi kinakailangan ng FDA permits, lalo na processed food. Pero pagka kumuha ka at pumila ka pa sa FDA permit, it takes you several months, even years, bago mo makuha yung permit. So, medyo may kabagalan ng kaunti. At ito'y ina-admit din nila. So, kailangan pagtulong-tulungan natin, samahan natin ng FDA, i-push yan. Ang aking idea is i-decentralize yung FDA permits kasi maraming laboratory dito sa mga universities that they can do the job, even LGUs, para yung mga products ng ating mga client, food products, at magkameron ng label at permits, ay maipasok sa supermarket at pwede ring i-export natin. This is the secret of Thailand, the secret of Indonesia. Kasi yung FDA permit nila napakabilis. It just take a few weeks, marirelease ka agad. And of course, sama-sama tayo mag-access at i-lobby yung government funds and commercial banks for wholesale fund to be continuously provided to microfinance to support MSME, especially into the hard-to-reach areas and indigenous communities. At dito ay tayo sinasamahan na ng Central Bank na yung guarantee fund ay at least ibigay na 0% at yan ay ating sinasamahan together with the MCPI and Append. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Wow. Thank you very much. Ka-Aris, if you will permit me to call you Ka-Aris. I am not an economist. I am an ordinary person, but the way si Ka-Aris presented his perspective and reading sa ating sitwasyon ngayon ay napakalinaw, and I think it's doable. The task ahead is huge, but I think it can be done. We'll spend a few minutes to entertain your questions, and we'd like some interaction among all the 800 participants tayo, no? And ang galing, ang dami natin ngayon magkasama. And sige, let me hear. I want to see a show of hand. Taas po natin ang ating kamay. Baka meron kayo gustong itanong, idagdag, i-affirm sa sinabi ni Dr. Aris or ni Ka Aris. Anyone, please? Magpapatulong ako sa ating technical team. Baka meron kayong nakikita na hindi ko nakikita dyan. Okay. Wow. Sige, habang nag-iintay ako, okay, natuwa ako dun sa punto na yung lahat ng MFIs magsasama-sama to create that logistics force, no? Oo nga naman, ini-imagine ko na kaagad kung yung mga tricycle driver merong hub kanya-kanya sa bawat barangay, di ba? Iintindihin mo na lang yung mag-deliver logistics dun sa mga hub na yon para mabilis din ang delivery, di ba? At siguradong kilala ng tricycle driver yung paghahatiran. Hindi ba ang daming mga hinahanap na tatawag sa atin, "Ma'am, nasan po ang bahay ninyo?" Di ba? Pero kung tricycle driver dyan sa barangay natin, alam ka agad kung nasan ang bahay. Pwede yun, palagi ko pwede. Oh, wala bang magtatanong? Ganun bang kalinaw yung pagkakalahad ni Ka-Aris? Wala ba kayong gustong idagdag? Anyone? Ka-Aris, mukhang napakalinaw ng iyong presentation at lahat nag-iisip kung paano isasagawa o gagampanan yung mga hamon ng iyong presentation. Nakamute po kayo. Nakamute po kayo. Yan, baka meron kayo ata sinasabi.
Yung nabanggit mo, Roland, na dapat magsama-sama yung microfinance institution para makapag-establish ng sarili nating delivery system or ecosystem, no? Tulad ng Grab, tulad ng Shopee at ibang iba. This can be done kasi when we started yung tinatawag naming MIDAS o yung Microfinance Credit Bureau nila Angel together with other MFIs, sila ang ASA, ASCII, kinaya namin mahirap lang sa simula pero I think it can be done basta pag-uusapan.
Yes.
Tapos meron ditong nagtatanong kung paano magsisimula doon sa agriculture, bakit yung agriculture ay napakahalaga. Gusto ko lang bigyan ng kasi agriculture is very important, no? 70% of white people are actually in that sector at doon marami talagang mga mahihirap. So pag yan ay ating pinus natin ng agriculture at tayo ay nagsama-sama, I think there will be great progress in terms of poverty eradication. Kaya ngayon sexy na ang agriculture. Hindi na siya yung kailangang bantay-bantayan o kaya magpapatik-patik ka. Kasi ngayon everything is smart agriculture na. Yung sa manok, pagka yung nakakatulog yung isang chicken, may monitor Kaya mong kinukulang ang tubig, kulang ang medisina, may monitor. So marami ngayon ang mga millennials na naiingganyong pumasok na sa agriculture. At ang laki ng multiplier effect niyan kasi agriculture also is helpful sa pandemic kasi sa agriculture because of the distance of the agricultural land, meron siyang natural distancing. Kaya mas konti talaga yung nagkakaroon ng nagkakasakit dito sa ating COVID-19. So if we can really push on agriculture at saka yung value chain. And I think wag na tayong lumayo, yung grupo nila Rolly, ASCII has proven this already. They have worked with Jollibee Foundation. Pinakita nila yon, and that's a very good model already.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maganda po yung explanation. Pero ako tinatanong, pero nakita ko si Ka-Angel, nakasang kanyang kamay. Sige, Ka-Angel.
Good morning, Aris. Congratulations sa iyong talk. Indeed, it's very inspiring in as much as I think if we want ang iyong main siguro team dito sa talk mo is dapat magsama-sama tayo. I think the landscape of poverty alleviation is not already doing things individually, but I guess collectively. we can move products of our clients one place to the other, not only galing sa barangay going sa bayan, but now maybe galing sa barangay going to the key cities in the different places in the Philippines if we can work together as one big network and trying to really promote the products of our client. I guess, yes, I was about even to mention about the birth pains of Midas, wherein which nagsama-sama tayo, and we were able to come up with one organization supported by now over 28 organizations already in support for a very good credit system for the microfinance. I think if we are able to successfully do that, I think we can also do something to promote the products of our clients and to facilitate the transfer of goods and even credit. Maybe I just like to plug in because plug in na ako kasi I'm with, also with Append Pay. Append Pay is very similar to that. I would like to thank the card for being one of the incorporators of Append Pay, and meron pa tayong kasama, KMBI, and it will still be open to any microfinance institution who likes to really join and invest, because I think we have something good going. Kung may grab tayo sa ating app, I think Append Pay will also be that kind of grab. We intend to put up the products of our clients in the Append Pay app. It is not only a loan app, but it will also be a marketing app for our client. Likewise, it will be an app kung gusto mong karpintero, kung gusto mong mga workers, then the app will also identify that. But we can only be successful when all of the microfinance institutions work together, because we know that you have resources available there, but probably cannot move that resources. And I think the digital app will really help us a lot. Kung may Grab delivery, baka pwede tayong later on itong Append delivery or something like that. Kasi I think the digital platform has already been being used, and miskin wala ng pandemic, nasasanay na lahat ng tao dyan ngayon. So again, I think your message, Aris, tells a lot that we should be united if we want to address poverty in a bigger scale, not only in providing loans, but even promoting sustainability in the businesses of our clients. So thank you very much, Aris. Hindi yan masyadong question, but I just like to reiterate.
Thank you, Angel. Actually, yung Append Pay at saka Connect to Card is already connecting already.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ka-Angel. Thank you very much, Ka-Aris. Ay, nagtaas po ng tanong si Ka-Nonong San Miguel ng KRCI. Please.
Good morning. Unang-una sa lahat, salamat Doc Aris sa encouragement sa talagang very doable na talk ngayon sa atin. Ito nga, parang rejoiner na lang sa kay Kuya Angel na itong mga proposals tulad nito ay talagang doable kasi may Append Pay na tayo. So, kumbaga, it's a matter of harmonizing everything at maumpisahan at yung pag-support natin sa Append Pay. So talagang kumbaga set na yung lahat, yung platform. It's a matter of harmonizing everything at doable yung mga suggestions ni Doc Aris. Tsaka tungkol doon sa doon sa taxation natin, siguro alam na ng ilan sa atin na ako'y tumakbo dito sa district namin sa Bacolod, primarily for our Microfinance NGO Act. Kasi masyadong nasa liblib tayo ng, we are in danger if we don't have a frontliner or an insider talaga na nasa lumalaban doon sa loob. So kahit na I decided to represent our district, pero talagang ang ano ko dito, ang pakay ay para talaga sa microfinance natin, sa MFI natin, na talagang maproteksyonan natin yung ating microfinance NGO doon sa Congress. So, yun ang pakay natin doon. Maraming salamat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Kanono. Ito ang mga pinag-uusapan natin, mga potential, future things that we can do together as MFIs. We will have that opportunity to talk about this tomorrow because there is a segment tomorrow na Append Pay po ang ating mas maiintindihan. So at this point, let us proceed. No? Let us get entertained. By the way, before we go, maraming salamat po ulit sa inyo, Ka-Aris. Thank you very much. Palakpakan po natin si Ka-Aris sa kanyang presentation. Salamat po. Very encouraging. Okay, so para tayo po ay ma-entertain naman, no? Mag-shift ng kaunti ang ating isip, no? Tayo ay manood sa Append Partners. Ito yung Tatak Append. There are two parts, pero ngayon yung first part muna ang papanoorin natin, and then syempre tomorrow yung second part ng Tatak Append. We will see a presentation ng TSPI tulay sa Pag-unlad Incorporated Alalay course ng TSKI ang Taytay sa Kauswagan Incorporated. Okay, so sige, manood, mag-enjoy at maya-maya papalakpak tayo ulit.
Hawakan mo aking kamay, Append ang iyong alalay. Sama-sama tayong maglalakbay. Tutuparin ang mga pangarap, Append ang ihahayag. Ihatid natin ang liwanag. Hindi magsasawa, hindi mangangamba para sa bayan. Tayong Append ay aalalay tungo sa tagumpay. Tatak Append tayo, tatak ng pusong totoo, tatak ng naglilingkod sa bayan, tatak ng buong katapatan. Dala natin bagong pag-asa, mahagila, panahon para umangat. Samahan mo ko kaibigan, mabuhay tayo sapat. Kaya para sa bayan ay pagdadaanan na kailangan na gawin natin ipagkalaban. Dapat itaguyod natin pamayanan, tumagilig sa inyong kapakanan. May pangahawakan, di maiwanan. Ang serbisyo ng Append sa inyong nakalaan sa panig ng Panginoon. Dapat ka pa na, tuparin na lang sa kanyang pangalan.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, no? Ang galing ng mga nag-present sa atin ng Tatak Append. Again, galing sa TSPI, sa ASKI at TSKI. Pinagsama-sama ang talento at nakabuo ng isang magandang video. Pero alam ba ninyo, i-acknowledge din natin yung kumanta dito, no? Sila ay si Joel and SP Liwanag from ASKI. Meron pala silang rapper doon, di ba? Galing, galing. Very good. So I hope may excite kayo doon sa second part ng Tatak Append bukas. Sa puntong ito, let us all welcome our honorable senator, no, to talk about, to give us the inspiration. Brothers and sisters, mga kapatid, let us welcome Honorable Senator Emmanuel Joel Villanueva. Ano po? Tawag natin sa kanya ay si Senator Testaman Villanueva. He is currently the chairman of the Senate Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, and Higher Technical and Vocational Education, which have the mandate to improve Philippine commerce and industries. So ano pala natin siya talaga? Kasangga, no? Kabalikat. Okay? Among the 84 Republic Acts he authored to ensure robust growth of the domestic economy as the Philippine labor force competencies, competitiveness program, or the Tulong Trabaho Law, the Philippine Qualifications Framework Law, the telecommuting or work from home law, the first time job seekers law, and the Occupational Safety and Health Standards Law, among others. Okay. In 2010, he was appointed by former President Benigno Aquino III as Secretary of TESDA, thus his campaign nickname TESDAman. Through his sa TESDA My Choice Ka program, he helped remove the negative stigma attached to TechVoc, that's technical vocational. It was under Senator Villanueva's stewardship that TESDA received a nationwide ISO 9001-2008 certification that made possible the quality training of 10 million Filipinos. Mga kasama, pakinggan po natin si Senator Tess Daman.
Maganda at mapagpalang araw po sa ating lahat. Ito po ang inyong empleyado sa Senado, ang inyong testdaman, Senator Joel Villanueva. First of all, let me commend and greet the Alliance of Philippine Partners in Enterprise Development Incorporated, or Append, on the occasion of your 29th Leadership Conference with the theme, Transforming Lives of Filipinos Through Micro-Enterprise Development. I also would like to extend my heartfelt greetings and congratulations to the Append member and partner Christian microfinance NGOs and social enterprises, your respective leadership boards, and the tulay ng Pag-unlad, the first microfinance NGO in the country and host of this year's Leadership Conference. Thank you for the honor of having me, your testdaman, to be here today and share our thoughts about spiritual refreshment, leadership, and service. It is truly a humbling experience for me. I am one with you in this noble cause of promoting action towards transforming the lives of Filipinos through micro-enterprise development. Trabaho po ang laging trabaho ng inyong testdaman, kaya't kaisa niyo po ako sa pagtupad ng micro-enterprise development o MED goals. Create jobs, uplift the dignity of our poor micro-entrepreneurs, send their children to school, and grow their micro-businesses. Wala po itong pinagkaiba sa ating legislative agenda sa Senado. Itaguyod ang masayang pagbabago para sa bawat Pilipino sa pamamagitan ng dekalidad na edukasyon at training na magdadala ng marangal na trabaho at kabuhayan para sa lahat. Halimbawa, isinulong po natin noon sa TESDA ang Special Training and Access to Resources o STAR program. Target po ang 200,000 na mga kababaihan at sari-sari store owners sa iba't ibang lugar ng ating bansa. Sa tulong po ng iba't ibang microfinance associations tulad ng Alalay sa Kaunlaran Incorporated, Negros Women for Tomorrow Foundation Incorporated at First Community Cooperative, naging makatotohanan po ang women empowerment sa tulong ng STAR program. Hindi ko po makakalimutan ang 2,000 naming graduate noon sa ating programa. Si Ginang Teresa Tomaro, ang may-ari ng Teray Store sa Purok Santa Rita, Barangay Dulao, Bago City, Negros Occidental. At si Ginang Lolita Mendoza, ang may-ari ng Lolit Sari-Sari Store sa Barangay Katuparan, Taguig City. Nang makapag-training po at mabigyan ng puhunan, umakyat sa triple ang kanilang kita araw-araw at natustusan nila ang pangangailangan ng kanilang pamilya, lalo na po ang pag-aaral ng kanilang mga anak. Tiyak po ako na hindi na rin mabibilang ang dami ng mga TESDA graduates na naging mga micro-entrepreneurs, lalo na po ang benepisyaryo ng ating mga community-based programs tulad na lang noong pong TESDA Specialista Technopreneurship Project at yung STEP o Special Training for Employment Program na ating pong sinimulan noong 2012 at 2014. Mula naman po noong 2016, nakapagsumite na po tayo ng higit 500 na mga panukalang batas at resolusyon kung saan 84 na ang naging batas republika. Karamihan po mga batas pang edukasyon at pang trabaho. Halimbawa, ang Tulong Trabaho Act. Layunin po ng batas na ito na solusyonan ang job skills mismatch sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay access sa mga MSMEs sa itinataguyod nating Tulong Trabaho Fund para po sila mismo ang gumawa at magpatupad ng training na angkop sa pangangailangan ng kanilang negosyo at mga manggagawa. Ang nanay ko po, si Mami Dory Villanueva, who passed away in the height of the pandemic last year, used to tell me, Joel, the best exercise for the heart is not basketball, but lifting and motivating people. That's why I know that you are the healthiest and happiest people because of the work you do. Motivating people to succeed, expanding their choices, and improving their lives. In closing, please allow me to share with you a lesson I learned from Dr. Stephen Covey, who I'm sure is one of your favorite readings as micro-entrepreneurs and microfinance leaders. In his book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Covey talks about the see-do-get. See-do-get paradigm. This paradigm tells us that the results we get in life depend on what we do. What we do in life depends on how we see the world around us. For example, the way we see our communities drives our actions. Our actions, in turn, determine our level of our performance or contributions. The challenge is for us to be willing to be flexible and adapt this paradigm to a diverse set of facts. In the end, Covey reminds us that if we want small changes, we should work on our behavior. But if we want quantum leap changes, we should work on our paradigms. Dear Append leaders and field officers, may this 29th Leadership Conference provide you the paradigms relevant to the changing needs of our communities amid the pandemic that caused massive unemployment among our people. As your testament, we will continue to push for laws that will transform the lives of Filipinos through a paradigm that is truly Filipino, God-centered, and value-oriented, which Append has consistently espoused in the last more than 30 years. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng inyong pagkilos at mga programa, lalong-lalo na po para sa mga mahihirap nating mga kababayan. Pagpalain po kayo ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
In-unmute ko na siya.
Sir Roland, you're muted.
In-unmute ko na siya.
Yan.
Ayan. Hindi niya sinabi.
Napakaganda nung sinabi ni Senator Joel Villanueva, di ba, the best exercise for the heart is not any sports or basketball, hindi ba? But it is lifting and motivating people. Galing, no? And tunay na tunay, we are actually in the business of motivating people. I also encountered one quotation. Palagay ko, mapapakinabangan natin. People will forget what you told them. People will forget what we did to them. But people will always remember how we made them feel. And yung presence po natin sa mga buhay ng mga nanay, ng ating mga kliyente all over the Philippines. Feel na feel nila katulad ng mga sinabi kanina, di ba? Sila, ang microfinance ang kumansin sa kanila. Yun, so we made them feel, we know them, we work with them when we trust them. Alright, and ganda rin nung see-do-get na sinasabi niya, no, ni Senator Joel. Alam nyo, yung see-do-get na yan, applicable po sa atin yan. Dito sa conference na to. Kung ang tingin mo sa conference na to ay a-attend ka lang pero hindi ka magpa-participate, ano ang gagawin mo? Andiyan ka lang pero hindi ka nakikinig, hindi ba? And what will you get? Nothing. Pero palagay ko, all of us, ang tingin dito sa conference na to ay napaka-importante and therefore kayo ay nakikinig. I'm sure some of you are taking notes and therefore what you will get out of this conference is something that you can carry on in your respective MFIs after today and tomorrow. By the way, marami kong mga questions pala sa chat box. All of them, and try to answer those questions. No? We will refer them to the people or the persons na kailangan sumagot yan. And we'll get back to you, if not today, tomorrow. Or kung hindi pa rin kaya bukas, we'll make sure we'll get back to you within the next few days. Alright? So, ano na ang kasunod natin? We will now listen to another topic, transforming the lives of Filipinos. through microfinance enterprise development. Okay? At ang ating pakikinggan ay ang ating speaker, si Lubrico. Okay? He is the President and CEO of Simbag sa Pag-asenso. Let us all welcome with a round of applause si Father Jovi. Basahin ko muna yung ano natin. Okay. Si Father Jose Victor in development work for more than 25 years. Okay. In fact, Jovic is the President and CEO of the CEDP, Social Economic Development Program. Simbag sa Pag-asenso Incorporated, a microfinance NGO, and President of the CEDP, Mutual Benefit Association. He is on second term as the member of the Microfinance NGO Regulatory Council and a teaching fellow of the Institute of Corporate Directors, Makati City. He is an independent director of Kamalig Bank, a rural bank in Bicol. He was a member of the Board of Administrators of the National Electrification Administration for 10 years. Father Jovi Development Studies from the International Institute of Social Studies in the Netherlands and a Master's Ministry from Append Manila University. He has special training on conflict management and transformation from Mennonite University, USA. Sisters, mga kasama, mga kapatid, let us all welcome Father Jovic.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Good morning. Habang siguro hinahanda yung aking PowerPoint, nais kong batiin ang ating mahigit na 800 participants sa 29th Append Leadership Conference. Salamat din kay Dr. Jeng at Alice sa pag-imbita. At natutuwa umupo ako from the very start at nakita ko at narinig si Karine Cristobal. Idol ko po siya dahil nung nag-meeting pa tayo physically sa MCPI, kahit na medyo humihina na ang lakas ni Karine, pero ang kanyang espiritu ay hindi bumababa. Napakaganda ng pagpapaliwanag niya ng ating tema sa two-day conference galing sa banal na kasulatan. At ako po'y agree sa kanyang sinasabi, sa hulit-huli ang ating magandang pagsasamahan at relasyon ang magdedetermine sa ating buhay. Salamat din kay Roland sa ating MC. At napakaganda ng ating mga susundan. Napakayaman ng pagbabahagi ni Aris patungkol sa pangangailangan, ang hamon sa atin sa microfinance. At syempre, yung lifting up and motivating people na pagbabahagi ni Senator Villanueva. Nabanggit niya rin yung COVID principle na sa harap ng krisis, kailangan natin ng paradigm shift. Ang pagbabago ng ating pagtingin sa mga bagay-bagay. Pati na rin po sa ating buhay. At ito din po ang aking bibigyan ng tuon sa aking maikling pagbabahagi. Paano natin magagawa ang pagbabago ng buhay ng mga Pilipino sa ating ginagawa na micro-enterprise development. Nais ko pong bigyan ng diin, hindi lang yung technical na bagay, lalo sa larangan ng politika, rather ekonomiya, na binahagi na sa atin ni Dr. Aris, kundi ipaalala sa atin ang ating pinanggagalingan. Bakit nandito tayo? Bakit nagpupursige tayo? Bakit kailangan nating ituloy ang ating mga ginagawa kahit nasa gitna ng mga hamon at kahirapan ng pandemyang ito? Sabayan po ako ninyo sa mga susunod na slides. Next slide, please. Yun. Bigyan ko lang ng kaunti pang pagdidiin ang nabanggit na ni Dr. Aris sa kanyang napakagandang panayam. Ang mga nangyayari sa ating buhay, sa ating mundo, sa ating kalagayan. Ang halos 2 taon na pandemya ay hindi pa natin nakikita kung hanggang kailan matatapos. Siyempre, sa ngayong mga nakaraang araw, medyo magaan ang ating pakiramdam. Dahil halimbawa, ang Metro Manila ay bumababa na ang kaso. Ang buong bansa, bumababa na rin ang kaso. Pero kung lalabas tayo sa ibang bansa, gaya ng Germany at saka Netherlands, natatakot na naman sila sa pagbabalik ng COVID at lockdown. Kaya masasabi natin na ang realidad na to ay tunay na nagdadala ng tinatawag nating disruptions in every aspect of life. Alam ko na alam natin lahat, ramdam natin lahat ang pagbabago ng ating buhay in the last 2 years. At hindi lang ito statistika, hindi lang ito balita, may mukha po ito. May mukha ang pandemya na ating hinaharap. Ako po bilang pari at pastor, napakahirap pa rin pong tingnan na magbibigay ka ng huling paalam at dasal sa abo ng mga kapamilya na kakilala mo. Hindi mawala sa isip ko, sa loob ko, sa alala ko, nagmimisa ako sa isang COVID victim, nakikiisa sa dalamhati ng kanyang pamilya, at tumatanggap ng bagong balita, isa na namang kakilala, katrabaho, ang wala ng buhay. Masakit, mahirap. At maliban doon sa mga nabanggit ni Dr. Aris na halos ang latest ng SWS, sa bawat 10 dapat nagtatrabaho, halos 3 ang walang trabaho. Ang mga OFW na umuuwi at hindi na alam kung ano ang mangyayari sa buhay nila. May mukha din po ito dahil nung isang linggo may pumunta sa aking matagal ng OFW sa Hong Kong, 17 years. Sabi niya, nakapagpagawa naman siya ng bahay, nakapagpaaral na siya ng kanyang mga anak. Pero sabi niya, Father, di ko naman kaya na hindi ako magtatrabaho, hindi ako maghahanap buhay. Pwede magtrabaho dito sa iyo kahit maglinis. Ako maglilinis ng simbahan. Hindi kaya ako may construction kagagawa ako. Hindi ko lang matanggap sa buhay ko na wala akong ginagawa. Marami tayong kwento niyan. Pero maliban sa tinatawag nating economic challenges, hindi rin natin makaila ang mental health issues. Ito nararamdaman ng ating mga empleyado, mga pamilya ng ating empleyado, At maraming mga tao ang nakikita natin. By the way, I hope aware kayo na suicide is increasing in our midst. Ito ang mga hinaharap natin. Kung titingnan natin ito sa larangan ng spirituality, ang tawag natin dito ay spiritual dryness. Parang, ano ba Panginoon, hanggang kailan ba ang paghihirap namin? Somehow, ito ang sumasalamin ng ating kasalukuyang kalagayan. Next slide, please. Kaya, ano ang mga hamon sa ating mga leaders at field officers na nagkakatipon-tipon sa, although virtually, sa conference na ito? Nais kong tuunan ang tatlong bagay. Una, how can we face the challenges spiritually? Bakit nais ko itong tuunan? Dahil alam naman natin lahat ang pinanggagalingan natin, lalo na ang Append Network, na ang pinaghuhugutan natin ng lakas ay ating pananampalataya sa Panginoon, pagtiwala sa Panginoon, at ang misyon na ibinigay sa atin. Kung ganun man ang hamon sa atin, what does it take to be a leader at this time of crisis? Ano bago? Ano ang bagong hamon? At ano ang bagong tugon? Ganun pa man, how can we renew our commitment to serve the poor? Mga tanong na sa dami nating ginagawa araw-araw, hindi natin natutuunan ng pansin. Kaya natutuwa ako sa paalala ni Roland sa atin kanina, sana ang pag-upo natin sa conference na ito ay hindi lang physical presence, kundi kasama ang ating damdamin, kasama ang ating isip, kasama ang ating loob. At ang pagnanasa na ang mga hamon na ito ating matugunan ayon sa hamon na binigay sa atin ng Panginoon. Next slide, please. Nais kong kumuha ng ilang inspirasyon sa mga susunod na talata. For the last 2 weeks, nire-remind ako palagi ni Jeng at ni Isay, Father, yung PowerPoint mo. Sabi ko, bigyan niyo pa ako ng pagkakataon na pagnilayan ang ating ibabahagi. Alam ko na bihira ito mangyari, taon-taon lang, at napakahirap ng kalagayan ng ating hinaharap. Natutuwa naman ako sa tingin ko, sinagot ng Panginoon ang aking dasal. Alam niyo po ang mga biblical inspiration, ito po ang mga pagbasa nung nakaraang linggo. Sabi ko, there is no better biblical inspiration than what we read last Sunday. Una, from the book of Kings. Nais ko itong ipaalala sa ating mga servant leaders, mga area officers. Sino si Elijah or Elias? Una muna, ang ibig sabihin ng Elijah or Elias, Yahweh is my God. Ibig sabihin, anuman ang kanyang hinaharap sa kanyang misyon, alam niya na ang Panginoon ang magbibigay ng lakas. Alam niya na ang Panginoon ang magpapatuloy. Alam niya na ang Panginoon ang magtutulak sa kanya. Magandang maalala na sa katauhan din ni Propeta Elijah, he did not seek to be God's messenger. Hindi siya ang nagpili na maglingkod. Si Yahweh ang pumili sa kanya maglingkod. Mga kapatid, maganda rin tingnan sa ating mission as leaders of this particular mission, empowering the poor through micro-entrepreneurship. Palagay ko may mga option tayo sa buhay na iba, pero tinawag tayo sa partikular na mission na ito. At ang kausap ni Elias sa talatang ito ay ang poor widow and her son. Grabe ang dinaraanan din nilang pandemic. Isang taong walang ulan, kaya said na ang mag-inang ito. Sa rock bottom experience nila sa kanilang buhay, biglang dumating si Elias. Una, humihingi ng tubig. Sabi ng poor widow, pwede naman. Bibigyan naman namin. May bibigay naman kaming tubig. Pero humirit pa uli si Elias. Sabi niya, pwede bang pagkain din? Ano ang sabi ng poor widow? Huli na po itong aking gagawing tinapay. Said na rin ang oil na ibibigay. Pero ibabahagi ko pa rin po ito sa iyo. At that very moment, when the widow opened her heart to the prophet Elijah, again, Yahweh promised her through Elijah, do not be afraid. The jar of flour shall not go empty, nor the jug of oil run dry, until the day when the Lord send rain upon the earth. What a soothing assurance, brothers and sisters, at the midst of the challenges of pandemic. As servant leaders and mission bearers, we are reminded, do not be afraid. The jar of flour shall not go empty. Hindi tayo sasaid, hindi tayo sasagad until the day when the Lord send rain upon the earth. May katapusan din itong ating pinagdadaraanan. Yun po ang nais kong ibahagi sa atin, una sa lahat sa mga workers and leaders ng microfinance. Yung gospel, pinaalala sa atin yung widow's mite. Mga kapatid, nais kong tingnan yung ating mga nanay sa mukha nitong balo o widow. Kung saan nagkita-kita sila sa templo, nakita ni Jesus yung mga may kakayahan, nagbibigay ng kanilang sobra, subalit itong widow nagbigay ng lahat niya sa Panginoon. I think we are all aware na sa panahon ng krisis, ang mahihirap nating pinaglilingkuran ay lubos din ang tiwala at pagbibigay. At dahil sa collective power nila, ang misyon natin ay nangyayari din. Again, it's good to remember ang pangako ng Panginoon. Amen, I say to you. This poor widow put in more than all other contributors to the treasury, for they have all contributed from their surplus wealth, but she, from her poverty, has contributed all she had, her whole livelihood. Sabi nga ni Aris, 9 million families ang umaasa sa atin, nagtitiwala sa atin, nagkakaroon ng hope dahil sa atin. Like the widow's mite, they are the bottom of our relationship with the Lord. They are the reasons of our being. And so, my dear friends, transforming the lives of Filipino through micro entrepreneurs, we remember their faces. We remember kung ano ang mga pinagdaraanan nila. And we all are assured that the Lord and the mission is there to give hope and to give love. Next slide, please. And so, I hope that this conference will renew our call and for action and commitment. Nais kong kunin yung famous na advertisement ng kape. Sa araw-araw na ginawa ng Diyos sa ating buhay, para kanino tayo bumabangon? Bumabangon tayo dahil gaya kay Elias, meron tayong misyon. Pinagkatiwalaan tayo ng Panginoon. At ang misyon na ito ay naka-anchor sa ating pananampalataya. Alam naman natin, kung hindi sa lakas ng ating pananampalataya, ang hirap harapin ng kalagayan natin sa ngayon. We all know also that facing these uncertainties with faith, nagbibigay din sa atin ng pag-asa with hope. And in this way, we embrace the poor with love. Nais ko pong tapusin ang aking pagbabahagi sa isang maikling panalangin. Actually, this is an old prayer. And nais ko din imbitahan ang lahat, sabay-sabay nating ipagdasal ang dasal na ito na I think this was done during the 15th century by Francis Drake, entitled, "Disturb Us, O Lord." Can I invite everybody to join me in prayer? Disturb us, O Lord, when we are too well pleased with ourselves when our dreams have come true because we have dreamed too little, when we arrive safely because we sailed too close to the shore. Disturb us, O Lord, when with the abundance of things we possess, we have lost our thirst for the waters of life. Having fallen in love with life, we have ceased to dream of eternity. And in our efforts to build a new earth, we have allowed our vision of new heaven to dim. Disturb us, O Lord, to dare more boldly to venture on wider seas, where storms will show your mastery. Where losing sight of land, we shall find the stars. We ask you to push back the horizon of our hopes and to push us into the future in strength, courage, hope, and love. This we ask in the name of our captain, who is Jesus Christ. Yes, we can transform the lives of our people in the mission entrusted to us by our faith, by our hope, and our love of the Lord. Maraming salamat po.
Alright. Okay. Thank you, Father Jovic. Palapakan po natin si Father Jovic. A round of applause for Father Jovic. Lakayan naman ninyo. Diba? Ganoon naman dyan. Bukas naman ng camera, please. Bukas naman ng camera. Daming mga nakasara ang camera. Yan. Okay. Thank you very much, Father Jovic. We will entertain questions through the chat box. I-consolidate po namin ito at ibibigay po namin halimbawa kay Father Jovic kung meron kayo tanong for Father Jovic or kung kanina naman sa mga naunang nagbigay ng kanilang bahagi. Okay? So at this point, tayo ay dadako lalim, dadako sa at alam ba ninyo merong magandang merong magandang premyo na ibibigay sa atin. So, hindi ko na patatagalin. Ipapasa ko na ang ating virtual floor kay Pastor Steve Gakal dahil meron tayong Bible quiz. Alright, take it away, Sir Steve.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Roland. Welcome to everyone to our Bible quiz. Ako po si Steve Gakal ng TSPI. If you are a fan of reading, listening, and watching to Bible stories, ang larong ito po ay para po sa ating lahat. Yan. Sa lahat po ng mga ready, maaari po bang makahingi ng thumbs up? Sa lahat ng mga ready makatanggap ng premyo sa Bible quiz, pwede po bang makahingi ng thumbs up sa inyong lahat? Ready na po ba tayo? Thumbs up please. Ayan. Bago po tayo magsisimula ay akin pong babasahin po sa inyo ang mechanics, no, kung paano po tayo makakasali at mananalo po, no, sa ating pong Bible quiz ngayon. Ang ating pong Bible quiz ay pinamagatang The Who and the What. Yan, simpleng-simple lang po yan, no? Pero reminders po, please ensure na kayo po ay properly identified po sa inyong pong Zoom screen. At kaya po nito, TSPI-Steven C. Gakal. Yan, para ma-identify po kayo ng ating pong committee, no? And you must be registered, no, online sa ating pong attendance link upang sa ganon ay matrace po namin quickly kung sino po yung mananalo po sa ating pong Bible quiz. And here are the mechanics. Answer the question on each slide na ipapakita po namin. Choose and chat the correct answer via Zoom. Dapat po ay correct spelling. Tama po ba? For the who round, give the name of the person in circle. Don't worry, naka-encircle po yung character na yon. At ibigay po ninyo, piliin ang pangalan. No? Meron pong mananalo na 5. na makaka-receive po ng tagwa 150 pesos. Ayan, ang laki-laki. So participate na po kayo. And for the what round, give the correct description. First two to give the correct answer per question will each receive how much? 200 pesos. Ano? Ang laki po yan. No? So, winners will be determined by a committee to be announced by end of the day. So, meron po tayong committee na nagbabantay, nagsusuri to ensure those winners ay maatin pong makukuha ang mga pangalan nila. Okay, try po natin sa trial round na to. No? Practice lang po muna tayo. Pabilisan po ito ng fingers, no? At saka pabilisan ng internet. Trial. The who was defeated by David. Nako, ang daming sumagot, no? Ayan. Ipakita nga ho natin ang sagot. Ang tamang sagot po ay, tama po kayo, Goliath. Okay. Importante po na tamang sagot, pero dapat mauna po tayo upang sa ganon ay manalo po tayo. Okay, let's now proceed sa ating pong actual na game na. The who round po tayo. First question. The who was the earthly father of Jesus? Balthazar, Melchor, Joseph. Sabi sa inyo, simpleng-simple lang ito eh, no? Pabilisan lang ho talaga ng magta-type sa ating pong chat box. Palagay ko may nanalo na rito. Committee, please take note of the winners. Okay, let's proceed to the next question. The answer is Joseph, of course. Joseph po ang tamang sagot. The who was thrown into the lion's den? Ang bibilis sumagot. Paul, David, Daniel. Ayan, mukhang may nagsasagot ng Daniel, David, at Paul. Okay, ang tamang sagot po ay Daniel. Congratulations po sa nanalo, Daniel. Okay, number 3. The who led the Israelites during the fall of Jericho's wall? Caleb, Gideon, or Joshua? Ayan, medyo hati pa rin ang sagot ng ating mga participants. May Joshua, may Caleb, may Gideon din. Okay, the right answer is Joshua. Ayan, congratulations po sa nakakuha ng Joshua. Next question. The who was swallowed by the big fish? Jonah, Peter, or Eve? Mukhang alam na alam ng ating pong participants ang kwentong ito. Yan, ang tamang sagot po ay walang iba kundi si Jonah. Ayan. Next. The who was known for his strength derived from his uncut hair? Moses, Samson, or Solomon? May Samson, may Solomon. O, dalawa lang po ang nakita kong major answers dito, Solomon and Samson, naglalaban. Okay, the correct answer is Samson. Yan. Next round po tayo. I think. The what round po tayo. Yan, the what round. Ready na po kayo? Okay, first question. The what the Israelites did for 40 years in the wilderness? Wander, celebrate, worship. Mukhang may dalawang naghahating sagot, wander and worship. Meron ding celebrate. Okay, the correct answer po is wander. Yan, nag-wander po sila sa wilderness. Next question. The what did Noah build in preparation for the coming of the rain? Ark, house, temple. Okay, take note po dapat po correct spelling po. Okay, ang tamang sagot po ay ark. Okay, next. The what did Jesus or Judas do to Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane? Wave, kiss. Okay. The right answer is, ayan, hinalikan po ni Judas si Jesus. Kiss. Gagaling po ninyo, no? Isang bihasang-biya sa Bible stories. Next. The what was Jesus doing before the storm came in the scene? Praying, sleeping, thinking. Hati pa rin po ang sagot. May praying tsaka sleeping. Ang tamang sagot po ay natutulog or sleeping. Ayan. Congratulations po sa nakakuha ng tamang sagot. And for the last, the what? The what did Peter do before the cock crowed during Jesus' trial? Defended Jesus, crucified Jesus, or denied Jesus? Mukhang mahusay tayong lahat dito. Nanonood po tayo ng tuwing mahal na araw. Ang sagot po ay Peter denied Jesus. Ayan. So, congratulations po sa lahat po ng mga nanalo at sa mga hindi po nanalo. You still have the chance mamayang hapon. No? So I'm inviting you all to log in early at 1 o'clock and we'll have another round of Bible games and bit more prizes mamayang hapon. So marami po salamat sa mga nag-participate. I-announce po namin lahat ng winners mamayang hapon po at the end of the day session. Thank you very much. Back to you, Sir Roland.
Thank you very much sa iyo, Sir Steve. Buti nakinig ako dahil meron ako natutunan bago. Pangalan pala nung kalaban ni David ay Goliath. Nung maliit ako, akala ko dahil nakita ni David na malaki yung kanyang kalaban, siya yung nag-Goliath. Oh, ang laki, sabi niya gano'n. Yung pala, pangalan pala ni Goliath, pangalan pala yung Goliath na yan. So anyway, marami ko natutunan. Tsaka meron ako tanong sa inyo, tignan ko, extra extra points, di ba? Libre palakpak. Nung unang panahon sa Bible, kailan yung unang gadget? Sino ang mayroong unang gadget? Di ba? Pwede nyo bang yan? I-chat? Unang gadget? Yun si Moses. Galing. Ano yung gadget ni Moses? Tablet. Very good. Okay. Maraming nakakaalam ng joke na yon. Okay. Mamaya, meron pa kasunod na tanong. Let's move on to our last segment. Pero ito po ay isang napaka-importanting segment for all of us. And of course, we move now to the last part of our plenary session. Okay. Hindi pa pala. Meron pa palang dalawa. Okay. Our speaker for our topic that will deliver brotherly love that serves unceasingly. One more time, brotherly love that serves unceasingly is Pastor Dave A. Magalong Jr. He is the founder and senior pastor emeritus of the Raqqa Community International. And also, he is a composer of a very popular song that we hear in our churches, sapagkat ang Diyos ay pag-ibig. Madidinig po natin yan, kakantahin po yan bukas. So without further ado, okay, ayan pala, meron tayong babasahin for Pastor Dave. Pastor Dave is an international resource speaker, Bible expositor, motivational mentor, marriage and family counselor, trainer on leadership, marriage and parenting and corporate values development for over 35 years. Author of the book, Manhood by God's Design, Rediscovering Manhood, Rebuilding a Nation. Yan, composer and arranger of the popular song, Sapagkat ang Diyos ay Pag-ibig. He has a radio program in Davao City, Radio 5, Diyos at Pamilya, and a regular guest consultant at Perfect Morning with Cheryl Cosin at Radio 5 at TV5. So, huwag po natin patagalin. Let us all listen to Pastor Dave. Come on, let's go, brothers and sisters. Hey, welcome, Pastor Dave.
Yes, a beautiful and blessed morning to all of you, noble members of Append. I would just like to bring glory to God and commend you for your noble efforts to help alleviate poverty in our country, as well as serve the varied needs of the poor among us. And we are thankful to God because in the midst of this pandemic, God has been faithful in helping us empower the poor in the midst of the difficulties they're facing right now, particularly economically and psychologically, in the midst of this pandemic crisis. It is my joy and privilege to be here, to be part of those who will encourage you. I would like also to commend and thank those speakers ahead of me who have given us beautiful and inspiring messages and presentations that has also encouraged me. Salamat po sa mga magaganda pong mga paalala at mensahe na ating narinig sa ating pong mga tagapagsalita. Ako po ay isa lamang sa magbibigay ng encouragement sa ating lahat at ating pong bibigyan ng focus yung ating tema sa conference na ito. At ito po ay nababatay po sa sinasabi ng Hebrews 13 verse 1 to 4. So let me just share that scripture. As this is the theme verse of this conference, let me read it for you. Hebrews 13, 1 to 4. Keep on loving one another as brothers and sisters. Do not forget to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some people have shown hospitality to angels without knowing it. Continue to remember those in prison as if you were together with them in prison, and those who are mistreated as if you yourselves were suffering. Marriage should be honored by all, and the marriage bed kept pure, for God will judge the adulterer and all the sexually immoral. I would like to invite you to another spiritual reflection that hopefully will continue to inspire us, as did the earlier messages, to continue this noble work of serving the poor among us. The background of this encouragement given in this chapter in the Epistle to the Hebrews is actually very people, especially Jewish Christians, facing very difficult times. And so here is part of the background. Jewish Christians were being persecuted and publicly mistreated by fellow Jews, including their own relatives. At dahil po sa persecution na nararanasan nila, there were Jewish Christians who lost family, property, and inheritance as they were disowned by their families. And thirdly, some were thrown into prison, others became homeless. The persecution reduced some to poverty and has triggered marital strife and dissatisfaction that has opened the door to temptations to adultery. Kaya nabasa po natin verse 4, encouraging the Hebrew Christians, the addressee of this epistle, to keep the marriage bed pure, because God will judge the adulterer, and the sexually immoral. How do we translate this context into our times today to allow this message to speak to us afresh? Tulad po ng sinabi ng ating mga sinaunang speakers, especially the excellent presentation of Dr. Aris Agip, very excellent presentation with very insightful proposals. We are currently faced by this crisis where the lockdowns have led to major economic losses and financial crisis for many. Ito na po yung pinaka-obvious na epekto po ng pandemic at ng lockdowns. Hindi lang po ito ating crisis na create ng matinding economic and psychological stress that has affected marital and family relationships. And many marriages and families are breaking down. You know, medyo ironic po, sapagkat ito yung panahon na maraming family are spending more time together because of the lockdowns. And we of course, we would expect na mag-i-improve ang family relationships. Pero based on my experience as a counselor during this pandemic, I would like to share with you that surprisingly, mas marami ako ngayong counseling sa mga struggling marriages, some of which is actually about to break down or May mga mag-asawa na maghihiwalay na sa gitna ng pandemya.
In
So hindi lang po pala
40
ito
minutes.
nakakatulong sa pagsasama ng pamilya, kundi kung minsan po dahil lagi na magkasama ang mag-asawa, hindi tulad noong busy sila pareho, ngayon mas malaking oras para mapuna at mapansin yung mga kakulangan at mga ugali na hindi magaganda. At ang tukso rin po sa adultery ay napaka-real. After the first part of the lockdowns we experienced last year, nung medyo umangat na at people began to adjust to it, may nagbalikan na naman sa dating gawi ng pangangaliwa. Kaya maraming marriages are actually breaking down still. Also, depression and youth unrest. No? Alam mo yung mga kabataan, hindi po mo yan mahirap ikulong sa bahay. Okay? Kaya maraming kabataan na doon nasa either network gaming or social media. Of course, the effect is, are different. No? Some are given more psychological, you call that, refreshing because they're able to keep in touch with their friends through social media. Pero yung mga bullying, the ostracism and social medias also produce a lot of youth depression, also caused by the lockdowns. That has led to family crisis and even suicides in our country. It has been noted that the suicides during the pandemic are much higher than the rate before the pandemic started. Also, another addition to this ecological stress of many is the vaccine controversy and mandatory vaccinations that have triggered mutual persecution. I put that in quotation marks, but actually these are forms of discrimination between the two parties that even affecting employment for some. Some have lost jobs because they do not want to be vaccinated. Of course, we have also seen through the report of Dr. Aris, the poor are getting poorer due to loss of jobs and lack of employment opportunities. Many have died due to COVID infection, tulad po ng hinighlight ni Father Jovic, including breadwinners and frontliners, resulting in loss of income for affected families. So ano pong masasabi natin sa ating kapanahunan ngayon? We are living in times where needs are magnified and intensified, and the opportunity to serve the poor and the needy has become an urgent and even a life-saving calling. I think you will agree with me that this is the time that the microfinancing industry and our efforts to help the poor are in demand. Let me share with you a corollary scripture related to our scripture in Hebrews 13. And we find this in the Gospel of Matthew, a very familiar parable that Jesus gave after he expounded on the signs of his second coming in the preceding chapter, chapter 24. So from chapter 24, we see 4 parables preceding this parable, all emphasizing the importance of being prepared for the coming of the Lord. And this is what we find in the 5th parable in Matthew 25:31 to 40. When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will ask him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and gave you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you?" The king will reply, "Truly I say, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me." The acts of compassion highlighted in this parable can refer to general incidences of need and affliction, or as a result of Christian persecution based on the context of Christ. The parabolic form of this discourse, kasi parable po yung ginamit niyang form dito, so we cannot take everything that is mentioned in this parable literally, like sheep and goats, referring to people. As in the preceding 4 parables of the Olivet Discourse, that focus on the need for preparedness for the second coming of Christ and the subsequent judgment, indicates that the details are not to be taken literally, but the central idea of the parable is what is highlighted in this discourse, that the basis of final judgment of the people will be either their love for or rejection of Christ, as expressed in how they have treated the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, which in the language of Christ in the Gospels refer to needy and afflicted Christian believers. We all can recall in the Gospel that Jesus calls his disciples, his brothers and sisters, because like him, they are committed to do the will of God. Kaya ito po yung ina-highlight dito sa parable na ito, na in the end, tayo po ay hahatulan ng Diyos batay sa ating paghayag ng ating pag-ibig kay Kristo o pagtanggi sa Kanya sa pamamagitan ng ating pagtrato sa Kanyang mga kapatid na naghihirap o dumadaan sa matinding mga hamon sa buhay, lalo na yung mahihirap. Doon ibabatay ang paghahatol ng Diyos ayon po sa parable na ito. Ito po ay sinang-ayunan rin ni Apostol Pablo sa Galatians chapter 6 verse 9 to 10. Sabi niya po, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Therefore, as we have opportunity, especially during these pandemic times, there is a tremendous and urgent and sometimes life-saving opportunity for us to continue to do good to all people, whether they believe in Christ or not, especially to those who belong to the family of believers, to those who are truly followers of Christ. While Christian acts of love and compassion, as expression of our faith in and love for Christ, must be done for all people, a special focus is given by Paul to those who belong to the family of believers. Kasi po ang idea po ng ating Panginoon is for us as a Christian community to be a model of Christ-like love towards one another. Tayo po yung pilot project ng ating Panginoong Hesus sa mundong ito. We live in a world of hate. We live in a world of greed. We live in a world of discrimination. At nais ng Panginoon na ang kanyang mga tagasunod, tayo mga Kristiyano, ay imodelo natin para sa mundo, sa ating kapaligiran, ang kahalagahan ng pagmamahalan sa isa't isa, tulad po ng pagmamahal ng ating Panginoon sa atin. Tulad ng sinabi niya sa John chapter 13, verse 34 to 35, I give you this commandment, that you should love one another as I have loved you. By this shall all the world know that you are my disciples, by your love for one another. Yung kahalagahan po yung pagpapakita ng tunay na pag-ibig para sa isa't isa, na tulad po ng pag-ibig sa ating ng Panginoon na sacrificial, unconditional. Yung pagmamahal po ng ating Panginoon ay masasabi pong love even when it hurts. Okay? Kasi ating pong pagmamahal ko minsan pag napagod na yung puso, sumusuko na. Lalo na pag nasakta na masyado. Pero yung pag-ibig na tinutukoy ng ating Panginoon ay pag-ibig kahit ikaw ay nasasaktan. At yun yung pag-ibig na nais niya ipakita sa isa't isa, sa komunidad ng mga nananalig at sumusunod sa ating Panginoong Kristo. Kaya binibigyan din po ng bagong tipan ang pagpapakita ng pagmamahal sa loob ng komunidad ng mga tagasunod ni Kristo, dahil nais ng Diyos imodelo natin sa mundo bilang ilaw ni Kristo ang isang komunidad na nagpapakita ng tunay at taus-pusong pagmamahalan sa isa't isa. Tulad po ng nakita natin sa parable of the judgment of the nations. What is most clear in this final parable of Christ in the Olivet Discourse is this: while we are saved by faith, we will be judged on love. So totoo po, tayo po ay naliligtas sa pananalig sa ating Panginoon Kristo na naglaan ng kanyang buhay sa ikababayad ng ating kasalanan para dahil sa kanya, tayo po ay may tiyak na kaligtasan dahil sa kanyang buong pagbabayad ng lahat ng kasalanan natin. Pero bagaman tayo naliligtas sa pananalig, malinaw po hindi lamang po sa parable of the judgment of the nations, kundi sa iba pang katuruan ng bagong tipan, that in the end, we will be judged on love. Paano tayo nagmahal? Tulad po ng ating sinabi ng Apostol Pablo sa Galatia 5:6, the only thing that counts in the end, in terms of spirituality, is faith expressing itself through love. Kung tayo po ay nagsasabing tayo ay nananalig at nananampalataya kay Kristo, ang hinahanap ng Diyos na makita yung pananampalataya na yan sa magitan ng ating pagpakita ng pag-ibig ni Kristo sa ating kapwa, lalo na sa mga mahihirap. At yun ang ginagawa ng nating lahat sa pagtulong sa paggaan ng kalagayan ng mga mahihirap sa ating bayan. Ang katotohanan ito ay binigyan din rin po ni Pablo sa 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 1-3. Sabi niya, if I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but do not have love, I am only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, Paul here is employing the figurative speech called hyperbole. He is speaking in extremes in order to highlight an important truth. So even I can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, which is humanly impossible. If I have faith that can move mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Sinasabi po ni Pablo, we can give without loving, but we can never love without truly giving, as Christ modeled for us. Pinapakita po ni Pablo na sa mata ng Diyos, ang totoong spiritualidad at pagsilingkod sa Panginoon. Ito po, in the final measure of our spirituality and Christian service in the eyes of God, is not how much we have accomplished in the ministry or in the service of Christ, but rather how much we have loved people out of our love for Christ. Let me share po a little example of this in my experience. When my mother church, many years before, assigned me to a mission point in Luzon, we were still in Manila. I was an urban missionary together with my wife who was already pregnant with our first daughter. We were very young. And I was assigned to a place in Luzon for missions. As we were serving the Lord there, we recognized na medyo malakas ang resistance in the particular village where we are serving to the gospel of Christ. And then one student from a Bible school came to us because he said that I would like to apply my Christian service credits by serving with you, Pastor Dave. Can you please allow me to do my Christian service here in your missionary work? And I said, okay, I will interview you first. So sabi ko sa kanya, why do you want to serve the Lord here with us in this missionary site? Sabi niya sa akin, well, Pastor Dave, I love serving the Lord. Ang sarap maglingkod kay Lord, sabi niya. Sabi ko, yan ang ba ang dahilan mo? Biglang nakita mo sa mukha niya yung pagtataka. Bakit Pastor? Di ba yan ang magandang dahilan sa paglilingkod sa Panginoon? Sabi ko sa kanya, hindi. So lalo siyang naguluhan. Pastor, ano ibig mong sabihin? Sabi ko, kung yung minamahal mo ay yung service itself, you say you love serving the Lord. You enjoy serving the Lord. Ito yung tanong ko sa iyo. Paano pag ikaw ay nakaranas na sinasarahan ka ng pinto sa mukha mo? Sinisiraan ka. At may mga ginagawa ang mga tao laban sa iyo na hindi na fair because of what you stand for, because of the gospel of Christ. At nakita mo na hindi na ganun ka-enjoyable ang service. Kasi kung minsan you will encounter toxic people, okay, that can really hurt and offend you. will you still continue serving the Lord? Nag-iisip siya. Pastor, ano ang tamang motive for serving the Lord? Sabi ko, it is not enough to love the act of serving itself, because there will be times service can be very toxic, especially when you're dealing with people, and people can be very toxic. The only motive that honors God in is the service of the Lord is this: do you really love Jesus? How much do you love him? Because in the end, that will determine whether you will last or later on you will give up in the ministry of Christ. Kaya ito po yung sinasabi ko dito. It's not how much we have accomplished in the ministry, but how much we have truly loved people. Because we can serve people without truly loving them. We can serve Christ without truly loving Christ. It should be out of a genuine love for Christ. That is why when Simon Peter was being reinstated by our Lord Jesus after the resurrection, dahil sa kanyang 3 beses na pagkaila, nakilala niya ang kanyang master, Jesus Christ asked him this most important question for the 2nd time. We know he asked him this question for 3 times, recalling the threefold denial that he committed against his master. Sabi ng Lord, Simon, son of John, do you love me? Kasi dati bago siya pinako sa krus, laging sinasabi, I will never desert you. I will always stand for you. I will never abandon you. Do you really love me, Simon? And he answered, yes, Lord, you know that I love you. Jesus said, take care of my sheep. What is Jesus saying? The number 1 qualification that Jesus seeks from us as we serve him and the people that he loves, especially the poor, is that we are doing it because we love him. For it to gain eternal value, our service to the poor must be the outflow of our intimacy with and our love for Christ himself. For in the end, we will be judged on our love for Christ. Amen? Maganda pong tanungin natin ang ating sarili. Bakit ako naglilingkod sa larangan ng microfinancing? Why am I doing what I am doing? And we need to be very honest as we ask ourselves and reflect on that question that Jesus is asking us today. Do you really love me? Are you doing this because you love me? Because in that case, you will never give up, even though the service to the poor can be very toxic at times. Because you're doing it because of your love for Jesus. Amen? It is an important question we need to ask ourselves. Many times we need to ask ourselves the question, why am I doing what I am doing now? Why? Because sometimes we may start with noble intents, but sometimes the intention can change in time. And that is what will lead us sometimes to wrong decisions and wrong attitudes in the service because the motivation in our hearts have changed. Sabi nga po sa Jeremiah, the heart is deceitful above everything else. Who can understand it? That's why we need to reflect. Why am I doing what I am doing? And Jesus is asking you afresh today, do you really love me? Because whatever you do to the least of these brothers of mine, you have done it for me. You show your love for me by serving the needy and the poor among you. And if you reject them, that means you have rejected me. Because Jesus identifies with the poor. But here is our encouragement, that as we faithfully serve the Lord, we have the assurance that all our labor will not be in vain. As we continue on to show our love for our brothers and sisters who are living in poverty, this is an encouragement to all of us. Jesus said, whoever serves me must follow me. And where I am, my servant also will be. My Father will honor the one who serves me. Amen. May this be an encouragement to all of us Let's continue to examine ourselves so that we can align ourselves with the purpose of God in our lives. Whatever we do it because we love the Lord. Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. To God be the glory. Amen.
Amen. Applause for Pastor Dave. Salamat po. Kamusta po kayo? Kayo ba'y matibay? Palagay ko naman, di ba? Kahit na medyo malapit na magtanghali, we can withstand kung ano man yung nararamdaman yung discomfort ng konti, di ba? Kung meron sa inyo, let's break for 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes lang tayo, and then kung kailangan nyo mag-comfort room, balik kayo kaagad dahil we still have one more topic to tackle. At importante po ito, kaya medyo mag-extend tayo ng kaunti lamang beyond 12 o'clock. Okay? So 3 minutes, please be back right away. All right. Thank you very much. Time's up. Let's all be back to our seats. And after listening to the topic, brotherly love that serves unceasingly, given by Pastor Dave Magalong, tayo po ay pupunta sa isang napaka-interesting na topic din. And this time we are going to talk about extending brotherly love to the indigenous people and working with the poor and the dumagats. Ang mapapakinggan po natin ay member ng TSPI Board of Trustees. Let us all welcome with our round of applause si Mr. Alberto, si Ka Albert M. Malvar. Oh. Si Mr. Alberto M. Malvar has been serving as a member of the PSPI Board of Trustees since June 2012. At the age of 40, Mr. Malvar left the forest, the Upper Marikina watershed. His environmental preservation and development work in Antipolo Rizal has been running for 30 years, highlighting God, nature, and people. Kaya may ibig sabihin yun, GNP na yan, no? As the true measures of genuine community development. Together with his family affair pala talaga to, no? He founded the Mount Puro Nature Reserve in Antipolo, and a social enterprise pioneering sustainable travel destination that promotes a lifestyle of stewardship, simplicity, and sharing. They also established the MPNR Foundation, which advocates for the rehabilitation of the Upper Marikina watershed through the empowerment of upland community, particularly the Dumagas. Pakinggan po natin ang ating kasama, si Ka Albert. Welcome. Magandang tanghali po sa inyo.
So, nung grade 6 ako, merong isang bagyo doon, ang pangalan Typhoon Lucille. Yung bagyong yon, daming namatay, mga 250. Ando kami sa Kainta, sinabi sa akin ng nanay ko, anak, pagtanda mo, magtanim ka ng puno. Kasi pag magtatanim ka ng puno, hindi magbabaha. So, hindi mauulit yung ang dami-daming namatay. Yung natira doon, nautos ng nanay ko, ng munga. And I had this passion na gustong-gusto ko magtanim ng puno. Nung may desisyon na akong talagang magpunta sa bundok, at that time, ang tatay ko may cancer, nasa ospital siya. So, pumunta ako sa kanya, nagsabi ko na gusto ko magtanim ng puno. Sabi niya, saka magtatanim. Sabi ko, sa Antipolo. Sabi niya, bakit doon? Ba't hindi ka magtanim sa Santo Tomas, Batangas? Sa Antipolo, magpapakilala ka pa. Sa Batangas, kilala ka na. Miski ano sabihin mo, susunod yung mga tao doon. Sabi ko, pa, iba naman yung Antipolo kasi pag nagtanim ako doon, sabi ng mama, hindi na magkakabaha sa Manila kasi ang baha nang gagaling talaga sa Sierra Madre. Ang natanim namin, 100,000. Nung kinumpute ng DNR, 700,000 trees ang laman ng Mount Puro. Ang hirap, kasi pag nagtatanim ka, yung mga tao, kuminsan hinihila yung tanim mo eh. Pag hilahin nila, tuloy-tuloy ang tanim mo, tuloy-tuloy ang sweldo nila. O kaya pag medyo lumaki na yung puno, mga 3 taon na, pinuputol nila yung ginagawa nilang uling. So nakita ko, yung kanilang pangarap at pangarap namin iba, pangarap nila mabuhay lang. Pangarap ko kalikasan, medyo hindi tugma. So nag-usap kami ng asawa ko, sabi, cambio tayo. Gawin na muna natin, imbis na magtanim ng puno, magtanim muna tayo sa puso ng tao. Sa ngayon, di tayo maiintindihan dito kasi gutom sila. So, ang realization namin, if you want to take care of the forest, you have to take care of the people. Okay, yung samahan namin ng mga dumagat, nag-umpisa yan nung pagdating ko dito. Naging kaibigan ko talaga yung mga matatandang dumagat dito. Taturuan nila ako ng maraming bagay tungkol sa kagubatan. Naging maganda yung samahan namin ng katutubo. Hindi lang sa akin, pati sa mga anak ko. Dahil dito talagang tutok kami ngayon sa pagpapalakas ng samahan ng dumagat. Naniniwala ako ng edukasyon, yun ang long-term solution sa kahirapan. Meron kami scholarship sa elementary, scholarship sa high school, scholarship sa college. Sa totoo niyan, marami na kaming graduate. Yung mga ibang teachers dito, scholar na namin talaga. Importante ang tubig sa tao eh. Yung maraming sakit, nanggagaling sa walang tubig. So ang ginawa namin, unang-una, inoperate namin yung water system dito. Meron kaming tubig galing sa deep well, lalagay sa malaking tangke, tapos by gravity, napupunta yan sa mga bahay ng mga tao. Ngayon, maganda yung health program namin kasi yung anak ko doktor. So andyan na siya ngayon, may clinic na kami dyan, nahaharap sa tao. Sa clinic namin may doktor, may nurse. Meron din kaming butika or pharmacy. Tapos meron din kaming ambulansya. 24 hours, tatawagin mo lang, may super kami, dadalhin yung tao sa ospital. At ang pinaka-importante, may kabuhayan ng tao. Kasi kung may kabuhayan ka, meron kang pambili ng mga pangangailangan mo. Dito sa nature camp, marami kaming bisita. Dahil marami kang bisita, may kita ka. Nakaka-employ ka ng halos 100 tao. Ang isang paniwala namin dito yung GNP. How do you measure development? Ang GNP, in economics, that means Gross National Product. Dito sa bundok, dito sa MPNR, ang GNP to us means God, Nature, People. Pagmamahal sa Panginoon, pagmamahal mo sa kalikasan mo, pagmamahal mo sa kapwa mo, yun ang true measure of development. Ngayon, nakikita ko dito sa lugar ng Mount Puro, ang daming tao nagpupunta. Kitang-kita ko mga tao, mahal na mahal nila talaga ang bayan. Kaya sila nagtatanim. At ina-appreciate ang nature talaga. Kung mahal niyo ang kalikasan, punta po tayo rito. Pag-usapan natin kung paano tayo makakatulong. So punta kayo dito, pag-isipan natin kung paano tayo magkakasama-sama para maibalik ang kalikasan. Para sa atin din to. Para sa atin to.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat sa Append sa inyong pag-imbita sa akin sa araw na ito. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng members ng Append at lalo-lalo na doon sa mga nagsalita na nauna sa akin. Ang dami kong napulot. So maraming salamat. Lampas na po akong 30 taon sa bundok. Ang tanong, bakit ako nagpunta doon? Naalala ko pa, medyo late 1980s. Andun ako sa itaas ng bundok. Nakatingin ako sa kapaligiran. Tapos naramdaman ko ang Panginoon, parang sinasabi sa akin, 3 salita. Pangarap, pag-asa, kasama. Isang pangarap kong ibinigay niya sa akin, ang ibalik ang kalikasan, katulong ng mga tao sa bundok, lalong-lalo na yung mga katutubong dumagat. So yun ang binigay niya sa aking pangarap. Nung pagkatanggap ko noon, sabi ko, Panginoon, paano ko naman magagawa ito? Medyo mabigat. Ito po ang anak ko. Ito ang anak ko, lahat nasa eskwelahan. Paano ko naman magagawa? Oo, magandang negosyo ko, malaki kita ko, malaki ipon ko. Pero mauubos din to, Panginoon. Paano? Tapos narinig ko, pag-asa. Hindi kita iiwan. Sabi nga sa Biblia, do not be afraid. I will be with you till the end of time. Pero andun pa rin yung takot ko. Tapos, parang pinagagawa sa akin ng Panginoon yun. Tapos naalala ko yung tatay ko. Sabi sa akin ng tatay ko, paano ka magdasal? Ganito ka ba magdasal? Sasabihin mo sa Panginoon, Panginoon, gusto ko maging doktor. Gusto kong yumaman. Gusto ko maging congressman. Tulungan mo ko na makuha ko yung pangarap ko. Ganun ba? Sabi ko, pwede na yun pa. Kasi noon gusto ko talagang maging congressman. Pero sabi ng Papa, mali yan. Ang may-ari ng buhay mo ay ang Panginoon. Dapat tatanungin mo muna ang Panginoon. Panginoon, ano ang gusto mong gawin ko sa buhay ko? Ikaw ang may-ari. Kung ano yung gusto mo, gagawin ko. Kahit na mahirap. Panginoon, kahit na mahirap. Kasi mahal na mahal kita. At mahal na mahal ko ang mga mahal mo. So Pag-asa, sabi niya, do not be afraid. Pero siyempre nakakatakot pa rin. Meron siyang dinagdag. Magpapadala ako sa iyo ng mga kasama. Mga makakatulong sa iyo. Mga taong hindi lang makakatulong sa iyo, mga taong tutulungan mo. Sabi ko sa Diyos, opo. At ang laking bagay nun. Kasi pag nakikita ko yung mga mahihirap, sa totoo lang, ang nakikita ko si Jesus sa mga mahihirap. At sinasabi ko, Panginoon, tutulungan kita. Mamahalin ko yung mahal mo. So yun, binigyan niya ako ng kasamang tutulong sa misyon at binigyan din niya ako ng mga taong magbibigay sa akin ng inspirasyon para pagpatuloy. Pero mahirap talaga. Hindi ko malaman kung paano ako tumagal ng lampas 30 taon. Pero mahal ko ang Panginoon. Mahal ko ang mga tao doon. May pinangako pang Panginoon, bibigyan kita ng kasama. May isang akong kaibigan, nung nag-aaral ako sa Ateneo, nung natulungan namin, naging scholar. Basta, dumating na lang, tinitignan yung ginagawa ko. Tapos sabi niya, gusto ko to yung ginagawa mo. Nag-iwan siya sa akin ng malaking pera. Tapos sabi niya, ituloy mo lang yung ginagawa mo. Hindi mo kailangan magbigay ng report. Kilala kita. Gawin mo lang. So, pangarap, Pag-asa, kasama. So sabi nga, sumunod lang ako sa tatay ko. Tapos nung sa Florante at Laura, mayroong isa doong kasabihan, isang line sa Florante at Laura. Nakalagay doon, nakasaad, pag-ibig, kapag ikay pumasok sa puso ni naman, hahamakin ng lahat, matupad ka lamang. Parang narinig ko, Panginoon, kapag ikay pumasok sa puso ni naman, hahamakin ng lahat, matupad ka lamang. So nagdesisyon ako talaga. Leap of faith. Leap of faith. Pasok. Kinausap ko ang asawa ko, sabi ko, lilipat ako sa bundok. Sana samahan niyo ako. Sabi ng asawa ko, nasisira na ba ulo mo? 7 anak mo lahat nag-aaral. Pero hindi ko talagang mapigil ang sarili ko. Punta ako sa bundok. Ano yung nangyari at nakahanap ako ng faith and courage na sumunod sa Panginoon. Ito yung relationship ko sa God, nature, people. Napakabait ng Panginoon sa akin. Sobra. Nung pinanganak ako, binigyan lang ako ng mga doktor na 6 na buwan para mabuhay. 6 months to live. Pero nalampasan ko yun. At ngayon, ang lakas-lakas ko. Lumaki ang katawan ko. Malakas. Talagang malakas. Nalampasan ko. Nung first year high school ako, naalala ko, magko-first communion ako, parang ang lapit-lapit ko sa Diyos. Tumutulo yung luha ko bago ako magtanggap ng Holy Communion. At nung natanggap ko ng Panginoon, ang saya-saya ko. Nung grade 6 ako, meron dong mission drive para sa mga Jesuitang nasa Mindanao missions. May isang picture doon ng isang Jesuitang nakasakay sa kabayo at lumiikot sa Mindanao para dalhin ang Panginoon sa mga tao. Sabi ko, Panginoon, paglaki ko, ako yung nakasakay sa kabayo. Ako yung pare. Nung third year high school ako, nagpaalam ako sa nanay ko. Sabi ko, ma, gusto ko talaga magpare. Pumayag naman siya. At tiyempong-tiyempo, meron dong isang seminaryo, ang pangalan Challenge House. Nag-aaral ka pa rin sa Ateneo, pero ang buhay mo, buhay seminarista. Araw-araw ang rosaryo, araw-araw ang misa. Ang sarap talaga. At saka ang sarap ng samahan sa seminaryo. Ang saya-saya ko. Pero, nung second year college ako, sinabi sa amin ni Father Cuna, yung pari ito, kailangan na natin magsara kasi wala ng pondo itong seminaryo. So, kailangan magsara. Nahihiya ako kasi ang lakas-lakas ko kumain. Sabi ko, baka nagsara itong seminaryo kasi ang lakas ko kumain. Pero nagsara. Pero bago doon, nag-retreat kami. At sa retreat na yon, sabi ng Diyos sa akin, you have to know the poor. May passion ako magpunta sa Tondo slums at talagang kilalanin ang mga mahihirap. Ang bahay namin kasi sa Malate, tabi ng squatter. Ang nanay ko, ibang klaseng nanay yun eh. Usually, mga ibang nanay sasabihin, anak ko kang pupunta sa squatter, delikado doon, baka mapupok ang ulo mo, baka masaktan ka. Pero ang nanay ko, nasabi niya, punta ka sa squatter, marami kang matututunan sa mga yan. Kahit mahirap yan, nakakangiti yan. Kahit mahirap yan, tanggap ka niyan. At saka tinatanggap ka niya, hindi dahil sa mayaman ka o hindi dahil sa Ateneo ka nag-aaral. Tinatanggap ka niya kasi ikaw ay si Toto Malga. Yung pagkatao mo. So, ano talaga. Pero nung second year college ako, talagang gusto ko talaga yung mahirap. So pumupunta ako sa Tondo slums every weekend, every Sunday, kumisan Saturday, Sunday, to just be with the Tondo slum people. Yung mga mahihirap talaga. Pero ewan ko ba, kumisan pagkain namin, kanin, tapos ulam mo sabaw, pero ang saya. Grabe. At saka tanggap na tanggap ako bilang ako. Hindi dahil mayaman ako o whatever. Tanggap ako. So yun. Tapos, patuloy yung nanay ko pag giving me education to life. Sa rural poor, for example, meron kaming rice field sa Kainta. Tapos sa Kainta, dinadala nila ako kapag taniman ng palay at kumakanta kami ng magtanim hindi biro, maghapong na kayo ko. Tapos pag aniya naman, sasama naman nila ulit. Ayun, mas masaya yon. Ang sarap ng pagkain. Bulig, no? Hito, ang sarap. Tapos kakanta naman kami ng manunutugang nangagpasimula at nangagsayawan ng mga mutya. So, ang saya-saya. Urban poor, rural poor, tapos upland poor. Dinadala ko ng nanay ko sa Baguio, sa mga igrot. Nag-overnight kami sa bayan ng igrot. At kasama ko, kalaro ko yung mga batang igrot doon sa ilog. Ang sarap, ang saya. Sabi ko, hindi kailangan ng pera, maraming pera para sumaya. Gustong-gusto ko yun talaga kasama ng mga mahihirap. Sa mahihirap, nakikita ko ang mukha ng Panginoon. Grabe. Naalala ko isang retreat. Nakaharap ako sa crucifix. Tinitignan ko ang Panginoon. Tapos sabi niya, parang tumingin siya sa akin at sabi niya, meron siyang request, mahalin mo ang mga mahal ko. So, ganon. Dikit na dikit ako sa kanya. Tapos, nakilala ko yung mga katutubo. Ang kagandahan sa katutubo, ang galing-galing nila. Ang bilib ako si Kaimo. Yung si Kaimo, pag nagpupunta ako sa bundok, hindi naman pupunta ka doon. Hindi ka naman, bago ko nagpupunta, hindi naman pwede umuwi. Kasi wala namang sasakyan. Lalakarin mo, it's mga 4 na kilometro hanggang sa highway. At yung highway nun, hindi naman gawa. Putik-putikan. Pag umuulan, hindi mo pa na maabot. So si Kaimo, sinabi ko, Kaimo, pwede ho ba ako makitulog sa inyo? Binuksan niya yung bahay niya at natutulog ako sa kanya. Tapos si Kaimo, ang galing niya. Nagtatanim ako, ang tinatanim ko, Gemelina, Acacia ori, yung mga exotic trees. Sabi ni Kaimo sa akin, bakit yan ang tinatanim mo? Sabi ko, Kaimo, mabibilis tumaas to. At saka imported to, magaganda. 3 taon lang, 10 piye na. Sabi ni Kaimo, pero yung tinatanim mo, ito yung mga puno na hindi naman taga rito. Hindi pwede yan. Maganda to, Kaimo. Hindi nga pwede yan. Ang dapat, ano maganda? Sabi niya, dapat tinatanim mo kung ano yung tinanim ng Diyos. Kasi ang Diyos hindi magkakamali. So tignan mo yung mga paligid, yung unang mga puno, at tinanim ng Diyos, kumuha ka ng binhi doon, yun ang itanim mo. Sabi ko, hindi pa rin ako naniwala. Pero ang galing niya. Andun ako in the 80s, in the early mga 2000, ang sabi ng DNR, mali. Dapat hindi tayo nagtatanim ng exotic trees. Dapat native trees ang tinatanim natin. Sabi ko, galing mo, Kaimo talaga. I-believe ako sa'yo. Dapat kung yung DNR program ng reforestation, hindi dapat tinanong yung mga matitinik ang utak, may ADB, World Bank, lahat na magagaling, UP. Dapat ikaw pa lang kinausap kung anong dapat itanim. Tapos sabi pa ni Kaimo, at saka pag nagtatanim ka, huwag kang nagmamadali. Dahan-dahan. Hindi, magtanim ka lang sa ibabaw ng mga bundok. Doon lang. Pagkatapos ikakalat niya yung buto. Tapos dadating na yung bundok. Hindi na naman ako naniwala kay Kaimo, sabi ko. Nagmamadali ako eh. Tapos minsan dumadaan ako sa MRT, kanto ng Ortigas at saka EDSA. Doon sa dating tropical hut, ewan ko kung alam niyo yon, may isang malaking hukay doon. Laki-laking hukay. Nung pag sinilip ko, there is a beginning of a forest. Walang nagtanim doon. Andun yung forest. So sana naalala ko na naman si Kaimo. Pucha, ang galing ni Kaimo. Bilib ako talaga. Namatay lang si Kaimo, kaya lungkot na lungkot ako. Mamatay na yung mga matatandang mga barkada. Ang isa ko natutunan din sa mga dumagat, yung servant leadership. Talagang naglilingkod. Naalala ko nung inadapt ako ng mga katutubo, siyempre pagkatapos ng adoption, may mahabang lamesa doon. Ang daming pagkain doon. Takbo agad ako, natapos na, banat agad ako. Kuha ko ng kanin, kuha ko ng adobo. Tapos napansin ko yung mga matatandang dumagat, hindi lumalapit at kumakain. Kasi sa kanila, yung mga leader, huling kumakain. Pinapaubaya muna nila yung mga hirap sa buhay. They're very sensitive to other people's needs. Ang galing. Tapos, yung meron silang, wala sila masyadong concept ng private ownership. Lahat communal, lahat para sa atin to. Walang akin. Ang tingin nila dapat ang komunidad, dapat lahat masaya. So yun yung ko. Yun yung buhay ko sa bundok. Masaya ako. Masaya. At ang nagpapasaya pa, alam niyo po, ang pangalan ko Toto Maldar, hindi pala Albert. No? Toto Maldar. Ang asawa ko ay si Baby Maldar. No? Si Baby San Gabriel Maldar. Na sinamahan ako sa bundok. Ang galing niya. Si Baby Malvar, magkasama kami sa missions. Missionary. Pareho kami missionary sa Mindanao. Siya sa Hulo. No? Ako sa Surigao. Tapos ang asawa ko nagsilbi sa mga Tagbanwa sa Palawan at nagsilbi sa mga Tausug sa Hulo. Ako naman sa Surigao with the Marinol Mission. So, nung bago ako nagpakasal, tinanong ko ang Panginoon, Panginoon, sino ba yung gusto mong mapangasawa? Kasi naalala ko na naman ng tatay ko, alamin mo, ang may-ari ng buhay mo ay Diyos. Tanong mo sa Kanya kung sino ang gusto mo pang-asawa. So, nung tinanong ko, ang sabi ng Diyos, yan ang yan ang pakasalan. So, ang anak namin, 7. Oh, lahat may asawa na. Ang apo ko, 20. Yung asawa ko at 20 apo ko, kasama ko sa bundok. No? Sila yung gumagastos para sa scholarship. So fulfilled ako. One thing I've learned in life is this. Hindi ka kailangan sikat. Susunod ka lang sa Panginoon. At hindi mo kailangan sikat, mayaman. Basta sumunod ka at papalain ka ng Diyos. Sigurado siya. Kasi Diyos nga siya. So maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. At tayo pwede nang kumain. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Salamat po.
Toto kami sa'yo. Marami kaming natutunan sa'yo. At tunay na magaling ka magpaka-toto. Magaling mo mag-witness. And everyone, ang dami kong nakikitang nakasulat sa chat box. No? We are so blessed, we are moved, we are teary-eyed. Ang dami nilang sinasabi sa chat box. And it is because of your simple, sincere, God-centered sharing. Salamat po.
Wala po anuman.
Kung ano man yung pinag-intay ay walang kapalit yung natutunan namin sa iyong mga ibinahagi sa tanghaling ito. So once more, palakpakan po natin si Katoto, si Sir Toto.
Salamat po.
Mas mahaba pa ang panahon, mas masarap pakipagkwentuhan sa inyo. So, mga kasama, hindi ko na patatagalin ang ating lunch break. Ano po? Katulad ng mga binanggit kanina ng ating mga naunang speaker, it is good to serve. It is good to sacrifice. Kaya bagamat tayo ay nag-extend ng 20 minutos over tanghali, pwede ko ba kayo imbitahin to please come back at 1 o'clock pa rin, hindi ba? Let us sacrifice that extra 20 minutes of our lunch break para makahabol tayo sa ating schedule. So again, thank you very much, and I'd like to lead you as we bless the food in the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Meron po tayo mga palaro mamaya. So please be back right away. Thank you. I'll see you at 1 o'clock.
This freedom's untainted. With you, no moment is wasted. See the sun now bursting through the clouds, black and white, turn to color all around. All is new in the Savior I have found. This is living now. This is living now. You lead the way, got your eye beside me. In your love, I'm complete. There's nothing like living with you. This life you created, I choose. See the sun now bursting through the clouds, black and white, turn to color all around. All is new in the Savior I have found. This is living now. This is living
1, 2, 3. Sound level 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the 29th Append Conference, Leadership Conference. Sound check. Am I good, John? We're good?
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. In 5 minutes ay magsisimula na po ang ating pong fun and entertainment time at exactly 1 o'clock. So kung po pwede po ay maghanda na tayo, tawagin natin ating mga kasama para at least we can be with them in this great fellowship, the first 1 hour po na ating pong conference. Okay, see you at exactly 1 o'clock. Salamat po. Ayan, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Muli, ako muli si Steve Gakal po ng TSPI, ang inyong pong mga kasama sa unang isang oras po na ating pong samahan sa hapong ito. Kumusta po ang ating lunch? I hope na-enjoy po natin. Sa lahat po na nag-enjoy ng lunch nila, maaari ho bang makahingi sa inyo ng thumbs up? Sa lahat po na nag-enjoy ng kanilang lunch, maaari ho bang makahingi ng thumbs up mula sa inyo? Ayan. Ano bang ulam ninyo? I hope kahit paano po ay nakasubo po tayo ng kaunti kahit na very tight po ang ating pong schedule ngayon. Well, ang oras pong ito I will spend it for fun and entertainment. Meron po tayong palaro. Sa mga hindi nanalo kanina sa Bible game natin, now is the time for you na manalo po at makauwi ng premyo. Meron po tayong mini concert. Mamaya ipapakilala ko po ang ating pong guest na artist. Meron din po tayong recognition of sponsors. And of course, yung spin a love gift natin para sa mga early birds. Ayan, so marami po tayong mga surpresang mag-aantay po sa ating lahat. Yan. Ready na po ba tayo para sa ating pong game sa hapong ito? Ilan po sa inyo ang gustong mag-uwi ng maraming premyo? Ayan, ang una po nating laro, ito. Ito po ay tagisan po ng sabihin na lang natin na talas ng mata at talas ng pag-iisip. Sapagkat ito po ay alin ang nauna. No? 1, 2, 3. Ayan. Ilan po sa ating mga mechanics, please allow me to read it. Ayan. Pero bago mangyaring lahat, meron po tayong reminder. Please make sure po ng inyong pong mga pangalan ay nasa screen and you're properly identified. No? Ilagay po ninyo ang inyong pong organization at ang inyong pong pangalan tulad po ng nasa screen ngayon. At kailangan po tayong mag-register online. Ayun na po ay ilang beses po pinost sa ating pong chat box ang ating pong attendance para at least sa mga nanalo ay madali po natin itong mag-trace. Mechanics for the game. Una, 3 to 4 objects will be shown per slide, one at a time. Yan, isa-isa po yan. Participants will give the correct sequence of the objects. Kung ano ang nauna, pangalawa, o hanggang pang-apat. No? First two participants to chat in Zoom the correct answer using the format below will receive 200 pesos. Take note po meron kayong instant na 200 pesos pag tumama po ang inyong pong sagot. Ito po example ng sagot. Kailangan nyo pong ilagay ang Q1 das yung sagot ninyo. Ano bang ibig sabihin ng Q1? Ang ibig sabihin po ng Q ay question, yung 1. So question number 1, das A. Bakit kailangan po ilagay ito? Kasi para ma-determine po ng ating pong mga committee kung para saang question po ang inyong sagot. Yan. So example po, Q1A. Winners will be determined by committee to be announced by the end of the day. Ayan. Huwag ko kayong mag-alala sapagkat meron po tayong mga committee dyan, mga umpires na nagbabantay upang tignan kung sino po yung mga nakakuha ng sagot. Okay, para pag-practice po tayo ng konti, no? Para makuha po natin mismo ang mechanics na ito. Trial, Q1 po. Okay, basahin ko po ito. Ito po yung sequence. Love, joy, peace, patience. Okay. Ano ang tamang sequence? Ang bilis po ninyo makagets ng instruction, Ayan. Ang tamang sagot po ay ayan. The right answer is Q1A. So marami po nakakuha ng sagot. So congratulations po. Ibig sabihin po ninyo ay na-pick up po ninyo ang ating pong instruction. Okay, handang-handa na po tayo for our next game. Sa ating pong game. Okay, ma'am, sir. Q1, Man of the Bible. Yan. Ang tamang sagot po ay ayan. Ang tamang sagot po ay Q1C. Noah, Moses, and Abraham. Yan. Sa mga kuha po ng Q1C, congratulations po, pero i-determine po natin kung sino po yung naunang sumagot. Meron ka na pong 200 pesos. Okay, question 2. Women of the Bible naman. Q2 na po tayo, Q2. Ayan po ang ating pong choices. A, B, or C. Don't forget to put the Q2 and your answer. Nako, mukhang medyo may konting pagkakaibang sagot. Okay, ang tamang sagot po ay Q2B. Eve, Rebecca, and Mary. Ayan. Meron ka ng 200 kung nakuha po sagot na ito at kung ikaw po ang nauna. Okay, let's proceed. Q3. Animals in the Bible. Ako, may sumasagot na ng Q3. Oh. Mukhang sumachamba na lang sila. Baka tumamak. Tingnan nga natin kung tumama yung chamba ng mga nauna kasi hindi pa nalagay ang options may sagot na. Ang bilis sumagot ng mga to. Bilis mag-type. Malamang mga millennials to. Okay, ang tamang sagot po ay letter C. Camel, lion, horse, at saka serpent. O, apat pala yun. No? So, napakatalas ng mata at yung mga memory. Let's proceed to Q4. Ako, maraming sumasagot kagad kahit hindi pa nakikita yung picture. Sumachamba na lang. Sige po, ipakita ko natin ang mga pictures. Nagbabaka sakali. Pero iba pa rin pag nakita ho ninyo kasi mas accurate po ang sagot ko ninyo. Okay, the choices are A, Nazareth, Mount Sinai, Red Sea. B, Nazareth, Red Sea, Mount Sinai. C, Mount Sinai, Red Sea, and Nazareth. Gantay tayo saglit. Okay, ano po ang tamang sagot? The correct answer is Q4A, Nazareth, Mount Sinai, and Red Sea. Okay, let's proceed to the last set of pictures, Christian faith. Ayan. Choices are, yeah. Okay, stop. Sinong nanalo? Anong right answer? Correct answer po is Q5A. Ayan, Q5A. Ayan, very good. Congratulations to all the winners. Mamayang hapon po ay amin po i-announce sa inyo kung sino po yung mga nanalo para hindi pong maklaim yung pong mga prizes. Meron po kayong 200 each. Imagine that. Konting tuldok-tuldok lang. Kayo po ay nanalo na ng 200 pesos cash. Okay. Thank you very much po sa mga nag-participate. Sa mga hindi nanalo, you still have the chance po to join ating po mga games mamaya at bukas. Marami pa po. Ayan. Sige, thank you very much po sa mga nag-participate and congratulations po sa mga nanalo. Okay, mga kapatid, tayo po ay blessed this afternoon to be ministered, not only to be entertained, but to be ministered by a Christian artist, actually Filipino artist ito, ating Append, sa hapong ito, sa pamamagitan ng isang mini concert. And ang ating pong performer ngayon, or guest artist, is no other than a Papuri artist, a Papuri radio host, the station voice of 702 DZAS, a voice coach, and part-time music producer. Mga kapatid, let's welcome Mr. Larry C. Ilagan.
Hello, hello. Magandang araw po sa inyo. Greetings po sa inyong 29th Append Conference today sa lahat po ng leaders, field officers, pati na po ang mga micro-entrepreneur members. Good afternoon, Brother Steve.
Hi, good afternoon. Kumusta na po?
Mabuti ho, ito work from home po kami from FEBC at dito na rin po ako gumagawa ng ilang mga materials for broadcast. Kasama na din po dyan ang ilang mga programa sa atin pong papuri program. Ayan, may tilaok pa ng manok. Rinig na rinig nyo. Unplug po ang ating sound yan. At again po, God bless at congratulations po sa inyo. Napakinggan ko po yung patotoo kanina ng I think isa ninyong board, yung sa tribes. At nabanggit din sa akin ni Joe kanina na nakasama niyo ang ating Pastor Dave Magalong today. Isa po siyang papuri composer din po natin. Ayan. Okay naman po ang lahat, Brother Steve. Thank you, thank you.
Okay. So you're going to render us 3 songs, Brother Larry. Would you please tell us something about those songs?
Well, ito po yung 3 awitin. Well, since ang tema ho natin ay let's continue in brotherly love. Ito naman po more of the theme ng encouragement. Una ho, yung isa sa mga pinakaunang awitin po na aking natutunan way back 1992. Ayan, huwag na po kayong magbilang ng edad. At ito po yung isang awiting pinasikat ni Martin Rivera, pero ang mensahe po ay talagang mensahe ng pagkilala sa Panginoon. Abangan po ninyo yan at meron pa hong 2 na surprise at mamaya marinig nyo plus isang invite patungkol po sa ministry ng FEBC.
Well, Brother Larry, thank you very much despite your very tight schedule. Pinaunlakan niyo po ang amin pong invitasyon, not only just to entertain us but to minister to us. No? Thank you for your sharing your love to us. Nararamdaman namin na mahal niyo ang mga tao, lalo na yung mga taong naglilingkod sa mahirap at sa Panginoon.
Salamat din po at God bless the efforts at ang ministry at ang business na din ng Append in helping the less fortunate at ang pag-generate nga ninyo ng inyong poverty reduction programs. Ayan.
So thank you po. Ladies and gentlemen, excited na akong marinig ang mga awit niya. So let's welcome Brother Larry Ilagan.
Can't keep running from your love. I've been denying way too long that there's something deep inside me that takes me down the road that leads me to your door. I know that I belong there with you. My human nature would keep you far away, but God, I really need you. I'm asking you to stay. Come into my life, change my heart forever. Let me feel the healing in your touch. Take all my hurt away. Come into my life, I surrender all my feelings. You've got the love I've needed all along. Lord, I painted you in. Come into my life. Oh, oh. Although I'm through pretending I've got everything a man could ever need, you know I'm tired of the lies. Yes, I was so independent, but independence never calmed my soul at night. Now I close my eyes and peace consumes me. Your love has shown me what it is I need to be. And when I least expect it, love becomes more real. Come into my life, change heart forever. Let me feel the healing in your touch. Take all my hurt away. Come into my life. I surrender all my feelings. You got the love I've needed all along. Lord, I pray that you will come into my life. Oh, I ran from you so long, never could leave your touch. You asked me day by day, never leaving it down. And when I'm tired of this fight, and I need your strength tonight, you see I've never been as ready as I am right now. Oh, come into my life, change my heart forever. Let me feel the healing in your touch. Take all my hurt away. Come into my life. I surrender all my feelings. You got the love I've needed all along. Lord, I pray that you will come into my life. Come into my life.
Ayan, ako, maraming salamat po. Thank you so much po sa inyong mga comments. Tunay nga na for God to move in us more sa ating mga buhay, ay kailangan natin siyang papasukin sa ating puso at isipan. At higit po dyan, ako'y naniniwala na ang Panginoon ay patuloy na gumagabay sa Append sa kanilang misyon ng pagtulong at pag-angat ng mga tao sa kahirapan. At ganun pa man, magpalakasan din kayo sa isa't isa sa mga patotoo at iba't ibang mga programa na kayo mismo ay nagiging pagpapala sa bawat isa na regalo din ng ating Panginoon. Yan pong awitin na iyan ay originally interpreted po by the group Imperials. Sila po ay mga Western group that has sung for the Lord since the 1970s. At ang maganda po sa awiting Kristiyano po, kahit po ito'y luma o paulit-ulit man, ang mensahe nito ay tunay po na hindi nagbabago. Kaya sana po sa akin pong nalalabing dalawang awitin at mamaya po sa susunod na guest at pati na po ang isang espesyal na feature patungkol po sa ministry ng FEBC. Enjoy lang po kayo at patuloy niyo pong tangkilikin at pasalamatan ng Panginoon sa inyong Append 29th Leadership Conference. Tuloy po tayo sa pag-awit.
The power of Jesus' name, let angels prostrate fall. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord of all. Bring forth the royal diadem and crown him Lord of all. Seed of Israel's race, ye ransomed from the fall. Hail him who saves you by his grace and crown him Lord of all. Hail him who saves you by his grace and crown him Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. Jesus is the Lord of all, the Lord of all. celestial ball. To him all majesty ascribe and crown him Lord of all. To him all majesty ascribe and crown him Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. Jesus is the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. Jesus is the Lord of all. The Lord of all. Oh, that with yonder sacred throne we at his feet may fall. We'll join the everlasting song and crown him Lord of all. We'll join the everlasting song and crown him, and crown him, and crown him Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. Jesus is the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. He's the Lord of all. Jesus is the Lord of all. The Lord of all.
Thank you and God bless you all. Yan pong awit na iyan ay napatugtog po in its original form and yun pong kanyang traditional form noon pong unang nagsahimpapawid ang FEBC Philippines o ang DZAS noong 1948. Ang DZAS po ay bahagi ng isang main or head organization na tinatawag po nating Far East Broadcasting Company Philippines at kami po ay meron ding mga istasyon sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng Pilipinas. For 72 years ay patuloy pong naghahatid ng mabuting balita ng ating Panginoon ng FEBC sa pamamagitan ng radyo at lalo na po sa panahon na ito ng technology ay sa iba't ibang kaparaanan naman. Ito rin po ang tahanan ng Papuri Music kung saan po ako kabilang at kasapi na mahigit 4 na dekada ay kinilala ang Papuri bilang siyang nagpaumpisa ng original Filipino Christian music sa ating bansa. At bago ko po ihatid ang aking huling awitin, ay gusto kong malaman pa at makilala ninyo kung ano ang ministeryo ng Far East Broadcasting Company, Philippines.
Over 7 decades since its founding in 1948, Far East Broadcasting Company has continually delivered the message of the gospel through radio programs that address every facet of the listener's life. FEBC broadcasts 1,500 hours a week on 12 AM and FM radio stations, with an additional 1,200 hours a week of online streaming, all in 26 local languages. The good news of Jesus Christ is also heard 283 hours a week on shortwave, reaching China, Mongolia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Thailand in more than 40 languages. FEBC uses radio and modern-day communication tools, such as web and mobile technologies, to communicate the love and message of Jesus Christ to various people groups. The internet has made it possible for us to reach our intended audiences worldwide. Online tools have given birth to FEBC Radio TV on Facebook Live and local cable television. One of the pillars of the FEBC mission is to develop and maintain partnerships with like-minded organizations, partners like you, churches, organizations, individuals whose hearts are devoted to seeing God's kingdom built on earth. Whether the message is delivered through music, teaching, drama, public affairs, disaster response, peace building, or other advocacies, the outcome is for life, and the glory is God's alone. To bring about genuine life change and social transformation as we communicate Christ in our world.
Sa iyong salita, ika'y lumikha, sabihin mo't mangyayari. Kung uutusan mong lumitaw ang lupa, ang dagat ay mahahawi. Sa hangganan man ang lahat ng paraan, kapangyarihan mo ang aasahan. Nananalig sa dakilang kalooban mo, ang iyong mga pangako, ang tanging kinakapitan ko, O Diyos. Walang imposible sa'yo, ikaw lang ang aking pag-asa. Bubukas ang langit at may tugon sa dalangin. Ako ay nananalig, sa'yo, O Diyos. Ang takot, pangamba ay napalitan ng iyong kapayapaan. Dulot ng iyong biyaya'y pananampalataya, ika'y may magagawa. May katiyakang di ko may kakaila, ako ay tatanggap ng himala. Nananalig sa dakilang kalooban mo, ang iyong mga pangako, ang tanging kinakapitan ko, O Diyos. Walang imposible sa'yo, ikaw lang ang aking pag-asa. Bubukas ang langit at may tugon sa dalangin. Ako ay nananalig sa dakilang kalooban mo, ang iyong mga pangako, ang tanging kinakapitan Diyos nananalig sa'yo, O Diyos.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Brother Larry.
Maraming
Hindi mo lang kami
maraming
in-entertain, but you have ministered to us, really,
thank
by the
you din
message
po.
of your song.
Salamat po, Brother Steve, at sa lahat po ng inyong production team, pamunuan at mga attendees ay ang masasabi ko lamang po sa lahat ng bagay at pangyayari at sitwasyon ay lagi pa rin pong sa Diyos ang papuri. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Larry. Well, hindi lang po ito ang huling pagkakaroon natin ng mini concert, but even tomorrow, no? Ay meron din po tayong ibang guest artists who will also not just entertain us, but even to minister to us. Na-bless po ba tayo? Nakita ko po sa ating pong mga chat box ay napakarami pong na-bless sa awitin pong inihandog ni Mr. Larry Ilagan. Tunay na ginagamit siya ng Panginoon. Naisip ko nga nung naghasik ang Panginoon, nakakayahan sa pag-aawit, ay dami niyang nasa loob. Pero pag talaga namang ipinagkaloob mo sa Diyos, no, ang iyong kakayahan, ay tunay na malayo ang mararating natin. Kaya Larry Ilagan, naging inspirasyon ka sa amin sa hapon ito. Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you. Okay, so mag-move tayo sa susunod pong steps ng ating pong fun time. Ating pong i-recognize ang ating pong mga sponsors. We thank God for giving us several sponsors, no? Na kung saan ay hindi sila tumitigil sa pagsuporta sa ating mga kliyente, sa pagbibigay ng mga handog, sa pagbibigay ng support hanggang sa ating pong conference na yon ay kasama pa rin natin sila nagpapasaya sa ating pong mga kliyente. Please allow me to mention them and to recognize. At may mga materials din po sila na ipe-present sa atin upang sa ganon ay mas lalo ho natin silang makilala. Okay, we would like to recognize Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated or BAVI. And we would like to acknowledge yung kailang mga representatives. We have Ms. Margie M. Rodriguez, Business Development Head, Mr. June Daryl Zamora, Assistant Manager, Corporate Communications. Panoorin po natin ang video.
Chooks Mataginting na 1 million pesos at marami pang iba ang pwede mong mapanalunan sa A Merrier Chooksmas. Simple lang sumali. Bumili lang ng alinman sa mga Chooks to Go products at itago ang resibo. I-scan ang QR code na matatagpuan sa mga participating Chooks to Go outlets at ilagay ang buong pangalan, kumpletong address, mobile number, OR number at buong halaga ng binili at malinaw na litrato ng buong resibo sa online raffle form. I-submit at hintayin ang confirmation ng inyong raffle entry sa ating Grand Raffle Draw sa January 14. 50 lucky winners ang tatanggap ng tig 10,000 pesos. 10 winners naman ang tatanggap ng tig 50,000 pesos. At 5 winners naman ang tatanggap ng tig 100,000 pesos. Pero pinakamaswerte sa lahat, isang manok ng bayan ang mag-uuwi ng tumataginting na 1 million pesos. Tandaan, itago ang resibo at confirmation ng raffle entry to claim your prize. Para sa karagdagang detalye, mag-log on lang sa official Facebook page ng Chooks to Go. Siguradong merry ang Christmas nyo kasama ang Chooks to Go, ang nag-iisang manok ng bayan.
Ayan, Merry Christmas din, Chooks to Go, no? Maagang pamasko para sa ating pong lahat. Ayan. Thank you very much, Bavi, sa inyong patuloy na pagsuporta at pagbibigay ng kasiyahan sa ating pong mga kliyente. Next is Collins. Collins International Trading Corporation. We would like also to recognize yung kanila pong mga representatives, Ms. Gina C. Pancho, Pure It National Sales Manager, Ms. Verlin S. Soto, Pure It Sales Head, Ms. Alison G. Platon, Pure It Marketing Head. Panoorin po natin ang video po nila. And thank you very much,
A
Collins.
pleasant day
Yes.
to all of you, our MFI partners. I hope that everybody is doing well. Pureit would like to thank you for being our partner in providing clean and safe drinking water to thousands of Filipino households. This will not be possible without your partnership and support over the past few years. We are very excited to reconnect with you in this Append Leadership Conference. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. As you know, there was a change of business model on the part of Unilever, and the transition took quite some time. Not to mention how we have all been affected by this COVID pandemic. But now, Collins, as a distributor of Pureit, looks forward to partnering with the MFIs again with new products and exciting promotions. Our goal stays the same, to reach many more households and provide them access to safe drinking water at the most cost-efficient and affordable way. And like in the early years, let us work together closely and make this happen. We shall be meeting with you individually to present our plans. Salamat po sa inyong pagtitiwala at suporta sa Pureit Water Purifiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Julie Lim. May the Lord continue to bless Collins and you too. And thank you for helping us ensure that our households will have safe water, no? Potable water. May the Lord bless you in return. Yan. Next po natin ay GCash. Let's view po yung kanilang video.
What if your everyday is easier? What if your tasks are faster? What if you never have to chase due dates ever? What if your life is safer? What if your dreams are higher? What if kaya mo na? GCash gives you secure payments, real-time money transfers, accessible financial services, exclusive deals, and a full suite of business solutions para kaya mo na sumabay sa takbo ng buhay. Kaya mo na to stay connected. Kaya mo na magbayad anytime, anywhere. Kaya mo na mag-buy and sell. Kaya mo na to get exclusive deals. Kaya mo na magpera padala. Kaya mo na gawing safe ang future. Kaya mo na abutin ang pangarap. Kaya mo na makatulong, magbigay ng pag-asa. Kaya mo, GCash mo.
Maraming salamat, GCash. Tunay na sa pamagitan ninyo, kami at ang mga kliyente namin nakakaroon ng very efficient na transaction po. Lalo na po sa amin pong pagpapayaram at pangolekta ng mga loans and payments ng ating mga kliyente. Ayan. And also, we thank Mansfield International. And for us to say more about their products and services, we have Mr. Ferdy A. Balayan with us. But before that, please allow me to read first yung mga representatives nila ngayon. Mr. Victor Ente, the President. Ms. Lani Laguerta, Business Development Specialist. Ms. Malu Macrohon, Executive Assistant to the Managing Director. Ms. Ferdy A. Balayan, Sales and Training Manager, Ascenso Business Group, Mansfield Organics. So I'm calling now on Mr. Ferdy A. Balayan to present the products and services.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I'll be presenting our products and our company. Mansfield International Incorporated, we are consistent with the vision to always be the industry's best. Mansfield International Incorporated is the leading and trusted undergarments manufacturer for 67 years. Hanford, the premier underwear brand in the Philippines since 1954. Consistent with the vision to always be the industry's best. Hanford uses only the top-of-the-line, cutting-edge technology and the finest materials in making its products. High-quality cotton blends and spandex waistbands for utmost comfort and durability. Latlive, it means easy life. We deliver the idea that life is more about simple happiness than passive idleness. We cherish simple, easy, innovative lifestyle and offer what exactly you want or need. A sense of business. This is a joint effort of Hanford, Latlive, and One Clear Vantage that promotes entrepreneurship and good financial stewardships among the members of various groups and agencies such as Tulay sa Pag-unlad. Masinag Organic Fertilizer. This is an exclusive and innovative product of One Clear Vantage, helping farmers' dreams come true, improving lives socially and economically, maintaining a healthy life and enriching the environment through continuous use of advanced Masinag organic farming technology. The Organic Lab, created for a better life, a specialized concept store that promotes sustainability and healthy products that is good for the environment and is safe both for human and pet consumption. Brands include Pinecrest Organic Soaps, Pinecrest All Natural 70% ethyl alcohol, Pinecrest Alcohol Gel, Pinecrest Alcohol Wash, alcohol and hand wash all in one. Pinecrest All Natural Insect Repellent. This is safe for kids and adults. So Safe brand. So Safe disinfectant sprays, kill germs and viruses, example E. coli and Salmonella. So Safe dishwashing liquid, tough on grease yet gentle on hands. So Safe all natural multi-surface disinfectant spray. So Safe all natural toilet bowl cleaner. So Safe all natural multi-purpose disinfectant cleaner. Plantwell organic plant supplement ready to spray. Plantwell organic plant supplement refill. And lastly, we have Pet Rich for your furry pets, making them clean and healthy, free from ticks and flea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferdy A. Balayan. Marami pong salamat. Nawang Panginoon ang patuloy na magpala sa Mansfield International. Thank you for your support and partnership with Append. Susunod po ay RMCI, Remansi Mutual Solutions Insurance Agency Incorporated. Please allow me to read the representatives. Mr. Elanso Maniebo, General Manager. Ms. Kimberly Grace Medina, Senior Business Development and Marketing Officer. Ms. Rachel Rivas, Senior Manager for Business Development, Partnership Engagement and Marketing. Ms. Camille Abao, Admin and Finance Head. Ms. Stephanie Anzorandia, Admin and Finance Officer. Ms. Karen Alipio, Business Development and Marketing Officer. Ms. Roseanne Ognod, Business Development and Marketing Associate. Susunod po ay ang WTRC, Holistic Transformation Resource Center Foundation Incorporated. Please help me to recognize si kanila pong representatives, Attorney Rowena F. Mendoza, Executive Director, Ms. Camia G. Tanco, Deputy Executive Director, Ms. Therese K. Lingat, Project Manager, Marjorie Joy A. Hernandez, Project Manager, and Mr. Jordan C. Manalang, Project Manager. Please allow me to read about WTRC. Holistic Transformation Resource Center Foundation Incorporated is committed to serve various sectors of society, churches, civic organizations, and nonprofits, individuals, and corporations engaged in cutting-edge development strategies that empower vulnerable communities to become vibrant, productive, and healthy, living in dignity and sufficiency. Again, thank you, WTRC, for your partnership with Append and for continually supporting our clients. May the Lord bless you in return. Okay, so mga kaibigan, handa na ba kayo ulit sa susunod nating surprise sapagkat tayo po ay mag-draw sa atin pong spin a gift. No? Ilan sa inyo ang gustong mag-uwi ng tatlong premyo? Ano bang mapapanalunan natin ngayon? Ito are actually Pure Eat machines. Ano? Pero bago mangyari yan, ayan po. If you see on your screen, ito po yung mapapanalunan natin ngayon. Okay? Meron po tayong ipapamigay na 2 Excella Advanced at isang Gravity Classic. So ang tanong, sino kaya ang mapalad natatanggap ng mga items na to. But before that, let me read muna po ang ating pong mechanics para sa ating ALC Early Bird Surprise. All participants who registered in the online attendance until 9 a.m. today are qualified. So, kung kayo po ay nagawa nyo yan, qualified po kayo. But I'm sorry to those who registered later than 9 o'clock, meron pa tayong pagkakataon po bukas. Winners must be present during the draw. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Pag present po kayo, ay i-verify po namin ang attendance nyo in the Zoom room. So amin pong dapat makita kayo, magpakita kayo sa camera, o kung medyo mahina po ang inyong pong internet, ay kahit magparinig lang po inyong boses. And the committee will certify kung kayo po yan. Ayan, ready na po kayo? Okay, so sa ating pong mga mapapalad na mananalo, winners will be notified via email, yung contact number nila, and that he or she be provided in the online attendance sheets. Okay, so make sure po na ang mga information na ito ay sinulat po natin sa ating attendance sheet kanina, sapagkat ito po ang magiging basis natin in locating you or in shipping your prizes. Okay, so let's now begin yung ating pong spin na gift para po sa Pure It machines na to. Pwede na pong pakilabas ang roleta. Yan. Meron po tayong roleta para siguruhin na patas ang laban. Yan. Huwag po kayong magtataka. Andyan po lahat ang inyong mga pangalan kung kayo po ay nag-register. Okay. Unahin po natin yung dalawang Excella Advance. Okay. Yung unang Excella Advance ay ating pong ito-draw. Okay. Pwede na hong paikutin ang ating pong spin a love gift roleta. Sino kaya ang mananalo? Paki-spin na po. Sino kaya ang mapalad na tatanggap ng Pure It? Okay, congratulations to Miss Maricel B. Dulay sa Taytay sa Uswagan Incorporated. Ang tanong, andyan po ba si Miss Maricel B. Dulay? Ma'am, maaari ho ba kayong magpakita sa screen? Para ma-congratulate namin kayo?
Ako talaga.
Ayan, from TSKI, Ma'am Maricel Dulay.
Thank you.
Maaari po kayong kumaway? Ayan, so thank you very much, Ma'am Maricel. God bless you. Mapalad po kayo, makapag-uwi po kayo ng isa sa ating pong Excella Advance. Okay. Labas po natin muli ang ating roleta. For the second draw na ating pong Excella Advance. Bola na po tayo. Ayan. Who will be the next blessed person mag-uwi ng Excella Advance? By the way, salamat po sa Pure It, sa Collins. Ang nanalo po ay taga-TSPI. Ako, Sir George Angeles. Sir George Angeles, nandiyan pa kayo? Hari ba kayo magparamdam? Pakita niyo ang mukha sa ating video at white. Mr. Angeles. Mag-aantay po kami ng 10 segundo. Kung wala po ay ating pong ipagkakaloob sa ibang mapalad na participants. Mr. George Angeles, andyan po ba kayo? 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And sorry po, Sir George, kailangan natin magparamdam sa ating pong conference na dito. Okay, let's look for another lucky or blessed na tao na tatanggap ng Excella Advance. Kaya sinasabi ko po sa inyo, kung narito po tayo ngayon, ay kailangan po tayong umalis. Okay, congratulations! Nagating SPI po. MBA, Mutual Benefit Association Incorporated, si Mr. Robert Anthony Sia. Ayan, Sir, congratulations. Ayan, mauwi po ninyo ang isa sa Excella Advanced natin.
Thank you to Collins.
Yes, thank you to Collins.
Sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat po, Sir Robert. Now, let's proceed po sa ating pong isang Gravity Classic na Pure It machine. Bola na po tayo. Kaya ang palad ko ng nakakatanggap mag-uwi ng Gravity Classic item. Maraming salamat po sa Collins International. Okay, from ASKI, si Mr. James Alatin Mariano. Mr. James Alatin Mariano, sir, nandiyan pa kayo? Maaari po ba kayong magparamdam? Pakibukas po ang video po ninyo or iparinig po ninyo ang inyong po magandang boses. Certify na kayo nga po ito at kayo po ang makakatanggap. Mr. James Alatin Mariano ng ASCII. Okay, magbibilang po uli ako ng 10 segundo, ano? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, sorry, ating pong ipagkakaloob sa ibang participant po. Pwede po tayo magbola ulit. Bola. Paikutin po ang ating pong roleta. Punong-puno ng pag-ibig. Spin allow it. Oy, from TSPI. Miss Love May Jean B. Alegado. Ng TSPI. Yan po ba si Ma'am Love May Jean? Miss Love May Jean Alegado.
Hello, sir.
Hi. Magandang hapon po. From what branch kayo, ma'am?
Lawag, sir.
Lawag. Kayo po ang area manager?
Program manager. Program manager, sir.
Program manager po ng Lawag branch. Congratulations, Ma'am Love May Aligado. Kayo
Thank
po
you, sir.
ang mag-uwi ng Gravity Classic mula po sa Collins International. Well, mga kaibigan, marami pong salamat sa inyong participation. Tunay po na bumabaha ang pagpapala mula sa Panginoon sa pamamagitan po ng ating mga sponsors. Kaya patuloy po natin silang i-recognize at pasalamatan sapagkat ang mga organizations na to ay walang sawat, walang pagod na sumusuporta at nagbibigay po ng support, no? Kaligayahan sa ating pong mga kliyente. So once again, thank you very much. And abangan po natin ang mga susunod po nating mga games in the conference. Thank you very much, Sir Roland. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. Galing, no? Marami tayong dinig na entertainment, nag-raffle pa tayo. Congratulations sa mga nanalo. We will now proceed to plenary session 2. But before that, let me remind you of what transpired this morning. No? Naalala ba ninyo yung itinuro sa atin na sambayanihan ni Karine? Sinasabi sa atin, sama-sama magsamba, sama-samang tumulong sa bayan. No? Magbayanihan tayo. We are all heroes for God. And that is a very nice way of putting everything in one word, no? Sambayanihan. And then, itinuro sa atin ni Ka Aris kung ano yung pwede pa natin gawin bilang mga MFIs, di ba? There is so much that we can do. There is so much potential out there. And if we bring ourselves together as an organization of organizations, hindi ba? We can further improve the lives of our less fortunate brethren. And then, pumasok yung paalala sa atin ni Senator Joel, the test naman, di ba? Na ang lahat ng mga MFIs ay God-centered, ina-affirm niya. And lahat ng MFIs ay hindi lang God-centered, kundi value-oriented organizations din. And that makes us very unique, di ba? Tapos sinundan ni Father Jovic, sinasabi niya, he is encouraging everyone to continue giving focus to the poor brethren in our community. Pagkatapos nun, sinundan ni Pastor Dave, ang sabi niya, ang paggawa ng tuloy-tuloy na pagmamahal sa kapwa ay kailangan talagang nating gawin. Diba? Dahil kung ang Panginoon Diyos ay patuloy, tuloy-tuloy, walang patid na nagmamahal sa atin, in the same way tayo rin, we should be vessels, we should be instruments of God's love to others. Napakaganda. At there is something very common doon sa mga nagsalita sa atin na highlight nung kay Katoto. Sabi niya, itinuro sa kanya ng mga magulang niya. At yun din ang sinabi kanina ni Senator Joel, di ba? Yung mga itinuturo ng mga magulang sa kanila ay kanilang isinapuso at isinagawa. Di ba? Kaya yung influence na nating mga magulang sa ating mga anak, di ba? Lalong-lalo na itong passion and the love for the poor as we serve through the microfinance industry. Ito ay magandang maipamana, maipasa sa mga next generation. Importante yan. So yan ang ating plenary session 1. Sa plenary session 2, meron tayong 3 madidinig. Isang speaker galing sa government sector, merong isa galing sa microfinance industry, at syempre ang pangatlo, equally important, from the private sector. Okay, so sa puntong ito, I'd like to introduce to you the speaker for our topic, Food Security in Urban Agricultural Households. Ang kasama po natin ngayon ay si Mr. Gerald Glenn Panganiban. Siya po ay Assistant Director ng Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Plant Industry. Siya rin ng National Program Director ng DA, Urban Agriculture Program. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, meron pa pala akong gustong i-share sa inyo. No? Si Mr. Gerald is a licensed agriculturist and agribusinessman with extensive career experience in implementation of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, rich academic experience in a collaborative public management and governance, sustainability and thinker, and multiplier. Yan. Okay. So let us all welcome with a round of applause. Pwede ba? Para gumising na ating... Kabalik. Round of applause. Kabalik na. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Magandang hapon po. Magandang hapon po, sir, sa inyo at sa lahat ng ating mga participants dito sa Append Summit. Very inspiring, sir, yung words that you've said earlier. And I would like to thank TSPI. Si Ma'am Lynn, tumatawag pa ngayon. I don't know bakit, but I'm here now. So thank you again for the invitation and this chance to share yung ating initiatives, government towards food security. And of course, yung TSPI po is one of the most active partners po natin. Actually, nagpa-contest pa po kayo on the best urban gardens. Ito lang, siguro 2 months ago. Ano po? So, again, thank you. So, siguro para hindi na baka antukin pa yung mga participants natin, i-share ko na yung screen ko. Ano? Saglit lang. Share screen. Okay, nakikita po ba? Nakikita nyo na po yung screen. Okay, so magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Again, ako po si Glenn Panganiban of the Department of Agriculture. Ako po ay ngayon ay nahirang na program director nitong Urban Agriculture Program natin. And concurrently sitting as National Program Director din po ng High Value Crops Development Program. So, nito lang po yan, fresh na fresh, nitong November lang last week. So yan, ito pong aking presentation entitled National Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program, Responses and Prospects Amidst Food Security Challenges. Just to share with you, we started or we relaunched the Urban Agriculture Program tama-tama po nung time before tayo ay mag-pandemic. It was December of 2019 that it was personally instructed to me by our secretary na ito nga i-reinvigorate ang ating Urban Agriculture Program. Before po, ito po ay isa lamang maliit na programa under the High Value Crops Development Program. Ngunit nung pong tayo ay naharap dito sa ating pandemya, ay naging kumbaga nagkaroon tayo ng realization, although syempre hindi ganun kaganda ang timing ng realization kasi bakit tuwing crisis marirealize lang itong ganitong challenges, but yun nga po, tayo in the government, being the frontliners we are, hindi naman po tayo pwedeng tumigil na kumain, hindi tayo pwedeng tumigil mag-produce ng ating kakainin. So ito po, isa po itong produkto na naging programa na po siya ng ating departamento. So, ayaw yatang gumalaw ng screen ko Ayan. So, as an intro, alam po naman natin na tayo ay naharap na, ang tawag po dito sa ating hinaharap na food security problem. And itong ating COVID ay wicked problem. Parang isang problema na hindi kayang solusyonan ng iisa lamang ahensya ng pamahalaan o isang ahensya, isang sektor lamang ng lipunan. So that's why it's wicked, because it's a very complex problem. Like yung food, hindi lang naman po problema ng agrikultura ito, kundi minsan function din ng transport, function din ng storage, so isa po siyang masalimuot na problema na hindi lang po ang DA ang nakikita natin na solusyon. Naandyan pa po na tumataas ang ating urban population, halos kalahati ng ating populasyon ay nasa urban areas natira. And ito nga po, nakikita natin yung urban agriculture or UA, paiksiin na lang natin, ay it was seen as an aid to food security kasi if you have food in your backyards, kahit papaano makabawas siya sa iyong gastusin, at least may always ready ka na pipitasin. Ito siguro yung anong tawag dyan, yung sa lawi kain natin na pag may isinuksok, may madudukot. Siguro ito yung niya. Pero itong ating itong ating ginagawa, yung food always in the home, ay hindi naman natin kakayanin nga na nag-iisa tayo. We need each other, support, not only from the government, kundi in private sector and civil society, and even the individuals. So ano po yung nakita natin na impacts so far ng urban agriculture? Yun nga, yung laging isinusulong ng ating secretary na si Secretary William Dars, yung food always in the home. Tanim tayo sa backyard natin, ay meron tayong mabubunot kung leafy vegetables yan in 1 month, maaring meron ka na. Kung mga kamatis, mga sili, in 3 months to 4 months, meron ka na. So, yung mga commodities na yon na minsan hindi natin napapansin, na binibili pa natin, nabibili pa natin siya, kung mabawas na yun sa gastusin natin sa araw-araw, ay diba, makakatulong na siya. Pangalawa, nakita natin, although syempre initial pa lang itong mga ano natin, is naging resilient tayo and naging sustainable yung mga pamamaraan natin, of course, with the urban agriculture kasi recycle tayo ng mga materials natin, ginagawa natin mga taniman, ano, mga lumang gulong, mga lumang gamit sa bahay. And at the same time, nagkakaroon tayo ng produce na maaari nating ibenta. Ano? May ibang grupo na i-share sa mga frontliners and sa mga local communities nila, pero yung iba naman ay nakakabenta rin kahit paano. Third is yun nga, yung collaboration natin kasi ang conventional thinking sa gobyerno is kanya-kanyang diskarte. Ano? But dito sa ating UA program, hindi lang natin nakatandem ang ating mga national government, hindi lang ang local government, kundi yung mga private sector, nandyan, mga multinational corporations, mga homeowners association. So from multinational to national to local ay na-reach natin. And of course, mga individuals natin na may kumbaga subsistence ang kanilang pamumuhay. Ano? Fourth is itong ating programa ay nakita nating nag-impact na kasi nga nagagamit na natin yung mga technologies ngayon. Meron tayong mga urban farms, mga vertical farms na nag-ooperate. And of course, yung mga technologies na ginagamit natin like hydroponics, aquaponics, kung dati nakikita lang natin siya sa mga may business o ano, ngayon even the common people ay nakakapag-participate na rin dito. And of course, ang ating gustong makita sana dito ay isang kinabukasan na free tayo from any financial insecurity, although syempre medyo mahirap makamtan yan. Ano? And of course, yung food insecurity ay ating mabawasan through local food sourcing and livelihood opportunities. Okay, itong programa lang namin, konting lang is yun nga, promote agricultural development sa city centers at sa mga yung tinatawag na urban areas at saka yung mga karatig pook niya, yung peri-urban. So ang strategy is to collaborate with the whole range of stakeholders, government, non-government, and private sector para tayo ay magamit natin mga teknolohiya at makaani at kumita. So sa ngayon, meron na tayong almost 2,000 partners at majority dito ay meron tayong memorandum of agreement. Bakit kanyo? Kasi although gusto natin siyang i-encourage, we want to make it sustainable. Gusto natin ma-monitor siya lagi. Gusto natin na maging responsible yung mga partners natin. Ang TSPI ay isa dyan sa mga nag-signify ng kanilang suporta sa pag-sign. So, I hope kami ay nakakabigay ng aming responsibilidad sa inyo. At alam ko naman na ang TSPI ay very supportive sa amin. So, yun nga, nagpa-contest pa kayo. So marami na rin tayong na-establish na urban gardens, community gardens, almost 3,000 na rin. And almost 1,000 na rin ang ating na-conduct na trainings. Alam ko, nag-training din kayo through blended learning. So yun, it could be online or limited face-to-face. So ito, yung specific strategies natin, well, step up. So na wala yata yung first two. Yung una is yun nga, seedling distribution, yung S dyan, seedling distribution. Alam naman natin yan, ang BPI ay matagal na pong namimigay ng mga punla, mga binhi, para ma-encourage ang participation. Yun namang ating T ay yung trainings. So seedling distribution, yung T and trainings through online and face-to-face. And then yung E natin dito, yung establishment of urban agriculture gardens, ito po yung nakikita nyo sa bandang kaliwa sa taas. Ito na rin sa baba ay isang malaking ehemplo ng urban gardens. Kung hindi kayo maniniwala na yan po ay nasa loob ng ating piitan, sa Muntinlupa, kung saan meron tayong almost 80 hectares doon na lupa. So kami po ay dahan-dahan nagde-develop ng mga areas para ma-develop doon, maging productive. Nakailang harvest festivals na po tayo. So yun nga, Ma'am Lynn, kung naalala nyo, yung sa Jollibee natin, entrepreneurship program natin, isa ito sa ating kandidato na maging participant doon to supply sana. Although meron pa tayong mga fixes, kumbaga, para maging mas efficient. So yung P naman natin, yun nga, yung collaboration, power of networking. So hindi lang international organizations, yung academe nandyan, civil society. Sorry, wala akong picture ng TSPI. Yung mga private sector partners natin na andyan din. Even yung mga Boy Scouts and yung sa ating sa mga army natin, nandyan din na tumulong sa atin, especially nung una na hindi tayo makaikot, sila yung naging vehicle natin, naging literal na foot soldiers natin to distribute and to help us establish the community gardens. Of course, unity. I think isang naging nito, yung naging magandang impact nito, yung strategy namin na na-unite yung aming mga ahensya, kasi dati business as usual, sige, you just do your work, bahala ka dyan sa responsibilidad nyo, kami bahala na dito. So with the pandemic, yun nga, medyo yung timing lang ng collaboration ang medyo malungkot doon, but with the 1DA reform strategy, kung saan ni-unify natin and nagko-complement yung mga capabilities ng ating mga ahensya to converge and to collaborate, medyo na-break down, kumbaga, yung mga silos ng ating mga ahensya. And yes, ito, yung huli, yung P, yung proactive partnership. So, nakakatuwa na hindi. Minsan, may ilo-launch kaming activity, bigla na magla-lockdown. So, parang, kumbaga, at least nakapamigay kami. But then, minsan, hindi natin masabi, di ba, ang panahon. So, yung proactivity dito siguro will come in a way na nag-prepare tayo before the lockdowns, nakakapamigay na tayo ng ating mga inputs so that kung ano't anong mangyari, ay meron tayo, yun nga, may masusuksok para may mabubunot. Siguro ito yung pinaka-paradigm itong ating gustong gawin is communities of support. I know yung TSPI, kumbaga isang network din kayo which supports each other. So ito, ang gusto nating gawin, food always in the home at the bottom of the pyramid. Hope naman is household and organizational production, enhancement. So yung mga communities natin na nagpa-participate, improve their production. And then lastly, yung entrepreneurship part, wherein bigyan natin ng agribusiness thinking yung ating mga partisipante para naman, kasi yun yung incentive dyan kumbaga many will participate and many will drop out, but if they see the incentives, yun yung siguro makakapag-sustain. So around the pyramid ay yung support system natin from the government through policies and support, input support, academe and research centers for the innovative learnings, kumbaga new technologies, and then the NGOs and CSOs, kasi isa lang kami part ng lipunan, ang government. Although kami ang aasahan, we need the support of these organizations para masustain yung initiatives natin. Marami kaming nagiging partners na ganyan. Kumbaga, binibigyan namin ng input sa una, pero sila na yung nagtutuloy-tuloy. Although marami pang ways upang ma-improve ito, we are going there. And of course, private sector, kasi minsan kailangan natin infuse yung business and entrepreneurship link them with the institutional buyers and the market. And of course, yung support ng mismong consumers. Patanim tayo ng patanim. Yung pala'y wala namang kumakain ng gulay. So yun siguro, encouraging them to support the initiatives. So itong ating pyramid na ito, itong communities of support na ito, will complement or work towards yung consolidation, modernization, industrialization, and professionalization na tinitingnan ng DA sa aming One DA reform agenda. Consolidate the network of urban gardens para mas maganda yung presyuhan o mas maplano natin, makalendar natin yung supply. Modernization, yung use ng Internet of Things sa urban gardens natin, for example. Industrialization is feeding, kumbaga pag na-network na natin itong urban gardens natin, pwede na nating ipasa ito sa agribusiness side namin at para naman ma-market nila ng maayos. And of course, yung professionalization, habang gumagawa tayo, habang nag-i-experience tayo dito sa urban agriculture, ay mas natututo tayo ng mas practical na teknolohiya, mas madali kasi, mas madaling gayahin. So isa yun. Although professionalization, napaka term na yun, but it still comes from practice. We hone the skills until magkaroon tayo ng mga innovative centers. Okay. So ito lang yun. Ito, i-share ko lang yung mga naging interventions natin. Ito na yung mga LGUs na nakapartner natin, mga private sector na partner natin. Ito yung mga established urban farms natin. Meron nga tayo sa Luneta, meron tayo sa Muntinlupa, meron tayo sa Quezon City, at sa marami pang ibang lugar. Itong ating ginagawa ay gusto pa nating lalong pagyamanin, paramihin pa ang ating urban gardens at community gardens. Sana kayo sa PSPI ay tuloy pa rin ang inyong pagpo-promote nito. Okay. So ito yung mga technologies, ito mga simple pero kayang gawin. Containerized gardening, hydroponics, yung vertical gardening dito medyo simple pero mamaya makikita nyo may mas high-tech na vertical gardens dyan. Yung mushroom production din nandyan, and smart agriculture. Yan na yung tinatawag natin sa mga innovation centers sa atin. Ito na, yung vertical farm models. Itong nasa kaliwa nyo ay isang indoor vertical farm kung saan nagpo-produce ng mga herbs at sustainable na siya at kumikita. Ito namang sa isang vertical farm sa bandang Pampanga at meron na rin yan dito sa Maynila kung saan isang tower niya ay nakakapag-produce o nag-a-assume na makapag-produce ng 2 tons per year. So, kumbaga hindi mo na kailangan ganong kalaking space with the technology that we have, makakaproduce tayo. Ito yung isa sa latest naming tinitingnan kung paano namin siya ma-improve is yung rooftop gardening natin. We have partners with we are partners with isang malaking mall, hindi ko na lang sasabihin, 2 letra lang yun. So in-offer nila yung rooftops nila sa amin to see kung ano yung pwedeng gawin namin doon. Ito namang nasa baba nyo, ito ay isang private company din, yung Dole Company, na meron na tayong ganyan, rooftop garden. So para una, yun nga, makapag-produce. Pangalawa, siguro yung to cool down yung mga buildings natin, maging green nating mga buildings. And hopefully, makapture natin yung markets doon kasi mismo doon na mismo yun na yung market yung ilalim ng mga rooftops na yan. So, ito iba naman, mga aquaponic system, mushroom system na yun, ipamigay natin dati, hydroponics. Siguro ito internal na lang ito, yung ating patuloy na pagmo-monitor and evaluate. Siguro to end the presentation, siguro i-share ko lang sa inyo na itong urban gardening natin, urban agriculture initiative natin ay nagsimula sa seed. Talagang literal na seed noon. Namimigay kami ng seeds at mga planting materials. Pero kumbaga nagliyab yung passion namin dahil nga ito nga isipin niyo po dati mga siguro mga 50 lang a week ang nare-receive namin na request for seeds hanggang sa naging libo na siya in a week. So parang nakita namin ba talaga palang sumusuporta yung mga tao at gusto nilang mag-produce. So kahit na maliit yung seed, yun nga, kami ay nangangarap na maging movement ito. Hanggang sa maging lifestyle na siya. Lifestyle of helping each other, lifestyle of being healthy, and helping each other through collaboration. So hanggang sa maging kultura na siya, yun sana ang ating pinapangarap. So hopefully, with the help of organizations like the TSPI and our other partners ay masustain natin itong initiative natin on urban agriculture. So yun lang po. Sa ngayon, yun na lang po ang aking presentation at maraming salamat po sa inyo at sa inyong suporta sa ating programa. So thank you very much po.
All right, thank you very much, Sir Gerald Glenn Panganiban. Bigyan po natin ng round of applause si Sir Glenn. Ganyan, round of applause. Okay. Balik. Thank you very much. And of course, hindi natin pwedeng iwan yung topic na yan hanggat hindi natin dinig ang Secretary of Department of Agriculture, si Secretary William Carr. Okay. He will also tackle a certain, Secretary William D. Dar serves for the second time as the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. His first stint as Agri-Chief was in 1998 until 1999 under the administration of President Joseph Ejercito Estrada. To date, he is the only Filipino who led a global agricultural research institute, the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, headquartered at India. He served for 3 consecutive 5-year term from 2000 to 2014. His extensive research and professional experience include crop management, farming systems development, and technology sharing and upscaling. Brothers and sisters, let us all listen and welcome our Secretary for Department of Agriculture, Secretary William Dar.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Warm greetings to the Alliance of Philippine Partners in Enterprise Development Network and to all of the distinguished speakers and guests for making time to be here. By this time last year, practically every major city in the world was hit with a virus that was at first met with silence and indifference. Most of us had known little about COVID-19 until about March of 2020. So the disease spread unchecked, first in crowded cities, then gradually into the rural areas. The necessary quarantine measures imposed throughout the world made urban food supplies acutely sensitive to demand shocks. Since then, public interest in growing fruits and vegetables at home has soared. This is true not only in the developing world, but in developed nations as well. But while the global health crisis may have sparked some enthusiasm for urban agriculture, it has become increasingly clear that sustaining it is just as important. Re-greening became a dual-goal process of feeding dense populations in certain areas and working towards healthier environmental cover for future generations. We have formed partnership with local government units and the private sector to ensure that vulnerable urban communities are not only able to grow their own food, but that they are also able to generate jobs and supplemental incomes from urban farming. We continued to provide planting materials, training, and technical support. The idea is to have an abundant supply of planting materials for distribution to be guaranteed by the DA Bureau of Plant Industry. The DA Agricultural Training Institute is also tasked to provide training in urban farming systems, such as vertical gardens. Other government and scientific institutions, such as the Department of Science and Technology, help this cause by providing technical assistance in hydroponics systems. I believe that this gathering will provide an excellent opportunity for us to exchange views and collaborate behind the objectives that unite us and provides us spiritual refreshment, leadership development, and renewal of commitment to serve the people. I encourage all who are participating in this conference to contribute vigorously toward the achievement of our common purpose. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you very much, Secretary Dar. And once again, thank you very much, Sir Glenn, for the sharing coming from the Department of Agriculture. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Salamat.
Okay, so coming from the government sector, let us now move to the side of the microfinance industry and to present the integrated farming system. Let us welcome Ms. Iris Gulanes from TSKI. She is the director, TSKI Skills and Knowledge Institute Incorporated. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Arts in Community Development at the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. Underwent various capacity development training programs, which include the Certificate in Development Management from Asian School Development and Cross-Cultural Studies. She is also a test trainer and assessor of microfinance technology with NC Level 2. A licensed professional teacher and currently taking up her master's degree in management at the University of the Philippines in the Visayas. She's working with the TSKI for the last 21 years. Within those years, she was able to handle various positions, starting from the microfinance operations to being a training manager. She was able to also manage and implement various projects and partnerships with different local and foreign organizations for being in charge of the Community and Enterprise Development Department of the said organization. Currently, she is in charge of the TSKI Skills and Knowledge Institute Incorporated, a subsidiary company of TSKI Microfinance NGO. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Iris. Welcome, Iris.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Sir Roland, thank you so much for that kind introduction, sir. Napakaganda po no indeed ng ating pinag-uusapan ngayong hapon. And I would like to thank the Append leaders and also this event ngayon. I would remember no previous years, every year we look forward to this na mag face to face no, but then because of this pandemic, we are here virtually, we are meeting each other, but sabi nga nothing can stop no, the advancement and the initiatives of the microfinance organizations in terms of providing different strategies and opportunities no, in poverty alleviation and eradication in our country. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for this opportunity. So we have discussed, no, sabi nga ni Sir Glenn kanina, food always in the home. No? Napakagandang wika, no? Faith, no? Food always in the home. And diba, we recognize, of course, that without the farmers, no, we will not have food being served in our table. Kanina nung nag-lunch tayo, yung mga kinain natin, I hope that we remember no, the farmers who really toiled a lot in bringing us those kind of products. Okay. In TSKI, we have established no, a TSKI Skills and Knowledge Institute, which is actually a subsidiary organization of TSKI Microfinance NGO. Now our vision here is to really empower the different members of the community coming from the different sectors of the society in order for them know that their capacity will be enhanced to further contribute to the betterment of our community. So that's why currently we have registered in TESDA. Now, we are currently a registered training and assessment center of microfinance technology, NC2, wherein we have facilitated different batches of scholars also to be equipped in the role as loan officers and then be part of this organization or even be involved no, and be employed in other companies as well. So with regards to the reason why TSKI decided to embark in establishing a farm school, aside from the current programs that we have, our president, Angel L. De Leon Jr. has this to say.
Good afternoon. I'm pleased to discuss with you on why TSKI embarked in having a farm school. When we talk about poverty, particularly in the rural areas, most likely we would always say that it is the marginal farmers or the fisher folks that are greatly affected because of the agricultural situation in our country. And indeed, the small farmers would be subjected to a lot of circumstances in which they are not able to be productive, like a high cost of farm inputs, the scarcity of irrigation, and also most of the time, the prices of palay during harvest time. And so, given those circumstances, in our program in helping the marginalized farmers in TSKI, we thought that it was kind of important for us to be involved in a farmers integrated program that will address the basic problems of small farmers. Our intervention in this undertaking is to see to it that these small farmers are organized. And indeed, as we organize them, we saw to it that they would have a contiguous area of around 15 to 20 hectares. We would like to look at it as an organized farming so that mechanization can be introduced in their farming activities. However, increasing productivity is not only the issue in the life of small farmers. Somehow, we realize, and they experience it, that during time of after planting and waiting time for harvesting is what you call the gestation period, in which they have to find another means of livelihood. And so it was kind of important for us to undertake a particular program that will address this period in which they are awaiting for their harvest time. If there is no livelihood program that we introduce, somehow what the farmers will be doing is they will go to the 5-6, they will go to usurious undertaking, in which they will need money so that they can feed their family. Only to realize that during harvest time, all their harvest produce will just be used to pay for such loan. Or even sometimes, they will default on the loans that we extended to them. And so what we did was to see to it that they should be involved in a small enterprise in the window when they are waiting for their particular harvest. And so we felt that they should have what you call a livelihood in between, like having a vegetable garden at their backyard, try to support a small piggery program, or try to breed or try to undertake some poultry business or livelihood, and a lot of things that will tie them off until the harvest time. However, we realized that as simple as it may be, this particular undertaking, it needs a lot of technology and training as well. Take, for example, if you tell them that they will go into a high-value crop so that they will have vegetables, they will be able to eat during the time in which they're waiting for their harvest. I think it is not enough that we tell them to plant vegetable. What is important is for them to realize what vegetables do they need to plant, how to plant the vegetables, and how to make good in maintaining this kind of vegetables so that it can be marketed if ever they have an excess in production. And so TSKI embarked into a farm school in which we can educate farmers in some form of livelihood that is agricultural based. In our farm school, we teach them how to grow vegetables in a very scientific way. When we tell them you plant with high value crop, we teach them the technology on how to plant, what kind of vegetables you plant on this kind of soil. When we tell them that they need to raise some form of backyard piggery, we tell them on how to raise this kind of pigs, the race that they should be able to get, and the type of food that they can feed the pigs. And so we have a wide array of programs in our farm school, ranging from vegetables to chicken raising, to piggery, to goat raising, to small fish pond raising, and even we introduce them to vermiculture so that they themselves can save from the fertilizers that they use in their farms. And so with this, we will be able to address the particular window in which when they are done with their planting, they will be able to undertake another livelihood program that will tie them off until they are able to harvest. And so with this, I believe that the farm school will really educate them in how to be an enterprising farmers. The beauty about the farm school is it is an accredited with the TESDA and with the Agricultural Training Institute, which means that they are able to attend classes for free, but TESDA will be able to pay for the educational fees. And this means that eventually when they graduate, they will be an NC2 graduate, they will have this competency that indeed they themselves can be teachers, they themselves can be the one who will be teaching other farmers in their locality.
So with that kind of vision, fueled with passion, pandemic will not stop us in exploring opportunities to complement the existing programs of the organization, even if it means retooling and developing new competencies. Bringing food security and sustainability in agricultural households entails various strategies, since this is not just about production, but it includes the entire value chain of the agricultural sector that affect the whole economic interaction of the industry. It also involves the interplay of other sectors of our society. So one approach or model that we are doing in the SKI right now is the integrated farming system. So in order for all of us to get a glimpse of what integrated farming system is all about, let's watch this.
Good day. I am Mr. Edward Trisico, the farm consultant of TSKI Farm. One of the greatest problems in our agriculture sector at present are the windows of opportunity in the livelihood aspect. Farming nowadays become a problem in the society of farmers because of the lack in innovative technology, creative stewardship, and their farming practices. The rice commodity as a staple food for Filipinos has been affected with higher inputs and lower in production. And our production cost is very high compared than other neighboring countries. Because of this, TSKI Farm developed a farming program, which is the integrated and diversified under the value chain program to increase the alternative livelihood and potential income opportunities for sustainability, food safety, food security, and food sovereignty. The most important things to consider to have a successful farming practices is to develop and apply the technology. The only technology which is sustainable in the applications of farming practices is the nature farming system technology. This is the backbone of a successful farming practices under the value chain program. Its application is infinite and it contributes to the welfare of environment and the society as well. The application of this technology can be expanded to different productivity commodities such as high-value crops production, livestock, which is the poultry and swine and goat production, systems of rice intensification integrated with rice and fish culture, the development and emplacement of inland agri-fishery, the advocacy in the salt farming, which is the sloping agricultural land technology integrated with the sustainable food forest production, and advocacy on the medicinal farming, and awareness of health programs for every Filipino farmers and consumers. The high-value crops production is one of the potential in the development of earning a higher income program. The TSKI show windows and the development of a limited areas for productions like 100 square meters can have a decent income of at least one cycle period, which is the 45 days, can gather as much as 240 kilos of lettuce, which is equivalent to 36,000 times 6 cycles in a year. This is one of the innovative and creative concepts in the farming and another productivity commodity which is also potential as an alternative livelihood in earning higher income in the establishment of livestock production. TSKI farm develop a short-term production period like native chicken to sustain the long-term livestock commodity such as the productions of the native pigs. The native chicken production under the compartmentalized program in the development of 30 square meters layer productions in the ratio of 30 heads can produce as much as 900 eggs in 2 months. In actual practices, it shows that a 60% result in the hatching stage, which is equivalent to 540 heads with the economic value in the grow-out period as much as 102,600 pesos in 60-day cycle. The good thing about the productivity commodity, the byproducts converted into the potential compost fertilizers which can be used back in the farm production. The use of NFS feeds and technology lower down the cost by 60% in the production process, which means more alternative income for the farmer growers. The swine production, which is the native pigs, shows a remarkable exponential quantity in the production. Aside from using the NFS feeds, which is 80% indigenous, like potential vegetable scraps and identified rich protein vegetable feeds, are one of the components lowering the cost and ensuring high returns of income. TSKI also developed another productivity commodity in the development of inland agri-fishery for another alternative livelihood opportunities for the farmers. This contributes high income returns in the productions and to address the sustainability of every farmer growers for every household. Due to the current uprising problems in the rice farmer growers are higher farm inputs which result to a less income for the rice farmer growers. Our production cost ratio as much as 12 pesos in every kilo of palay, and our vested prevailing price in the market forces is between 12 to 13 pesos per kilo, resulting to higher inputs. The rice farmer growers incur losses in their farming practices. TSKI Farm developed another window of productivity commodity, which is the systems of rice intensifications, integrated with rice and fish culture to ensure that the income in the productions, both in the rice and the fish culture, has 20 times higher income result because of the fish culture value. One of the major areas concerned are the hilly places. The hilly places remains to be idle in terms of agricultural production and did not result to a productive area. TSKI advocates and develop a show window model in the development of the sloping areas into a sloping agricultural land technology integrated with a sustainable food forest production. This model is one of the potential development in the integrated agricultural practices, developing the unproductive area to be more productive. The sloping agricultural land technology can be utilized in vegetable production. The contours in the strips are important components to preserve the soil erosions. This technology has a potential in the short and long-term production. This means that the SALT program reduces idle lands and converts it into a productive practices. Another productivity commodity that the SKI farm developed is the medicinal farming. Nowadays, people are mostly influenced by the Western culture. It means that the intervention of natural medicine were not realized. The SKI farm established the medicinal farming program as one of the important components with the health issues in the communities. The SKI farm leading into a farm tourism destination advocates in using alternative medicine in the expansion and awareness. This productivity commodity is also in demand by the restaurants, hotels, and malls in the promotions and market. Lastly, the SKI farm recommend for the sustainability of productions and income by adapting the integrated farming practices of every farmers in the specific communities to become more resilient in every circumstances. Integrated farming practices are the only solutions to the Filipino farmers to earn, live, and have a decent, sustainable life. Thank you and God bless us all.
We are all excited about this, especially the SKI is currently working with the 215 farmers organization in the provinces of Iloilo and Capiz with more than 5,000 farmers under our Farmers Integrated Development Assistance Program. So moreover, this will also be an avenue for collaboration of different agencies, both private and public agencies, especially the local government units. Actually, during our startup, we are already partnering with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources or the BFAR, the Philippine Coconut Authority, and we are also partnering with, of course, the local government unit here in the municipality of Pabia. So moving forward, we are now processing our documents to be registered as accredited by the Agricultural Training Institute or the ATI as a learning site for agriculture. And later also with the TESDA with different kinds of qualifications related to agriculture, of course. In the midst of this pandemic, may we not just recover, but more so rise above from where we were before, as we discover more of our capabilities and opportunities brought about by this crisis. We believe that by partnering with the agricultural sector, this is our humble way of letting brotherly love continue. Thank you very much, and God bless everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Iris. Thank you for letting us in and understand the integrated farming system that is being promoted by TSKI. Galing, no? So nakikita na natin they are empowering partners, maximizing land use, and having produce that are not limited to the traditional farm outputs or farm produce, but also those that are gaining popularity na mga medicinal plants. Galing, very good, no? So we now move to the private sector, and let's listen to the executive director of Jollibee Group Foundation. She will talk about farmer entrepreneurship program. Let us all welcome Ms. Maria Gisela H. Chongson. Ms. Maria Gisela Chongson is the Executive Director of the Jollibee Group Foundation. Yan. And Wala ang aking binabasa. Try natin na maibalik. Yan. Thank you very much. All right. And she is also currently the chair of the Association of Foundations, the largest network of NGOs and foundations in the country. Gisela is a PhD candidate in leadership in public management at the Ateneo School of Government. She obtained her master's degree from the George Washington University and a degree in mathematics from the Ateneo de Manila University. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, mga kasama, let us all welcome Miss Gisela. With a round of applause. Round of applause. Kung makita, may nag-round of applause. Gising.
Okay.
Alright.
Maraming salamat, Sir Ronald. No? Nakakatuwa naman ang inyong applause talaga. So a jolly afternoon to everyone attending the 29th Append Leadership Conference. Unang-una, isang malaking pasasalamat sa mga organizers ng event na to led by Liza Pag-unlad for inviting us to be part of this year's successful conference. On behalf of Jollibee Group Foundation, I would also like to commend Append as a network for its commitment to continuously strengthen the leadership and competence of its member institutions. And we are really very honored to be in the same room together with the leaders and delegates of these institutions. As a background, our company, Jollibee Foods Corporation, started when Tony and Grace Tangkatyong founded two ice cream parlors in 1975. And seeing the demands of customers for warm meals, they introduced hamburgers into the menu, and soon the hamburgers outsold the ice cream and Jollibee was formed. Today, Jollibee Foods Corporation is the largest Asian food service company with over 5,000 stores under 17 brands in 33 countries. The company's growth grew from its mission of serving great tasting food and bringing the joy of eating to everyone. It is this same mission that inspired our leaders to make sure that the communities where we operate grew as well. Kaya nga, in 2004, Jollibee Group Foundation was established. As the social development arm of a food company, it was strategic for us to focus our work on helping communities gain sustainable access to food. So pagkain pa rin, no? By doing so, we can harness the skills and strengths of the company to help communities across the country. Currently, Jollibee Group Foundation implements programs in agriculture through the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, in education through the Busog Lusog Talino School Feeding Program and ACE Scholarship Program, and disaster response through Jollibee Group Food Aid. All these are done in partnership with local institutions nationwide. And in this session, I will focus on the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program. It was actually our chairman, Tony Tangkatyong, who had this idea of working with farmers. Sabi niya, what if Jollibee were to buy directly from the farmers so that they can have a regular and stable market to sell to? Our company's daily requirements for fresh vegetables puts us in a strategic position to serve as a direct market for the farmers. It was a simple concept, but the execution was far from being simple. And I'm sure many of you in this room know what I mean. I will spare you the details of how we went through it for now, as you would have the opportunity to hear it directly from the panel later on. Allow me to share, though, that through the hard work of many involved in the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, or FEP, we now have 17 farmer co-ops supplying Jollibee Foods Corporation. And they have delivered around 7,000 metric tons of vegetables since 2008, amounting to 300 million pesos in total sales. What FEP has done is to demonstrate that indeed it is possible for ordinary smallholder farmers to control the marketing of their produce, and that they can deal with middlemen on equal footing because they are no longer at their mercy when it comes to selling their harvest. More importantly, nakikita po ito ng mga kabataan sa mga pamayanan at ito yung nag-iengganyo sa kanila na ituloy ang pagsasaka dahil alam nila there is money to be made from farming. It is a career worth pursuing. So let's watch this video.
Nakakatuwa naman. Akalain mo ba, ang mga sangkap na mga pagkain ito nanggaling sa mga magsasakang katulad ko? Lumaki ako sa bukid, kasama ng pamilya ko. Sige po, Nay. Dati, hirap sina tatay at nanay umasenso. Pare-pareho lang lagi ang pamamaraan sa pagtatanim. Kanya-kanyang diskarte sa pagbenta. Madalas, di namin alam kung kikita pa ba kami. Pero sa tulong ng Farmer Entrepreneurship Program ng Jollibee Group Foundation, nagsimulang gumaan ang buhay namin. Nabigyan kami ng training para sama-samang makapagbenta sa malalaking buyer. Pinakilala kami sa mga bibili ng aming produkto, kaya alam na namin kung anong kalidad at gaano kadami ang kailangan nila. At dahil naturuan na kami ng maayos sa pagkwenta, mas sigurado na ang kita namin. Lahat ito, i-deliver na sa Jollibee Group para gamitin sa iba't ibang branches sa buong bansa. Sa ganda ng negosyo ngayon, excited na rin silang sumali sa amin. Dati, simple magsasaka. Ngayon, farmer entrepreneur na. Proud kaming lahat dahil ang tinanim namin nagdadala ng saya sa maraming Pilipino.
So ito pong video na to, it really captures what we are aspiring for the farmers, no? Pero paano nga ba ito nangyari? To explain the strategies behind the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, joining me in this session is Joanna Lao, Jollibee Group Foundation Senior Program Manager.
Good afternoon, Ma'am Gisela, at sa lahat po ng mga participant nitong Append Conference.
Okay. Siguro, Joanna, simulan natin ang kwento by providing context on how it was in the past. Ano nga ba ang mga constraints sa mga farmers para makapag-supply sa institutional buyers? Kasi naalala ko naman, after na nag-meet ang ating board at sinabihan nga na hanapan ng paraan ng Jollibee Foods Corporation na bumili diretso sa mga farmers, hindi naman tayo nahirapang kumbinsihin ang purchasing group, di ba?
Yes, that's right, no? In fact, nung tinanong natin yung mga taga-purchasing if they were willing to buy directly from farmers, sabi nila as a strategy, they actually prefer to buy as close to the source as possible. Pero nasubukan na raw nila dati na mag-order sa mga farmer and it couldn't be sustained beyond the first few deliveries. In fact, back in 2008, when we were starting the program, we could barely find examples of farmers directly linked to markets. Many groups had tried before but couldn't seem to get it to work.
So, if it makes sense for the companies and for the farmers to transact directly, why do you think very few practice this?
One main factor seems to be a lack of access. Alam naman po natin na farmers lack access to innovative production technology, institutions that could provide needed services, at wala rin silang access sa markets. They have no idea what the big buyers need kasi sa trader na lang sila umaasa. The markets, on the other hand, didn't know how to find or communicate with smallholder farmers that could sustainably supply or even support organizations that could help them link directly to the farmers. The traders were quite efficient in providing a reliable supply for their raw materials. So ba't pa sila maghahanap ng iba?
So, access talaga is a clear issue. Alam naman natin, no, maraming mahihirap na pamayanan. Yan talaga yung hinaharap nila. Pero yun lang ba? Yun lang ba yung problema?
Perhaps even deeper than the lack of access was the lack of trust. Napakahalaga ng tiwala. Farmers mistrusted company processes, so unfamiliar to them. Modern methods, maraming mga papers and contracts, and the reliability of companies as markets. It's also hard for markets to trust the farmer's capacity to manage a business relationship. Marami nang nakaranas nung pole vaulting, yung hindi natutupad ng farmer yung mga pinangakong ibebenta nila. So it's important to appreciate this context and past experience to see why we couldn't simply find a group of farmers and introduce them immediately to Jollibee.
I see. So, siguro to better appreciate the challenges that farmers are facing, tingnan nga natin yung typical value chain, no? With farmers as producers on one end, and their products going through many layers before they reach the end consumer. So it involves production, consolidation, processing, distribution, and these are done by two types of market actors. No? First are the main chain actors, such as the traders, the agents, the retailers, who buy and sell until it reaches the consumers. But second are the business development service providers, who do not buy or sell the product, but who provide critical services, such as financing. Marami yata sa grupo na to ang meron yan, Joanna.
Yes.
Farm input, supply, transport, etc. So, anong masasabi mo sa value chain na ito? Paano nga ba mas kikita ang mga magsasaka?
Makikita po natin na in this existing system, it's common for the trader not only to buy the farmer's products, but also to act as the financier, input supplier, and transporter. So with this much influence, they also control the price. Pero kung wala namang traders, karamihan sa mga farmer, hindi rin mabibenta ang kanilang mga produkto. So paano mapapalakas ng mga farmer ang kanilang bargaining power? They have to upgrade their participation in the value chain. And given the starting point where they are disadvantaged, this has to be done in a systematic way with the help of support institutions. So to illustrate, pag-usapan natin yung onion value chain and how it became inclusive. Here you can see the basic elements and the actors. There are different types of upgrading strategies that can help farmers to improve their participation in the value chain. 5 po itong strategy at dadaanan natin isa-isa. So the first strategy was to improve the coordination. Local partners such as LGUs, co-ops, MFIs, or social enterprises help farmers to organize themselves into clusters to consolidate their products for better volume and competitive supply. Next, the farmers upgraded their value-adding activities. This includes sorting, peeling, and transporting the products through the help of their local partners. The farmers devised ways to quickly sort small, medium, and large onions since Jollibee has a minimum size requirement. Yung mga community members tulad ng mga kababaihan, yung mga senior citizen, also earn extra income by doing the peeling. With their training and consolidated volume, the farmers are now equipped to negotiate with markets and deliver their products directly, for which they can get a higher selling price. Jollibee oriented the farmers on the specifications needed. So may extra effort din yung company para ma-orient yung mga farmers. And to ensure the customer satisfaction, farmers continuously improve their products and their processes. For example, Jollibee requires all agricultural suppliers to be certified in Philippine Good Agricultural Practices or PhilGAP. With the help of DA, the foundation, and other partners, proud na proud ang mga farmers na meron na silang PhilGAP certification. They also do other process improvements such as varietal testing to increase yield. And we're working on a project to provide daily farming advice based on weather forecasts. We're also partnering with DA and other agencies so the farmers can have soil testing and appropriate advice. All of this is made possible through the work of a set of partners. The farmers will have a hard time doing it by themselves, and we at the foundation alone cannot provide all the support they need. Kanina sa presentation ni Sir Glenn, nabanggit din yan na napaka-importante ng mga partnership, di ba? We applied the upgrading strategy of improving the institutional environment. We formed a network of support institutions such as local partners, national and regional government units, financing institutions, NGOs, and the academe. And each of these organizations play different roles in supporting the farmers, with the foundation acting as the bridge and convener.
So mukhang mahalaga yung nasabi mo, no? There are 5 strategies for value upgrading. So improving coordination, upgrading value-adding activities, improvement of product and process, and lastly, improving the institutional environment. Sabi natin, it's the local partners such as LGUs, co-ops, microfinance institutions, or social enterprise that organize the farmers into clusters para nga ma-consolidate nila yung mga produkto nila for better volume and competitive supply. Pakinggan nga natin yung kwento naman na to. So joining us here also is Ms. Lynn Onesa from Tulay sa Pag-unlad Inc. So one of JGS MFI partners for the past 4 years. So Lynn, pwede mo bang ibahagi naman, no? What was the critical role that MFIs played in this value chain?
Good afternoon, Ma'am Gisela. Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. Yung role po ng TSPI, like any other MFIs po na kasama natin dito, traditional role in the value chain talaga is to provide more affordable production loans sa mga farmers. Mas murang pwedeng pagkuhaan ng pambili ng kanilang mga inputs for farming. Big help po yan sa mga farmers, especially as we all know, the other options of the farmers ay sobrang expensive talaga for them. However, katulad ng mga narinig natin kanina ng mga presentations din, and I'm sure kahit hindi na-present, hindi natin narinig ngayon, no? Pero may mga kanya-kanya na pong initiative that will really tell us that long time ago pa, microfinance industry has realized that to make a sustainable impact,
Lynn, pakilakasan mo daw ang boses mo, parang hindi ka yata nila naririnig mabuti.
Ay, sorry po hindi ko nakita ang chat. Sige po, baka malayo yung mic ko. So, allow me to repeat po.
Ulitin mo daw ulit.
Sige po, magandang hapon po ulit kung gano'n. So, Ma'am Gisela, going back to your question, ng role ng MFI. So, I was saying
medyo ano pa, Ma'am Lynn?
Ganun ba?
Medyo ano pa rin.
Sige, I'll remove the
Yan.
I'll remove the headset siguro. Is this better?
Some more. Yeah.
Is this better po ba?
Could it be better than better?
Hello? I'm sorry. Sige, let me put it.
We're encountering technical difficulties, ha? Okay lang yan. Sige, we'll wait. Maganda ikukwento mo eh. Exciting yan.
Can you hear me po? Is it better?
Naririnig, pero kulang pa.
Bakit kaya?
Bakit kaya?
Ako pa naman ang nasa pet.
Parang nagtatanim ka na.
Sa inyo. Ayan po. Okay na po ba? Sisigaw na
mas
ako?
nag-improve na.
Lapit ka na lang siguro sa laptop, Lynn, para.
Yun nga po. Sige po. Okay, pasensya na po. So, take 3 ba ako? Good afternoon. Good afternoon po ulit sa inyong lahat. And going back sa question po ni Ma'am Gisela, ano ba ang critical role ng mga MFIs? As I was saying kanina, traditionally, no, mga MFIs, we all know this, that ang ating role sa value chain talaga is to provide more affordable production loans to the small farmers. Kasi nga yung kanilang ibang option, kung di sila sa atin hihiram, medyo mahal talaga, no? 5, 6, or even mas mahal pa doon. It's an acknowledged big help even by the farmers, pero we all know, like yung mga sharing po kanina, or even yung mga baka hindi na share ngayon, walang chance to share, pero many MFIs here will agree with us na to have more sustainable impact po sa buhay ng mga farmers, specifically in maximizing their income from farming, we have to help them market their produce. And we're grateful na kami ay isa sa naging FEP or Farmer Entrepreneurship Program Partner ng Jollibee Group Foundation. And as a partner, TSPI serves as a guide who walks along with the farmer in their journey para matuto sila paano i-improve ang kanilang mga production processes step by step, and also on the other hand matulungan din sila how to effectively deal with the market, but this time not as an individual farmers but as an organized group. Pero for TSPI to be able to do that, Allow me to also say this, at kanina pa maraming nag-uulit nito. Isa siguro talaga sa paulit-ulit na gusto nating matandaan. Sambayanihan po talaga. TSPI also has to partner with other institutions closely so that we can effectively assist the farmers. Because we do not, syempre as an MFI, we do not have all the expertise naman po, di ba? So for TSPI, Ma'am Gisela, we learn to partner even more sa Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Plant Industry. Hinanap namin paano ba pwede makakuha ng field gap certificate ng farmers. Of course, local government para sa technical support. We were also able to link up yung mga farmers namin sa ibang farmer groups para makakita sila ng best practices na parang learn and more by observing what others are doing. Of course, syempre, we partner with institutional buyers like JFC, Jollibee Foundation din for the marketing processes. So yun po, basically a story of how Ma'am Joey kanina explained the process. We went all through those steps po.
Oo nga, napakayaman na naging karanasan ninyo, no? And from this experience in promoting the inclusion of smallholder farmers in value chain, ano sa tingin mo yung pinaka-critical challenge, leadership challenge, no, na hinaharap, no? Halimbawa sa inyo, Lee, no? Ano ang mga ito at paano nyo hinarap?
Okay po. Marami po talagang challenges, no, in helping the farmers. Yan alam ko, again, everybody can relate to that. And the challenges po, dalawa. May challenges ng farmers, may challenges din ng institution like TSPI who are helping the farmers. Dito po sa Farmers Entrepreneurship Program, ang main challenge ng farmer really is the change of mindset. Siyempre, from the very start, they're used to just producing yung kanilang crop and doing it alone. Pero they have to change mindset kasi they now have to group with other farmers and become businessmen, become an organized agro-enterprise. And in doing that, they have to be conscious about this time talagang mag-list. Hello. What's happening po kaya?
Ang daming gustong makaintindi ng gusto sa kwento mo. Mawawala ang iyong pagkamahinhin. Kailangan mawala pa ang iyong pagkamahinhin.
Sorry Mas okay
Pero
po ito?
Technical problem yung yung ating sound.
Mas naririnig po ba ako?
Naririnig bahagya. Yan.
I'm sorry. Okay na po ba?
Gisela mamaya kung yung pinakwento ni Ma'am Lee.
Sorry, mas okay na po ba?
Ayan, pwede.
Medyo, I don't know what's happening. Kanina okay naman ako
medyo bagalan mo na lang. Bilis.
Bagalan mo rin daw ang pagkikwento.
Okay, sige po. So, from the top ako on the second question ni Mama.
Yung challenges.
Pasensya na po but thank you for your patience. So, challenges, bagalan din. Challenges ng TSPI. So, dalawa po, maraming challenges. At ang challenges po ay both on the part of the farmers and both on the part of the organization helping TSPI, helping the farmers. So TSPI may challenge din. So let me start with the challenges ng mga farmers. Sa experience po namin sa Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, ang mga farmers po, hirap talaga mag-change ng mindset. Sanay po talaga sila na magtanim na lang kami, i-produce namin, and then bahala na kayo magbenta. Sabi nila sa TSPI, ganun, ma'am, bilhin nyo na lang yung aming mga produce. Pero in the Farmer Entrepreneurship Program, we have to really convince them that they can do it. They can group together as a cluster of farmers and market their produce as a formal agro-enterprise. So, kailangan po nila ng ganong constant support. So, ang challenge sa kanila, to know how to compute cost of production, understand pricing, appreciate the specific requirements of the institutional buyers, preparing documentation or documents na kailangan. So, maraming ganong challenges. On the part of TSPI naman, ako siguro personally, I can say na ang challenge sa amin is to really not to give up on the farmers. Minsan po kasi it's easier to think na maybe the program is not for this group of farmers or look for another area na lang siguro, baka di talaga nila kaya. But we realize and we are thankful that at this point, we can say na all of those things, the challenges are just part of the transformational process. And siguro finally, Ma'am Gisela, let me just share with everyone po that we are grateful and thankful to the Lord. Recently, yung isa sa mga grupo ng farmers po namin, mga kalamansi farmers po namin in Haen, Nueva Ecija, ang masipag kapang kabuhayan was recognized and given a bronze award by the Jollibee Food Corporation in their 2021 Suppliers Summit. Parang sila lang yung group of farmers na nagkaroon ng recognition. So parang kami, ay pwede talaga. So may pag-asa po talaga para sa mga magsasaka at para sa mga gustong tumulong sa mga magsasaka.
Wow! Amazing, amazing, Ma'am Lina. Talagang yan ang brotherly love that continued on. Talagang hindi nyo binitawan, no? To have reached that level of recognition as a supplier. And take note, ang katapat nila are even multinational suppliers of JFC. Hindi lang mga maliliit at hindi lang local, no? So it's truly a major milestone. In fact, the Calamansi Farmers you assist are the first among the farmer groups supplying the company to have received that recognition. So congratulations talaga. Ang galing. Glory to God talaga. Salamat. Sige, balik naman tayo sa iyo, Joanna. Ano naman ang mga sasabi mo when it comes to the challenges?
Okay. Ano po, so agree po ako dun sa mga sinabi ni Ms. Lynn. No? Witness tayo sa mga pinagdaanan both ng TSPI, si Ms. Malu, and yung masipag ka farmers. No? So ang isa talaga gusto nating emphasize is the critical role of the local partner, which can be an MFI like TSPI. Because of the constraints faced by the farmers, it's no exaggeration to say that they cannot deliver to institutional buyers without the help of these facilitators. But it's not an easy task. Narinig naman natin yung sharing ni Ms. Lynn na minsan munti ka na mag-give up pero tuloy pa rin. So before MFIs go into this, they have to ask themselves, is this really a priority for them? What are they willing to invest to make it work? It's not a business as usual for all the partners involved. Maski sa mga farmer at sa mga market, hindi po ito pwede na business as usual because it needs a change in the previous mindset and beliefs. So on our part naman at Jollibee Group Foundation, we're very much willing to share our experience and eager to learn from other groups as well. Through the years, we've developed a training program, which we have now transformed into online format. This is the course Agro-Enterprise for Inclusive Value Chains, which we conduct in partnership with Xavier University Ateneo de Cagayan and FEP implementers. And we've completed the training runs for this year. In fact, Ms. Lynn was one of our outstanding graduates. But we're going to run the course again early in 2022, and we invite the other MFIs to sign up and learn more about this work.
Okay, maraming salamat ulit, Joanna and Lynn, for joining me in this presentation. Your sharing has really made the experience more real and the challenges more pronounced as well. Because truly, this work is not easy, and we've always been very explicit about that. One thing we have realized in more than a decade of our work is that the income problem of the farmers goes beyond a technical solution. We may have the capital, the seeds, the machineries, and all the facilities to provide to the farmers. But in the end, if there is no shift in the mindset and perspective of how we view farmers and what they're capable of, we cannot truly get this off the ground. As illustrated by TSPI and other members of your network that have been part of this endeavor, shout out to ASCII and to TSKI, MFIs must keep going beyond microfinance. Though helping the farmers may be the riskiest and in fact they're the most costly borrower, you all believe and agree that this sector is worth our effort and resources. And it can be done sustainably for both the farmers and the MFIs. The good thing is that we do not have and must not even do it alone. There are other organizations who are very willing to help the farmers, including the LGUs, private companies, and NGOs and foundations. The collective leadership of these institutions is important. And I would like to leave you with my favorite leadership quote from Bill O'Brien. Sabi niya, "The success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervenor." Sa Tagalog, ang ikapagtatagumpay ng anumang gawain ay nakasalalay sa adhikain at kalooban ng mga nagsusulong nito. On that note, maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig and we wish everyone a fruitful and successful summit.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, una-una kay Ma'am Gisela. Thank you very much, Giselle. And si Joanna also from Jollibee Foundation. And of course, kay Lynn Unesa na medyo inahabol natin yung kwento. Pero yung kwento, I think I was able to get yung pinaka-gist. No? Mamaya sasabihin ko doon sa dulo ng usapan natin. So, once again, thank you very much sa inyong lahat. Palakpakan po natin sila. Okay, all right. Tunay na ang ating plenary session 2 is a paradigm shift. No? Malaking pagbabago kung paano natin titignan, paano natin matutulungan ang ating sarili, ang ating mga kababayan na farmers. Di ba? Unang-una sinasabi sa atin no, ng Department of Agriculture, urban farming is possible, it's sustainable, di ba? And they are here to support farming, urban farming, di ba? They are here to provide planting materials, training, and other technical support kung sino man yung magiging interesado. And then, pinakita sa atin that it is possible na ang example natin yung sa TSKI. TSKI is trailblazing in the establishment of an integrated farming system. Natutulungan nila, nire-reorient nila ang mga farmers so that yung period na they are waiting for harvest from planting until harvest, so in between is more productive for the farmers, di ba? And here we heard from Jollibee that it can be done. They can, as a private company, they can help the farmers. Diba? I-improve lang talaga yung access, diba? Para ini-eliminate yung from the time na nando sa farmer, there are at least 7 steps bago makarating sa consumer. So if you trim down those 7 stops, 7 channels, diba? You make it better for the farmer. Galing, no? And as mentioned, I think ito yung na-pick up ko kay Ma'am Lynn, diba? Helping the farmers and going through the paradigm shift, di ba? It is very challenging. It is difficult. There are many challenges that they have encountered. Pero maganda dito, no? The benefits of reaching out to the farmers far outweighs the challenges of the activities that are involved here. Kahit na gaano kahirap, pero mas sa dulo nito ay mas maraming makikinabang, mas kapaki-pakinabang yung effort. Eventually, it will pay off. And once again, we thank you for companies like Jollibee and the support of Department of Agriculture at saka yung paghahanap ng mga MFIs. Parte na ito do sa sinasabi kanina ni Dr. Aris, di ba? That the MFIs, once they bring themselves together, think of ways, new paradigms, we can bring much progress into the country and we will be able to alleviate the condition of the poor. Yan, ang ganda ng kwento ng maghapon natin. Alright, thank you. And now we move to Session 3, Plenary Session 3. Dito makakarinig naman tayo ng mga kwentong tagumpay. Pwede ba kayo makinig sa mga kwentong tagumpay? Meron tatlo tayo na magkikwento sa atin. And una-una dyan, galing sa Alalay, sa Kularan Incorporated. No? We will learn from Miss Florence Awat. Siya ay 2020 CMA Special Award for COVID Response. Pakinggan natin ang kanyang kwento. Meron siyang video at ayan, meron pang kwento tungkol muna sa kanya. In 2005, the Kalinga Indigenous Weavers Association was organized through the leadership of their president, Miss Florence Awat, with a startup fund of only 2,500. Aside from being the president of Kinwa, she also serves as a board director of Provincial Tourism Council of Tabuk City, president of Tabuk Producers Association, and vice president of Chamber of Commerce of Tabuk City Association. In 2017, Ms. Awat put up the Weaving Center at Laga Village, Bulanao, Tabuk City. She's currently employing 10 persons, allowing on-the-job training of students. She continuously helps the community through their skills for their own livelihood. All her neighbors already have their own weaving loom equipment and profiting through their own weaving businesses. Very inspiring tong kwento na to. As she said, I am blessed to be used by the Almighty as an instrument of change and steward of God's richness. Extending help for the common good of fellow men inspires her a lot. Pakinggan po natin siya sa kanyang kwento. Magandang hapon. Hindi pa po namin kayo naririnig. Habang iniintay natin na marinig siya, meron akong na-encounter na dalawang baka sa farm. Ang tanong ko sa inyo, nung nagkasalubong sila, ano kaya ang sabi nila sa isa't isa? I-type ninyo sa chat box ang sagot ninyo. Ano ang sabi ni cow A at ni cow B? Ni baka A at ni baka B sa isa't isa? Yun, oo nga, mu. Pero ang tamang sagot, cow ba yan? At syempre, ang sagot ng isa, akaw nga. Yan. Alright. Balikan natin si Ma'am Florence kung siya ay madidinig na natin. Ma'am Florence, okay ka na ba? Would you like to try? Para marinig ka na namin. Hello, Ma'am Florence. Can you hear me? O po ba'y nadidinig ninyo? Hindi pa. Naka-mute po kayo. Naka-mute ang inyong microphone. Yan, wala pa. Meron ako isang tanong ulit. Ano tawag sa baby na kambing? Sagot. Chat box. Ano ang tawag sa maliit na kambing? Kid. Okay, very good. Alright, kid. Ano ang mas maliit sa kid? Ano ang mas maliit sa guya? Ayun, maraming sumagot, maraming corny. Kapirang goat. Ang sagot. Akala ko ako lang ang corny dito sa conference na to. Maraming sumagot ng kapirang goat. Ibig sabihin, marami kaming corny. Very good, kapirang goat. Okay, habang naghihintay tayo, marami pang tanong. Ma'am Florence, are you ready? Are you okay? Can you hear me? Ma'am Florence? Hello, inaayos pa niya. Yan, nagko-connect lang siya through her phone. Okay, ano po ang tawag sa sama-samang aso, yung kanilang grupo ng mga aso? Oo, yun, meron sumagot. Asosasyon. Very good. Maraming nakakasagot. Siguro kasi luma na yung joke ko eh. Kaya marami na nakakaalam. Marami rin corny. O tingnan natin kung masasagot ito. Ano ang tawag sa maraming pusa? Ang galing oh. Ang galing. Pangkat daw, pangkat. Pusikat daw. Alright, so, tama na muna itong kakordia na to. Balikan natin si Ma'am Florence ulit. Ayan, Ma'am Florence. Are you okay? Are you ready? Not yet? Not yet? Alright, kumakaway siya. Wala pa po. Wala pa. Nauubusan na po ako ng kakornihan dito. Alright. Okay, yan. Sige, ito tanong ito. Magandang tanong ito. Hindi ko lang kung makakasagot kayo dito. Kanina marami kong isda na nakita doon sa sa video ng TSKI. Pero isa doon naka-bow tie. Naka-bow tie. Bihis na bihis. Anong tawag sa isda na naka-bow tie? Meron sumagot. Tilapia. Joke. Okay. So, tilapia. Oh, sige, ito yung tamang sagot. Sophisticated. Mahirap pala trabaho ng MC. Diba? Ano pa kaya ang pwede nating itanong? Alam niyo ba yung kumakain ba kayo ng kuhol? Pero kumakain ng kuhol dito, pakitaas ang kamay sa reaction button, kumakain ng kuhol. Alright, uy, ang dami. Ginataang kuhol, di ba? Dapat alam niyo sagot dito. Okay, ang kuhol ay isang klase ng snail, di ba? Snail. So, tanong, bakit mayroong mga tao na ang gusto mong kainin ay suso o snail? Ano ang sagot? So, sarap. Okay. Ito na yung tamang sagot. They do not like fast food. Yan. Alright. Sir, next na po muna. Alright, sige, habang hinihintay natin ang ating si Ma'am Florence, okay? Let's move on to the next presenter ang magkwekwento sa atin. Galing sa kabalikat pa sa mga buhay. Let's call on si Miss Ivy Milyare. Okay, ano ang kanyang kwento? Si Miss Ivy Milyare is 44 years old and is 20 years married with her husband Antonio, who helps her with her business. They have 2 children. Eldest is Anvi Marie, 20 years old, and Ivan Dam, 17 years old. She joined KMBI Coronadal branch in the year 2008 and currently on her 13th year membership with KMBI. Deb's AJ's House of Pies and Pasalubong Center started selling buko pie and egg pie in the year 2005. Later, they also decided to sell more products like banana chips, cassava cake, and other goods. Pakinggan po na natin ang kwento.
hapon sa lahat na nandito sa mga bumubuo ng 29th Append Leadership Conference, sa aking mga kabalikat sa KMBI, sa mga guest ng event na ito, at sa mga katulad ko na program member na patuloy na lumalaban para sa ikauunlad ng aming buhay. Muli, isang mapagpalang hapon sa ating lahat. Ako po, si Ginang I.B. Insular Milyari, isang may bahay sa aking butihing asawa, at katuwang sa buhay na si Antonio Milyari Jr. Sa aming pagsasama, kami ay nabiyayaan ng dalawang anak, na si Anvi Marie Milyari ay Banday Milyari, parehong kasalukuyang nag-aaral at tumutulong sa aming munting negosyo. Masasabi ko na lubos ang aming kasayahan dahil kami ay may maayos na kabuhayan. Subalit kung anuman ang meron kami ay bunga ng tiwala sa Diyos, sipag at tiyaga at gabay ng KMBI. Naaalala ko pareho kaming jobless ng aking asawa noong simula namin ang aming business sa Coronadal. Nagsubo kami na mag-bake ng buko pie at sinubukan namin itong ilako sa mga kapitbahay, opisina at kung saan lakasan lang ng loob. Bit-bit ko ang mga learnings ko sa aking degree sa college na HRM. Sinubukan at pinilit talaga namin. Pero hindi naging madali ang simula. Matumal ang business. Nakakapaubos lang kami ng more or less 2 boxes per day. Kung susumahin ay nasa 1,000 pesos per week earnings lang. Nalubhang mababa dahil nga kami ay jobless na mag-asawa dito. Kukunin lahat ng panggastos sa bahay at sa pag-ikot ng negosyo. Masasabi ko talaga na fail ang aming attempt. Iniisip naming mag-asawa, bakit di pumapatok ang aming negosyo? Baka merong mali o may need na i-improve. Naaalala ko noon, meron isang customer na nag-comment na di masarap yung aming pies. Masakit po na marinig yung ganong criticism. Pero bilang negosyante, di po tayo dapat magdamdam, bagkus ating evaluate ano bang meron, need na baguhin at improve. Inulit namin ang recipe, inayos namin, pinasarap at naging hands-on sa paggawa. Pinatikim namin ng libre ang bagong recipe. Ang bayad lang nila, sabihin yung totoo if masarap ba o hindi ang aming bagong recipe. Nakakatuwa dahil nagustuhan nila ang improved version na nagustuhan din ng ibang mga customer. Ang aming pies, unti-unting nakikilala dito sa buong Soksargen. Laking pasasalamat ko rin sa KMBI Coronadal dahil naging kaagapay ko siya sa lahat ng mga financial needs ko sa negosyo. Pero, bukod sa pira, nilapit din niya ako sa salita ng Diyos at sa tunay na pagtulong sa kapwa. Bonus pa yung magandang insurance program ng KMBI para sa aming mga program members. Dahil sa buko pie at egg pie na bago ang buhay namin. Nagkaroon din ako ng mga award sa KMBI, DOST, DTI at 2 beses ako nanalo sa City Micro Entrepreneur Awards at magkaibang kategori at taon. Ang pinakahuli yung last year bilang COVID-19 Response Champion. Memorable po yung award ko sa CMA na COVID-19 Response Champion. Dahil lahat tayo naapektuhan ng pandemya, sobrang impact sa income namin, lalo na noong pasimula noong hard lockdown noong 2020. Subalit, gaya ng turo sa akin ng KMBI, sugod lang at walang papatalo. Nag-isip kami ng paraan upang kumita. Isang biyaya ang hatid ng pagbibigay namin ng mga pack food sa mga frontliners noong lockdown dahil sa araw-araw namin na pagpapakain sa kanila. Nagustuhan nila at naging mga reseller namin pa sila. Nagdagdag din kami ng iba't ibang products na aming store dahil dito patuloy ang paglago ng business. Bagaman, merong pandemya, ngayon kami ay kumikita ng humigit kumulang 8,000 to 10,000. Nakabili kami ng sasakyan, nakapagpatayo kami ng bahay, nakapagtabi kami ng 1,000 para sa emergency fund everyday. Marami kaming natulungan, nabigyan ng trabaho, at nakapagbalik na rin kami sa aming kapwa sa pamamagitan ng pagkakaroon ng mga batang scholars na aming pinapaaral. Sa pagtatapos, gusto ko po sabihin na hindi madali ang ating buhay, lalo na kung maayos na buhay ang ating gusto. Ganun pa man, kaya natin basta gusto ay may tiwala sa Diyos at sarili. Sana lang po sa ating pag-angat, huwag rin natin kalimutan ang ating mga kapwa na tulungan na umangat. At sa mga nagbabalak na mag-uumpisa pa lang, sipag at tiyaga, determinasyon ng po at lakas ng loob, lalong-lalo na ang taimtim na pananampalataya sa Panginoon na malalampasan kahit gaano man kahirap o pagsubok na darating at huwag sumuko. Sa lahat, maraming salamat po at God bless at good luck sa ating lahat. Saludo po ako sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Ivy. Kami rin ay saludo sa iyong pagtsatsaga at pagpupursige at hindi ka sumuko doon sa mga trials and difficulties na na-encounter ninyo. Salamat din sa Diyos dahil kayo ay binigyan ng grasya na magpatuloy sa inyong negosyo at ngayon ay maganda na ang takbo ng inyong negosyo. Thank you. Maraming salamat sa pagbabahagi mo ng iyong kwento. Alright, so balik tayo kay Ma'am Florence, and I think si Ma'am Florence ay madidinig na natin this time at pakinggan natin ang kanyang kwentong tagumpay. Ma'am Florence, please come in. Nandiyan ka na ba? Alright, ma'am, nakamute pa kayo. Yan, lapit na. Kunti na lang. Nakamute pa po ang inyong gadget.
Ako.
Ayan.
Okay. Pwede na? Diyan na lang ako. Okay, good afternoon. Blessed afternoon to everyone.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Dalawa
Yes,
po ang
good
bukas
afternoon.
ninyong
Blessed afternoon. Yes.
Dalawa, ma'am, ang bukas mong gadget.
Oo. Nasa ano po ako? Cellphone. Hello? Sa cellphone po ako.
Dalawa po ba ang bukas na gadget? Dalawa?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir. Sa yung ginagamit namin na ano kanina, ayos pa lang, sir. Ano ba yan? Okay na? Dito na? Ay, dito na lang ako? Dito na. Dito na lang ako sa ano, sa cellphone ko.
Okay po yan.
Naririnig niyo po?
Yes, ma'am. Sige po.
Hello. Hello, sir. Naririnig niyo? Your visual.
Po. Yes po. Yes, naririnig na po namin kayo.
Okay. Blessed afternoon to everyone.
Gandang hapon.
Ako po si Florence Awat, and they call me Quinoa, which is the name of my business. I am 64 years young, with sound mind, healthy body, and with face value. Charot. I'm from the Cordillera Administrative Region, Tabuk City, Kalinga, where the famous Apuang Od lives. My husband is Rudy Awat, who was my partner in the growth of the business. And sad to say that he departed from us this July of 2021 due to heart failure and lung cancer. We got 2 children and 2 grandchildren. My oldest son is a policeman, and my youngest son is still in grade 10. ASCII has been a great help for us for the last 3 years, which lifted me up from the burden of loan shark and loan requirements. My loans had been used for additional capital and improvement of our display center. Many thanks to the judges also during the search, for they found potential in me and my business. Yes, we are engaged in textile weaving. Ang aming finished products ay mga costume ng iba't ibang tribo ng Kalinga or nearby provinces at mga fashion dresses and accessories and home decors. The Kalinga Indigenous Weavers Association was organized year 2005 with only 5 members. Na mga kapatid ko po sila. With a startup of 2,500 pesos. Dito, nabuhay kami ng 2,500 pesos sa aming kapital. DTI helped us in the promotion and marketing of our woven products. At doon sumali kami sa mga local, regional at national trade fairs. Dumami ang aming members hanggang 65 kami, and then 16 members are stationed at the weaving center. And the rest of the weavers are home-based who are working by piecework. May mga working students din tayo who are staying in the training center and are given free board and lodging for 3 hours a day work, at kung wala silang pasok ay sumusweldo ng minimum wage. Sila po ay nakatapos ng desired courses nila and had passed their board exams, na ang dalawa ay civil engineers, 3 teachers, 4 criminologists, and 1 entrepreneur. 4 ang nakapagtrabaho sa kanila, while the rest ay hinaantay pa nila ang mga job openings. Nag-stop muna kami na kumuha ng mga working students ngayon dahil sa pandemic na kami ay really severely affected. Pati mga weavers ko ay saka na lang sila nag-weave pag may orders. Meron din tayong 6 deaf-mute trained weavers, 2 on wheelchair dahil sa spinal disorder, at mga disadvantaged women. Nagbibigay din tayo ng SSS sa permanent workers at provision ng mortuary aid plan sa 15 senior citizen members. At ito po mga challenges namin na alam ko na lahat ng entrepreneurs ay ganun din ang mga problema nila. Laging lack of capital or insufficient capital ang number 1 na problema. And the more we strive, the more we need the additional capital. And thanks to ASCII, mga ASCII na nandito, salamat sa inyong lahat. At P3 ng DTI, at mga cooperatives na sila ang takbuhan pag may pangangailangan kami. Ang isa pang challenges ay the need for promotion and marketing. Sa DTI din kami nagpapatulong at DOT, Department of Tourism, who have been, yes, they have been helping us in the promotion and marketing of our products. They are sending us to trade fairs, national trade fairs, and doon kami nakakabenta ng mas malaki. Ang isa pang problema namin sa aming business ay outdated ang designs namin. O pare-parehas ang mga designs sa mga kasama dahil pag gumawa ka ng isang design, kinaumagahan, may bibili sa'yo, at the next day ay nakopya na ang mga designs mo. Kaya po, lahat, pare-parehas ang aming mga designs. Kailangan din natin na constant ang innovation at update ng ating designs or i-recreate man. By doing that, we have to attend the product development trainings sa mga trainings na ibibigay ng other agencies like DTI or DOST at TESDA. Yes, salamat uli sa DTI, DOST, DOT, and TESDA. Isa pang challenges ay the upgrade of our sewing machines and the other equipments. Ang mga sewing machines namin ay luma na dahil ginagamit sa training. Lagi namin ginagamit sa training. Kaya talagang nasisira na rin. Ang aming loom frame ay kulang din sa mga number of lumalaki na weavers natin. Ang sewing machine namin ay galing sa DTI noong 2010 pa, na yung program nila na shared service facilities. Kaya thanks DTI. Ang loom frame din ay sponsored by NGCP, the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, na nung after Lawin ay pumunta sila sa Kalinga at nakita din kami at tinulungan. Thanks to NGCP. At kaya please, we are appealing to anyone here to please sponsor the provision of our sewing machine and the loom frames and the raw materials din na kailangan, dahil ang aming kapital ay depleted ngayong pandemic dahil wala kaming sales, dahil sa walang festivals, walang graduation, walang visitors na pupunta at naubos na ang aming kapital. Pero sa tulong ng Diyos, andun nga, sa agriculture nga, andun ang pangtawid ng buhay. Dahil lahat din kami ng weavers ay nag-garden din. At doon namin kinukuha din ang aming araw-araw na pagkain. Ang aking memorable experiences before joining ASCII ay yun na nga, yung insufficient ang kapital at lagi kami naghahanap ng utangan. Memorable dahil talaga nga na hindi natin makakalimutan ang mga problema ng na hinaharap natin. At thanks to ASCII dahil sa mabilis na pagbigay nila ng pautang sa amin, kaagad ang approval ng aming loan. Another one is the increase in production. Dahil dumadami ang aming members, marami ang ina-accept naming big orders at nakakabenta kami ng marami pag pupunta kami sa trade fairs, especially in Manila where we get big orders. At kung malaki ang ating kita, malaki din ang natutulungan natin. Kaya we thank God for guiding us and being with us always. Another one is the construction of our building. Ang incentive na nakuha po namin ay ginamit namin sa improvement sa ating display center. Sabay-sabay kaming umangat ng mga weavers dahil sa iba ay natuto na rin mangutang sa ASCII. Mga anak nila ay patuloy na nag-aaral dahil may panggastos araw-araw. Ang ating members ay sumasali rin sa Kalinga Basura Express where we go around town and pick up basura every Saturday morning. Kasama din natin sa Kawanggawa program ng Chamber of Commerce group where we share our blessing by distributing school supplies and merienda to daycare pupils on far-flung barangays. During the outbreak of pandemic, nagbibigay din tayo ng woven mask at snacks sa mga frontliners. Ang aking may papayo sa mga microfinance clients, tama, kailangan natin mangutang dahil money begets money. Kung malaki ang puhunan, malaki rin ang may babal Allah.
Na-mute po, sir. Okay. Na-interrupt ulit ang kinikwento ni Ma'am Florence. But that's okay dahil later on when we have the opportunity, we'll get back to her. And at this point, we'd like to show you the video of our next kwentong tagumpay Ito naman ay galing kay ni Mr. Joymar D. Olarte ng Tulay sa Pag-unlad or TSPI. Si Mr. Olarte po is from Santo Domingo, Urdaneta, Pangasinan. Urdaneta City, Pangasinan. He is 29 years old and married to Miss Desiree. They were blessed with 2 children. He joined TSPI on January 2018 to support his fried chicken business that he named J&J Tasty Fried Chicken. Before he established his business on October 18, 2017, he was then employed as a merchandiser in a mall and at the same time a tricycle nighttime. The COVID pandemic challenged his business operations, but also gave way to new opportunities, such as selling ready-to-cook marinated chicken. He now has 6 outlets and providing employment to 14 regular workers. He also has 5 resellers in Malaysia. He was recognized last June 15, 2021 as the 2020 City Micro-Entrepreneur Award Youth Micro-Entrepreneur of the Year. Pakinggan po natin ang kanyang kwento.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Nais ko pong ipakilala ang aking sarili. Ako po si Joymar Olarte from Pangasinan po, Urdaneta, Pangasinan. Minsan tinatawag nila ako na Jomar. Ako po ay mayroon ng asawa at ang aking pong butihing may bahay ay walang iba kundi si Desiree Campod Olarte, and kami po ay mayroon ng 2 anak po, isa pong lalaki at isang babae. Yung panganay ko po ay 7 years old, which is boy. Siya po ay kasalukuyang nag-aaral ng grade 2, and yung bunso ko po ay babae. Siya rin po ay nag-aaral grade 1 po siya. And ako po ay miyembro ng TSPI, and ako po ay 4 na taon na pong miyembro dito. Ako po ay mayroong negosyo na isang fried chicken business po. Yung mga napagdaanan ko is kailangan mong gumising sa madaling araw para mamasada. Then pagkatapos mamasada, kailangan mong umuwi ng before 8 para makapag-prepare bago pumasok sa trabaho. Then yung time na yun is kahit nagdudoble kayod ka na, kulang pa rin hindi pa rin sapat yung kinikita mo para masuportahan yung pamilya mo. Then yung time na yun, meron akong naging kasayaros na binigyan ako ng ideas sa pagninegosyo ng ano. Trinay ko siya sa bahay, sa personal namin, okay siya. So then yun, nag-try ako manghiram sa TSPI. Doon ako naging member ng TSPI. So yun yung ginamit kong puhunan para magsimula ng maliit na negosyo. Yung pagsisimula ko na yun is, nung una, parang hindi siya magandang negosyo ako. Parang maliit yung kita ako. Pero hindi ko pa rin siya tinitigil. Pinagpatuloy ko lang hanggang sa tumating yung time na gumanda yung kita ko. Nung time na nag-boom na siya talaga, nagdagdag ako ng mga outlet. Parang yung mga nangyari sa buhay ko noon na parang ginawa ko siyang experience para maging yung sa negosyo namin. Nung time na lockdown, iniikot namin yung mga food cart namin para makapagbenta ng manok. Then ang ginagawa namin, binibenta namin siya sa murang talaga. Yung mga outlet namin is nasa baryo lang. Kaya nagpapasalamat kasi kami, pinayagan pa rin kami mag-open sa baryo, then mag-ikot-ikot. Yun nga lang, kailangan mong kumuha ng mga permit para umikot. Kaya yun, so far okay naman po yung naging takbo ng negosyo namin. Share ko lang din yung naitulong ko sa komunidad kasi nung time na pandemic, nadagdagan yung mga kasama ko sa trabaho. Sabi ko, why not na hindi natin kunin yung mga pwede nating kunin na nawalan ng trabaho, basta willing sila kako sa asawa ko. Then kami mismo yung nag-approach sa kanila na pumasok sa amin, hindi sila yung pumasok na gano'n. Kami mismo yung nag-approach na gusto nyo mag-work sa amin. Tapos pumayag naman sila kasi nung time na yun is hindi naman namin alam na sobrang nangangailangan din pala sila ng work kasi syempre yung mga trabaho nila, nag-close din yung mga pinapasukan nila. Nagkaroon din kasi ako ng mga trabador na estudyante, yung mga nag-aaral ng kolehiyo, mga senior high. Actually, namasukan sila sa akin hanggang ngayon, kasama ko pa rin naman sila. Kasi sila, imbis na magtambay, imbis na walang gawin, in-encourage ko sila na pumasok na lang kayo dito sa akin. Kasi online class naman, nagagawa nila yung mga module nila. At least habang module sila, kumikita sila ng pera, nakakatulong sila sa mga magulang nila. Hindi sila naging pabigat kasi kumikita sila. Nag-estudyante sila, at the same time kumikita sila ng pera, nakakapagbigay sila ng maliit na kinikita nila sa mga pamilya nila, nakakapag-share sila ng mga pambili ng mga gamit nila sa family nila. Nakatulong sa akin ang TSPI, hindi lang sa pamamagitan ng pera, kundi sa mas dumami yung mga kakilala ko kasi naging ko rin sila, naging customer ko rin sila, nadagdagan yung mga customer ko, nadagdagan din yung mga outlet ng branch namin. So, laki din ng naitutulong nila kasi sa pamamagitan nila, nasi-share din nila yung negosyo namin, nasi-share din nila sa mga kakilala nila, nare-recommend din nila yung mga kapitbahay, ganun, na nire-recommenda nila kami, kaya sobrang laki talaga ng naitulong sa akin ng TSP. Siguro may papayo ko sa mga gustong magnegosyo kagaya ko, lalong-lalo sa mga bata pa dyan na gustong magnegosyo. Hindi pa huli ang lahat para magsimula kayo ng maliit na negosyo. Kagaya ko rin, nagnegosyo ako maliit lang, hindi ko rin sukat akalain na darating sa ganitong punto yung negosyo ko na unti-unti ko siyang mapapalago, unti-unti ko siyang napapaangat. Kailangan lang is tiwala lang sa sarili, then kailangan may pagkuhanan ka ng lakas ng loob. Gawin mong experience yung mga pinagdaanan mo sa buhay. Then sama mo rin si Lord sa buhay mo, sa negosyo kasi unang-una siya dapat ang hingian mo ng tulong, hingian mo ng gabay para mas lalo pang umasenso yung negosyo. Kasi sabi nila walang natatalo na walang nalulugi na nagtiwala kay Lord. So yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
All right. Thank you very much. Ganda ng kwento din ni Sir Joy Mar, di ba? Ang kanyang fried chicken. Very good, no? Maraming lumalabas sa text box na they are proud of all of you. Lahat ng mga nagbahagi ng kanilang kwentong tagumpay ay talagang naka-inspire ng marami. So sa puntong ito, very good. Lakpakan natin. Thank you. Okay. Iba't ibang kwento, iba't ibang negosyo, iba't ibang struggles, di ba? Ngunit merong common sila. May common denominator. Meron silang ripple effect. Meron domino effect, di ba? Sa simula, ang nasa isip lang natin nung sila ay ating pinautang na pagaan natin ang kanilang pagpapatakbo ng negosyo, nagkaroon sila ng puhunan. But eventually, dahil ito ay kanilang napalago, tumanda ang buhay ng kanilang pamilya. And then, ito na yung ripple effect. Meron na silang mga na-empleyo. Tapos, pati yung binibilan nila, malamang ng kanilang mga raw materials ay gumanda rin ang negosyo. And therefore, nakatulong din yun sa ibang pamilya. And eventually, ito na nga, no? Mga estudyante, nananatiling working students, working with them, and nakakatapos yung iba, hindi ba? Dahil sa opportunity na pakinabangan din nila dito sa mga negosyo na ito. So, syempre sa lahat ng 'yan, ito ay provision ng Panginoon Diyos. Binigyan sila ng mga blessings through the MFIs. Right, so napakaganda ho ng kwento ng maghapon natin. So, and at this point, I'd like to call on the President of Append Incorporated. Let us now welcome Ms. Jeng Juan, who will be presenting the plaque of appreciation para sa ating tatlo na awardees. Take it away, Ma'am Jeng. Good afternoon sa iyo.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Roland. Maraming pong salamat sa ating mga speakers for today. Kay Ma'am Florence Awat from ASCII, no? I'm reading the plaque of appreciation from Append, signed by Angel De Leon Jr., our chairman, myself, Attorney Lamberto L. Mier, Chairman from Tulay sa Pag-unlad, and Sir Rene Cristobal, President, Tulay sa Pag-unlad. This plaque of appreciation is presented to Ms. Florence A. Awat, a client member of Alalay sa Kaunlaran Incorporated since 2018, for sharing her story as a successful micro-entrepreneur that serves as inspiration and source of hope for the micro-enterprise sector. Let brotherly love continue for God's glory. Given this 12th day of November 2021 during the 29th Append Leadership Conference, November 11 and 12, 2021. Again, congratulations, Ma'am Florence.
Palakpakan po natin si Ma'am Florence. Congratulations.
Now, the second plaque of appreciation is presented to Ms. Ivy I. Millares, a client member of the Balikat para sa Makulat na Buhay. Since 2008, yeah, for sharing her story as a successful micro-entrepreneur that serves as inspiration and source of hope for the micro-enterprise sector. Let brotherly love continue, Ma'am Ivy, for God's glory. Given this 12th day of November 2021, 29th Append Leadership Conference, year 11 and 12, 2021. Okay.
Congratulations! Palakpakan po natin si Ma'am Ai Ginilian.
And for our third speaker, this plaque of appreciation is presented to Mr. Joymar D. Olarte, a client member of Pag-unlad Incorporated since 2018, for sharing her story as a successful micro-entrepreneur that serves as inspiration and source of hope for the micro-entrepreneur. Let brotherly love continue, Sir Joy Mar, for God's glory. Given this 12th day of November 2021, during the 29th Append Leadership Conference, November 11 and 12, 2021, signed by our Chairman Angel L. De Leon Jr., myself, Attorney Lamberto L. Mier, Chairman Tulay sa Pag-unlad Incorporated, and Serine E. Cristobal, President, Tulay sa Pag-unlad Incorporated. Okay.
Congratulations!
Sa ating magigiting na speakers, no, client speakers, mga kwentong tagumpay, we were so inspired and tawag dito, filled with hope, that everything is for the glory of God. Thank you very much. Now, yung pong mga plaque ninyo, ipapadala po sa inyo ng Append, together with our munting cash gifts na sana makatulong po sa ating mga negosyo. Okay, so for our delegates, please let's eat yung pies ni Ma'am Ivy. I don't know kung paano tayo makakapag-order ng chicken. And of course, mag-order din tayo ng mga produkto ni Ma'am Florence Awat. Okay? That's all, Sir Roland. Thank you very much, everyone. And congratulations.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jane. Maraming salamat at present mo na ang plaque of appreciation sa ating mga awardees. And of course, we opened our conference, our first day conference, with a prayer. It is just but fitting that we end our conference with our closing prayer, to be led by our board of director and KMP board member. Let us all welcome Mr. Leonard Salmo.
Unmute myself. And maraming salamat. Tayo po'y lumapit sa ating Panginoon at isara po natin ang ating unang araw ng Append Leadership Conference ito sa pamamagitan ng panalangin. Tayo po'y yumuko at ipikit natin ang ating mga mata. Aming Ama at aming Panginoon, tinataas namin ang iyong pangalan sa aming kalagitnaan. Pinapasalamatan po namin ikaw kung paano mo pinagpala itong 29th Append Leadership Conference na ito. Tunay Panginoon na pinupuri ka namin sapagkat napakaganda po ng bilang ng mga dumalo sa konferensyang ito na kahit po isa pong virtual conference kami ngayon, hindi po kami face-to-face, pero amin pong nafe-feel at na-experience ang presensya ng bawat isa ngayong hapong ito. Salamat sa bawat isa na iyong pinadala sa conference ito, sa bawat kasapi ng organisasyon, sa mga partner organization, Panginoon, sa mga client members, at ang mga napakarami pong nag-a-attend at nakikiisa sa aming conference ito. Salamat, Panginoon, sa mga nagbahagi ng updates at ng kanilang mga kaalaman at nakatulong po sa pagpapalawak ng aming mga natutunan sa mga umawit ng mga papuri sa iyo, Diyos, na tunay nag-uplift ng aming mga spirits, sa mensahe na nabahagi that truly inspired us, at po sa maraming kwentong aming narinig na nagpapatunay lamang po na patuloy mong ginagamit ang bawat isa sa amin, ang bawat organisasyon na kabilang na Append upang makatulong sa aming mga kababayan, sa aming mga members na nangangailangan ng aming serbisyo upang umangat ang kanilang buhay at magkaroon ng malaking impact rin sa kanilang community. Higit sa lahat, Panginoon, salamat sapagkat alam namin na ikaw ay nasa aming kalagitnaan ngayon. Ngunit hindi lamang sa panahong ito, ngunit sa bawat araw, sa aming mga organisasyon, sa bawat araw na nakikisalamuha kami sa isa't isa, sa bawat araw na kami ay umaabot sa aming mga miyembro, sa bawat araw na mayroon kaming pagsubok, sa bawat araw na sinusuri at nilulutas namin ang aming mga suliranin, sa bawat araw na nagsiselebrate kami ng tagumpay, alam po namin ikaw ay nasa aming kalagitnaan, ikaw po ang nagbibigay ng dulong sa amin, ikaw po ang nagbibigay ng gabay sa amin. Panginoon, inatasan mo kami to let brotherly love continue. Salamat, Panginoon, sapagkat alam namin na ikaw ang nagtanim ng punla sa aming leaders sa puso ng bawat isa na nandito na umibig, magmalasakit, butin at tumulong sa mga nahihirapan sa aming kalagitnaan, sa mga micro-entrepreneurs at iba pang sektor na nakikinabang sa microfinancing, sa aming mga client members. Alam po namin, Panginoon, na kung hindi mo tinatag ang iba't ibang organisasyong kasapi ng Append, ay limitado o walang access ang maliliit na tao mula sa tradisyonal na mga financial institutions para masugutan ang kanilang mga pangailangang pinansyal. Sa panahong ngayon, kami ay nakakaranas ng iyong kabutihan sapagkat kahit sa kalagitnaan ng pandemya, na kulang-kulang na po 2 taon, ay patuloy pa rin pong nakapagsisilbihan ang mga kasapi ng Append sa aming mga client members. Totoo, Panginoon, maraming ups, maraming downs, maraming uncertainties kahit hanggang ngayon. Ngunit purihin ka, Panginoon, sapagkat we know that you will continue to see us through. Humahawa kami sa iyong matibay na pangako na sa gitna ng pagsubok, ang iyong talino ang patuloy na magiging gabay namin. And we always know that you will bring the best out of us sa aming mga gawain, sa aming mga kakayanan. At sama-sama kaming aawit at magpupuri sa iyo sa anumang tagumpay na iyong bibigay sa bawat isa sa amin. Sapagkat alam namin na pagpapalain mo at pagyayamanin mo ang aming mga adhikain at ang aming mga gawain. Tulad na nakasaad sa Kawikaan 19:17, ang naaawa sa dukha at nagpapautang sa Panginoon at ang kanyang mabuting gawa ay babayaran sa kanya ulit. Sa aming pagsasara ngayong araw na ito, dalangin namin ang patuloy na daloy ng iyong mayamang biyaya sa bawat isa, lalo na sa amin sa paghahanda para sa ikalawang araw ng aming conference. Sa bawat tagumpay ng Append at ng mga kasaping organisasyon, sa pangalan mo, Panginoon, ang pangalan mo, Panginoon, ang maitaas sa aming kalagitnaan. Salamat, and we are looking forward to the day that we can enjoy the presence of each other face-to-face sa mga susunod na conference. Sa matamis sa pangalan ni Jesus, Amen.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Lemuel David A. Salmo, no? Our Append Pay Board Director and KNBI Board Member. Salamat po for leading us in our closing prayer. And syempre, bago tayo matapos, no, there will be some announcements pertaining to today's activities and tomorrow's activities. At wag muna kayo mawawala, no? Magkakaroon tayo syempre ng picture taking. Kaya yung mga sarado ang camera, ito po ay inyong buksan at mamaya sasabihin namin sa inyo kung tayo may picture taking na. We have several slides pero hindi ang gagawin natin, mananatili lang kayo nakangiti. Sandali, siguro mga 15 seconds, pero okay na yun. Nakuna na natin all slides. Alright, so back to you, Sir Steve. Meron pa tayong mga announcement dyan?
Okay, thank you, Sir Roland. Mga kaibigan, nais po namin announce ang mga nanalo po sa ating pong game kanina, sa ating pong Bible quiz, at saka sa ating pong kung sino ang nauna. Ayan. Okay, the who game ay sa mga nakuha po ng 150 pesos ay sila Sir Ed and Glo Jimenez ng KMBI. Number 2, si Ma'am Hazel Bayaca ng KMBI. Number 3, si Ma'am Aline Leones ng Asia PH Philippines. Si Miss Jess Linezo ng OK Bank. Si Miss Erna Barbara S. Recursiria. Please take note po na nag-undergo po ito ng auditing. Meron po tayong mga auditors na nag-check kung ito po ay legitimate at matatanggap po ninyo ito. At nakakasiguro pong tama ang mga taong nakalista dito. Picture number 2, Jefferson Nong. 200 pesos naman po. No? Picture 1, Erwin Garcia ng TSPI. Picture 2, Ricardo Jr. Valdez ng ASAP Philippines. Picture 2, Mr. Anthony Bactoto ng Asia Philippines. Mr. Peter Manrique ng TSKI. Picture 3, Miss Caleb Jimenez ng PAIS. Picture 3, Jess Linezo, OK Bank. Picture 4, Caleb Jimenez ng PAIS. And picture 4, Peter Manrique, TSKI. Picture 5, Mr. Ronel Viola. Picture 5, Mr. Celito Villanueva. Yan, nakakuha po ng mga tiga 200 pesos po yan. Congratulations. Sa mga nauna naman po. Ayan, ika-clarify lang ho namin, no? Kasi meron pong mga nagtanong. Yung chronological order po ay based on the appearance po sa screen po natin. Hindi po yun based sa chronological order po ng history in the Bible. Okay, doon lang po tayo sa mababaw. Chronological order kung paano po siya nag-appear sa screen. Okay? Medyo advanced na po yung ganong game. Siguro sa susunod po nating mga gagawin ay isasama na po natin yung mga ganong games po natin. Okay, so marami pong salamat at sa mga hindi po nanalo ay tomorrow we still have all the chances to win more surprises po. Abangan ho namin yung pong pagsama sa ating po araw. Maraming gandang hapon po at marami pong salamat. Back to you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Sir Steve. One of the most and much awaited and favorite part of a program virtually, tayo po ay magkakaroon ng ating picture taking. Kaya sana as I scroll sa lahat ng screen, mga nakabukas na ang inyong camera, and give us your best smile. Alright, so thank you sa 800 na nag-attend. Ngayon, 695 na lang, pero ang dami pa rin. Okay? So parang 100 lang ang mga nawala. So sige, let's have our picture taking. Ito po ay papasadahan lang ng tech team.
Okay po,
at
just smile.
pakukunan na lahat.
Smile
Hanggat
po.
maaari, kung hindi naman delikado sa inyong opisina, kung hindi naman kayo ay mapapahamak, pwede niyong tanggalin ang inyong face mask. Pero kung delikado, pwede namang manatiling ganyan. Alright, so tech team, take it away. So lahat po, lumiti na. Siguro mga 15 seconds lang yan. By the time na matuyo ang gilagid nyo, ibig sabihin tapos na ang picture taking. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, ngiti. Tingin sa camera. Ayan, yung iba nakatungo pa. Huwag nyo tignan yung picture nyo, tignan nyo yung camera ng inyong laptop para kayo ay nakatingin sa ating picture. Alright, ganyan. Ang gaganda ng mga ngiti. Nandyan pala kayo, bakit patay ang inyong camera maghapon? Yun, galing. Oh. Bawat frame ngayon, ang daming laman tao. Sana bukas ganyan maghapon. Bukas ang inyong frame. Alright, so we'll wait for the tech team. Pakisabi kung okay na. Pwede na ba tayo
I'm on 18.
magbaba ng ating mga ngiti?
19.
Ha?
20.
Konti
28.
pa?
28 po lahat. 21.
28.
22.
Yan.
23.
Alright.
24.
Pwede na. hindi na maisara ang bibig dahil nakadikit na
Okay
yung
na po.
labi
Thank you.
sa gilagid.
Okay na po.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless all of you. Have a good evening. Have a good dinner. Salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Hawakan mo aking kamay, Append ang iyong alalay. Sama-sama tayong maglalakbay. Tutuparin ang mga pangarap, Append ang ihahayag. Ihatid natin ang liwanag. Hindi magsasawa, hindi mangangamba para sa bayan. Tayong Append ay aalalay tungo sa tagumpay. Tatak Append tayo, tatak ng pusong totoo, tatak ng naglilingkod sa bayan, tatak ng buong katapatan. Dala natin bagong pag-asa para sa ating kapwa. Tatak Append ako, tatak Append tayo. Layunin ng Append ang pagsisikap at labanan ang paghihirap. Tiyak biyaya ang ating matatanggap. Huwag kang mag-alala, Append ang laging kasama. Basta merong tiwala, ang lahat ay nagagawa. Asahan nyo, hindi mabibigo, ang bayan lalago. Kumapit ka't huwag bibitaw, ang liwanag ay matatanaw. Tatak Append tayo, tatak ng pusong totoo, tatak ng naglilingkod sa bayan, tatak ng buong katapatan. Dala natin bagong pag-asa para sa ating kapwa. Tatak Append ako, tatak Append tayo. Tatak Append laban dapat itaguyod at ipabayanan. Tumakinig sa inyong kapakanan, may panghahawakan, di maiwanan. Nasa bisyon ng Append sa inyong nakalaan sa